Sorry we're a little bit late. We just have, I just finished literally at home. It's a 2-page itinerary. Whoa, we actually have an itinerary this time. So, yeah, which means we have an idea, I have an idea of what the format is that we're going to be teaching and what we're learning about. So at the moment we're getting the 2-page Mylars made so we can put that up and look at it together, and you'll also be getting a copy of these. But for now, I will just kind of read off what the itinerary is and begin speaking just a little bit about the orientation session. Tonight is going to be relatively short. Sometimes I go for 2 hours, sometimes 1 hour. It's going to be less than an hour because I haven't eaten anything at all today, and I've got to get to wherever before they close at 9, so I really have to eat so I don't pass out, because I have a full night of work to do on tomorrow's program before I can show up tomorrow. We haven't even had time to check into the hotel yet. We're still running back and forth between the Mayaka house, the half-hour drive. So tonight, I just want to introduce you a bit to some of the things we're going to be learning about through this workshop. The title of the workshop is, this is Sliders 10 workshop. It's called Return of the Sacred Butterfly. Day, which is spelled T-E, Chi, and the deity. Subtitle is Ultimate Desire, Deification of the Vessel, Eternal Identity, and the Adept Mind. And it is the adept level of mental body training in the Sliders program, Sliders 10. Now, there's a whole bunch of new words again, as there usually are with new transmissions. Before we begin exploring those and their spellings, which will be easier if you see them when they're up, and somebody's running to get 2 Mylars made right now so we can put these up before we go, hopefully. The first thing we're going to do is the orientation tonight. We were supposed to start at 7:30, but I wouldn't have had this done, and it was important to get to the last part so I had some idea of what we were doing tomorrow and Sunday evening. So the orientation title is Ancient Adept Secrets and the Deities. So it's just going to be a little bit, I'm going to speak a little bit about the new words that sound like deities but are spelled different and are actually pronounced deities, and some of the things that we're going to be exploring in this, this workshop. It's also, they would like us to know, just for a heads up, we're finishing the Solar Bardo Ring Wave number 4 that runs from the 22nd to the 27th today. It completes, and it's completing the core separation between the Solar Rasha Body Ring 4 and the Astral D4 Light Body. So that's the point we're at with the Solar Bardo cycle continuing. They haven't said whether we're going to see effects of that or not, but I do believe they're connected to 2 grid activations that are happening in the planetary body during the period of this workshop that we'll talk about in a little bit. Now, once we're finished here, it'll be an early evening here, because I really would hope to be able to get out of here by 8:45 if we can, just so I can get something to eat quick in a restaurant and get back home and do go back into the work mode, because cooking mode does not even happen for me during workshop time at all, right? It's like 2 separate planets. So for tomorrow, we have Saturday, May 28th. I've put on these also some of the other things that are occurring in the schedule, not just the ones where Asan and I show up for sessions. All right, so between 10 and 11 a.m., that's when there's a newcomers meeting, and that's in the lower foyer, the lower level foyer. Between 11 and 12, there are MCE ordinations, and that's Ballroom North, and I believe that's what this room is. I call that Ballroom North. Between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m., there's going to be a catch-up run on the techniques from the last workshop, and it's also, even if you've done them, it is a good amplification of those techniques, so it's suggested that you go even if you have already done them, and that's going to run from 12 to 3 p.m. Then between 3 and 5:30, we're going to have session 1, and it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of information I'm going to have to kind of squish into that period, as well as 4 techniques. The first 4 techniques that are new ones need to be done before we have the beach event, which is happening tomorrow night. So the session 1 is titled God, Self, and the Ultimate Desire, True Eternal Identity, and the Deity Planes. So there'll be a bit of presentation regarding what are the deity planes, what does this word mean, mean in relation to the other things that we've been learning about for years. And the purpose of the techniques that will be involved, the first 4 techniques that will be involved, is called releasing the cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. So this is a process that we will understand. We'll understand a little bit of what the cloak of Ea may be, what the silver seed crystal is, where it is, and why it's important to release the cloak of Ea before we get to the beach. And then we will do 4 techniques. The first is called Virtue 13 and Awakening the Seat of New Word, Kastele. The second technique is Initiating the 6-Point Path of Ayaye, part 1 of Releasing the Cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. Technique 3 is called Butterfly Cleansing. That's part 2 of Releasing the Cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. Technique 4, and this is interesting, none of these are typeset, by the way. That's why I'm going to have a very, very long night tonight, because the 4 techniques have to be done by the time I show up tomorrow, in typeset. This one, I think, well, it ran 2.5 pages, almost 3 pages in longhand, but it may be not as much once we get it typeset. But it's called The Prayer of the Deity, Declaration of the Ultimate Desire. It's called part 3 of the Releasing the Cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. It is also something that can be used at home and for amplification of various activations that take place during this workshop. It is literally another affirmation. It is a prayer, but it is done in the hybrid Anahazi and Mashayahanic languages. So it's another one of those of tongue-twisting words. But it is very lovely, the English translation, which we also have. Then at 5:30, between 5:30 and 7, there's a buffet dinner in the Ballroom South, and I think that's the room next door. And after that, 7:15 is when the buses show up behind in the rear parking lot. And that's when we're going to go to the beach for the main beach event. The beach event is going to be interesting because we were told we can't use any lights and we can't make any sound great. So hopefully if I whisper on the headsets, our headsets are like absolutely essential for this one, because I have to be able to run a journey and things that we're going to be doing there. But it's because it's the turtles nesting season or whatever, and the sea turtles may be coming up and things, and the light and sound disturb them, and it could mess up their breeding for their season of breeding. So this time we even had to rent porta potties for the beach, which we've never had to do before. But that's probably because we're staying between we're leaving at 7:15 and we're there till 11. So it'll be the evening session on the beach under the stars, ideally, if it doesn't rain, and hopefully it won't. So far so good. This what we're going to be doing during the beach event is it's a beach meditation journey and an activation. This is where one of the 2 planetary grid activations will be coming in. We'll be having technique 5A and 5B. And 5A is pretty long, and I believe they want me to have that typeset for you too, even if sometimes they'll run those journeys live, but they will have some version of that. And I don't know if I'll have a typeset by that time, because it was several pages long in longhand. But it's called Sanctuary Island and the Temple of Lightning, Journey to the Deity Plains. And that's part 4 of Releasing the Cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. And technique 5B is called Receiving the Spark of Aya, Cracking the Vabatum Carbon Crystal. And that's part 5 of Releasing the Cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. And during that part, 5B, we'll receive the planetary Ea activation transmission 1 through the planetary grids. Now we'll learn more about what these words mean and what they have to do with the other parts of anatomy and things that we are already aware of. But most of that, the more detailed technicals, will come in on Sunday evening, because that will give me time they've been giving me pieces of this for over 2.5 weeks, but nothing is finished. It's all in longhand notes to give me information, but nothing that can be typeset yet. So I have to go through this and pull the sequence of graphs and information and new words and all of that. But when we get to Sunday, they have it listed. So after the beach, after 11 o'clock, then it's free time to do what you'd like to do. Then then Sunday, May 29th, and Sunday/Monday, May 30th, because we're going to be running late hours. Now during this day, we're having a little bit of early hours first. We have 12 noon till 2 p.m. This is where it's just a shorter session, but session 2, and that's called Air Command and the Adept Mind, Air Virtues of Calais, 7 yeah, I have to pronounce these things, Deity Seals, and Air Disciplines of the Adept Mind, Awakening the Adept Mind. And that's going to be in this room, too, the North Ballroom. That session will include techniques 6A and 6B. 6A is the 7 seals of Castellet, initiating the deity flows. Technique 6B is igniting the Castilla deity flame within the Ea silver seed crystal. So this is the first time I've read these out loud, so pardon me if I'm a little slow. All right, so we'll go from 12 to 2 on that one. Then from 2 to 5 p.m., we've got what we're just referring to as it's a small like little Azurite Bazaar and Art Expo, which we're going to try to grow actually for people in the group that have arts or crafts or various things that they would like to have like set up a table and just have, because a lot of times Sunday during the day is when it's like free roam because I'm in transmission all day before I come down for later Sunday evening. So we were trying to put something in that would be fun for the group in general, and also possibly profitable for people that do set up, that do sell their wares or whatever that are related. It has to be compatible, with the work, of course, and with the philosophies that we represent. But we're just beginning that, and I think there's only like 3 or 4 people that I've heard are interested in doing that at this time. But we later would hope to see that this could build into like a serious like art exposition and that kind of thing, and possibly with some other things added to it, depending on how it goes, but with a focus on not just where it's making various things from the people who come to the workshops available to people in the workshops, but also it will be held in the foyer, so anybody walking through that's in general hotel space will also have opportunity to see those things. So eventually we'd like to see it grow into something that would be larger, with almost like a small expo that would give something fun and interesting and educational for people while they are waiting for me to get done with the transmissions that come in on Sunday for Sunday evening. So we're just beginning that. I don't know what it's going to look like or who's coming to display what, but we'll start that, and that's from 2 to 5 p.m. On Sunday. From 6:30 to 8 p.m., again, there's a buffet dinner in the Ballroom South, and I think that's that room over there, as I said. 7:45 p.m., there's a Aurora Earth Christic Concepts presentation in this room. From 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., there's Aurora Earth Women's Health Issues in this room. So they're compatible programs with our programs, and Aurora Earth is kind of like it's not a part of AP, but we work together. So those things are happening then. Now I will come in, Nason and I will come in for session 3, the final session, and this one's going to be where most of the heavier technicals and the graphology and all of that are coming in. The session will run hopefully from 10:30 to 4:30 a.m., 10:30 p.m. to 4:30 a.m., with probably a break, coffee break or whatever in there. Session 3 is titled Return of the Sacred Butterfly, The Ultimate Desire and the Greatest Suffering, Organic and Inorganic Conception and Fetal Integration, and the deification and mortification of the physical vessel. And it's about body, mind, spirit, karma, and identity. In this one, there's going to be a ton of information. We're going to go back and look at the fetal integration process. We're also going to look at the conception process that occurs before fetal integration occurs. And we are going to be exploring what takes place with the mutation and what's not supposed to, what takes place in organic conception and fetal integration, what takes place in the mutated version of conception and fetal integration that we, our contemporary humans, go through now, and what that has to do with some words you may have heard before in relation to some of the Eastern philosophies. I believe some Buddhism uses some of these terms, but particularly Taoism refers to some of these terms, and one is called the Day, which is the T-E, it's spelled T-E, but it's pronounced Day, and the other is called the Qi. Now, we've used the word qi in very specific ways having to do with prana in the more detailed information that we have taught. But the Taoism is built on a quite amazing philosophy, actually, that there's a lot of very, very compatible with the Mahayana teachings, information in. But the way the words day and day and chi are used are a bit different from how we use the word chi, and the day is spelled different than when you see the day in the deity information that we're talking about. So we're going to find out what are they referring to as the day, and what are they referring to as the chi in relation to what we know about life force currents and those kind of things. And through that, we will find out that neither of those are negative things. They use the day to refer to what we might say as, if you have the Aya, the entire consciousness field of God source, and then you have a little spark of it, right? That is how they're referring to the day. Would be a little spark of the Tao, which is the word they're using for the entire, God source cosmos. And we're going to find out that day is also supposed to be connected to something else that it's no longer connected to at this time because of the mutation. And we're going to find out that that does something with the chi, or what they're referring to as the life force energies, that depletes them from what they would naturally be. So through all of this, we'll learn more about what are called the deity currents. We'll learn about the deity fields and the deity planes. And these connect with, this is like the beginning of beginning to understand when we get to the India trip, what we're really dealing with in elemental field here, and what the religions such as Hinduism are built upon with their many, many deities. What are the deity planes compared to the deity planes, and these kind of things, and what does that word have to do with us as descendants of angelic humans? And so we will look at all of those things in a more technical way, and in so doing, we'll be able to find a little bit more understanding about what the words that we've used in techniques before, like the Aya, and what they mean, why they are important, and why it is important to get that particular frequency turned back on in our bodies. We'll learn also about the difference, and we've talked about this before in relation to the light body. We've talked about the difference between the traditional Asian yin-yang flows, which are the equal and opposite forces of yin and yang, and the organic Christic union flows, and we will look at those again. Because right now, when there are many, many masters of Qi on the planet, and they've looked like Tai Chi masters and Tao masters and that kind of thing, they know how to really use this energy through an energy center called the Dantian, and they can generate amazing power and also amazing insight through working with these things. So we'll see some of what the energies that they are using are not bad energies or negative. They could actually be stronger if they were connected to the rest of the currents that are currently being blocked. But what is interesting is the beloveds had me study just a little bit of the philosophies that went with Tai Chi and those kind of things to see what that was about. And what I noticed first was the energy structures they were showing are what we refer to as the poison apple energy field, which is the one generated from the yin-yang distortion. Everything in the philosophy is built upon an understanding of yin and yang, and those two together create qi. So it is not saying that the qi energy is negative. The yin and yang are distortions of the types of flow fields that are supposed to be the yan yun, or the yan yun A, which is the butterfly shape. This is where we're getting into the sacred butterfly, again, turning on these currents. We've done them in the light body before, but we have not got to the point, because we didn't have the frequencies available on the planet to this point, where we could actually go into something called the Vabatum cell that is in the base of the tailbone that is connected to the Vabati cell that we have talked about. But the Vabatum is actually a crystallized pre-carbon crystallization that is actually holding the yin-yang configuration into the atomic body. So we're dealing with the atomic body levels now. We've cleared the yin-yang and its related mess of the Metatronic, Death Star, Merkaba, and all those things that are related to it. We've cleared it out of the light body and restored spirit body flows. Now it's time to bring that clearing as fully into the physical body as we can. When we do this through through the series of techniques that each are activations, it will reawaken a center in the body that is connected to the Dantian that they use in Tai Chi, but it is larger than that. And that is the energy that was, I have to look at the word again, it's the one that began with K, the Castilla. All right, the Castilla Center. We are going to, by the end of this workshop, have this particular center where it is actually a healing and expansion of the Dantian energy into the sacred butterfly flows of the Yan Yunei. And this begins a process. We were going to be using also what is referred to as working with these flows on the air command. Now that means that when we talk about the virtues that we talked about in the last workshop, the 12 virtues, and 3 of those virtues went with air command, 3 went with fire, 3 went with water, 3 went with earth, and all of them went with ether. In this workshop, we're going to look again at the virtues that go with air command and the corresponding disciplines of mind, or the air disciplines that would go with them. And they are numbers 3, 7, and 11 as far as the virtues, and they will give us some information on their corresponding disciplines, which they're referring to as the disciplines of adept mind. So I know nothing about that section yet. I just know we'll be using those particular codes from the virtues that, thanks to Sue, have been beautifully colored. So we have at least those in code 13 that are actually in color now with the core flows that they gave. Yeah, and by the end of the Sliders course, we will have, Sliders 12, we will have all of them done, if not before, in their home colors. And the colors are interesting because it involves what is their main color. Like if it's 1, it would be associated with dimension 1, which would be either red or pink if you're doing the pastel heliotalics. And its adjugate, which would be 7, which would be violet. And then there's something called the trine, which would be the one in the middle point between those two. And that's the color basis for those. That's what they showed me is why those 3 colors had to be used for each of them. And each have their own trine color system. So that's where they started with those. I have no idea if there's going to be codes that they're going to give. I really hope not, with all the typesetting that has to be done already. And diagrams that still have to be drawn to show where these energy centers are in the body. If they give me codes for the disciplines this time, this is going to I'm just going to be, I'm going to need 3 of me at least. So I'm not sure how they're going to handle bringing in the introduction to the disciplines of air command, but those disciplines are meant to be focused toward the mind disciplines of an adept, and probably involve some type of techniques that aren't on the activation technique set of maybe contemplative ones or whatever to do with your mind. That's the feel I get on it. They haven't showed me what they are yet. So they will be coming through as well. And that information most of this will come through the session 3. A little bit might come as far as the virtues, and working with a bit of the virtues and the disciplines of mind. That might come in the session 2 on Saturday, but session 3 is going to be the bulk of the heavier technicals that explain more of how all these parts fit together, why they're important, what it has to do with fetal integration, and why it is a victory when we get to the point where we can finish Technique 8 that will allow something to happen within our physical bodies that has not been able to happen thus far. And it has to do with what occurred between the conception point of our embryo, or our zygote to embryo, and then the fetal integration point into the fetal pattern, and where the mutation has made quite a mess of that, and where we can actually begin. It's almost a different level of, almost like the beginning of biological rebirthing, not just on the levels of the light body or the other levels of consciousness, but right into the telluric body, the D2 physical body that we walk around in. Sorry. So when we get to this session 3, and again, it's the return of the sacred butterfly, the ultimate desire, and the greatest suffering, and organic and inorganic conception, fetal integration, and the deification and mortification of the physical vessel. There's several techniques, not several, but a few techniques that are the finishing techniques with this. We have technique 7A. It's called Return of the Aya, freeing the day, that TE word that's used in relation to Taoism, and reclaiming the I, spelled EHY, which you'll have to see what those parts are when we get into the technicals, right? For Aya silver seed crystal activation, and technique 7B is return of the Yan Yunei, freeing the qi and releasing the core yin-yang distortion encryption to restore deity yang-yin flows within the Aya silver seed crystal and Vibatum carbon crystal. And then technique 8, the final one, is return of the Yasefa air command, sacred butterfly transfiguration 1, seat of the Castile air command activation, and spreading the wings of the adept mind. And during that last one, we'll also receive the planetary Aya activation transmission 2, which that is the second planetary grid activation that's going to happen. So, with all these new words flying around again, deities, we think of the ancient adept secrets. The ancient adept secrets, the reason I just put that as a small title for the orientation, often I just call it orientation or disorientation, as the case may be. At least this time, we actually have an idea of what we're going to be teaching for the workshop, so that's a good start. But the ancient adept secrets have to do with the secrets of the Tao and the Day and the Qi and the philosophies of Taoism, also some of which cross over into various strains of Buddhism and those kind of things. And there are many energy masters. That's where you hear about, like, all of the martial arts things comes out of those philosophies where people are learning to use energy. They are learning to run energy. They're learning to master energy as it moves through their bodies and through their minds. And sometimes it's used just for, like, self-defense and those kind of things in a lot of the martial arts. But there is a particular, and I think I'm going to bring a book or two to show you, a particular, I believe he's a Tao master, and a Tai Chi master, and his name is Master Wei-Sun Liao, that someone introduced me to his work not too long ago, and the beloved said, read that. Because he gives a very good and clear understanding of what the core of those philosophies are really about, where it's not about fighting so much as about healing. And he has one book called Tao, T-A-O, The Way of God. It is really, really beautifully written. And even though they're still, the philosophy itself still bases everything on the yin-yang, we realize that there's a larger portion of that. So that there's a lot of benefit that can be taken from reading this particular Tai Chi master's work, just from the way he looks at things. So I may just, bring those in to show things and maybe even highlight a couple things. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it that way. But it is nice to know that there is something that we can recommend, that, not that you have to go out and learn Tai Chi, but some of the worldview and the way he makes looking at the energies, like, simplified but very practical, I found very, very helpful. And he's very much in the right spirit of things, and it translates quite well, the philosophy translates quite well into the Christic philosophy that the beloveds have shared with us. And the only thing that differs a bit are the fact that it's built on, that the methodology is built on the yin-yang and those balancing of those forces. So I'm really hoping that at some point, if it would be lovely to ever be able to speak to the man and just talk to him about the things that we'll be learning, in this workshop and probably in the next 2 workshops. We'll be learning aspects of this and learning to use, to more directly use not only our qi, but our deity currents, because the qi will eventually become part of the deity currents. It was meant to be part of the deity currents, and it needs just to be reintegrated. And the day, that little TE spark of God source, you might want to call it, as they do in Taoism, that is part of something larger. That is part of what we're referring to is the Aya, and that is the silver seed crystal. When we get to the point, if the beloveds ever get to the point of writing the book, the 2012 Silver Seed book, it's like, sure, it'll be 2012, right? This is what it is, this silver seed crystal that holds what they refer to as the Aya, or the Aya flame consciousness, that they're referring to in that title of the Orb Whispers and the Silver Seed Awakening. This is going to happen, not just, we're beginning it here, but by beginning this process within our bodies, which we'll learn more about what that means. And I can feel there's a big, oh wow, to this that they haven't told me yet, that has to do with not just like usual activations as usual, that there's something that this has to do with what is happening in the planetary mechanics as well as we go through the December 21st, 2012 period. And because we are activating these things within our body, we'll be ready for that period, and it will allow us to do something. And it's like the mysterious something. I don't know if we'll learn about it in this workshop or not, but it will allow us to be able to do what the ancient angelic humans were originally able to do in relation to the planetary grids. And that had to do with transmuting, literally, where their own bodies, just by the process of breatharian breathing, were able to transmute the elemental field and bring it into the deity planes. And it was also able to set free things that got trapped in the elemental field, such as bodies that were not cremated and the body didn't release, and their bodies went back to dust. The consciousness of beings that have been buried on this planet or just died and not released their body cells, they are trapped in fragmented form within the elemental kingdom. And once our bodies become deified, and that's the process of these deity currents opening in our bodies, the process of our being here will open our bodies to be able to transmute that without causing any harm to ourselves. In fact, it helps ourselves as we help the field. But it will begin the process where we can start helping to set free the millions and millions of years at this point of dead things that never got out of the earth grids. In doing so, it also helps the earth grids themselves to lighten up, to enlighten. There's one thing in the, let me see which technique it was. It's the journey, I believe, on the beach, the Temple of Lightning. This is going to be interesting. Because the processes that we're beginning the process of making our bodies able to do, of actually lightening the burden of the earth and of the things that have become stuck here just by having these currents activated in our body, that the lightning and the lightning in that journey are kind of, that one's a small one that we go through ourselves in the journey, but we will be able to become, just this being on the planet, our presence will assist in that process. And there's something else that will assist in too, that I'm not sure what it is, that has to do with the success, with the potential success of the December 2012 events. And I do think it's quite important, because if that isn't successful, we all won't be worrying about much of anything by December 22nd of 2012, right? We'll all be beamed up somewhere really quick, but it doesn't look like it's going to go that way at all. The beloveds have much confidence in our ability, even though we're a small group of people, we're running a big amount of frequency. And when we move into this, we'll be speaking about the ultimate desire and what desire is about, and what desire on a conscious, mind level would be about, and about how we have small desires and then large desires, and what the ultimate desire is. And through that ultimate desire, all other desires can actually be filled. But it's because of the ultimate desire. And the thing is that if that is where you choose to be coming from, it will allow certain frequencies in your body to open that will begin the process of deification of the body. And eventually that would mean, it has to do with our luminary bodies too, they haven't showed me exactly how, but it will allow at some point where it's not that we will have to go to the deity planes so much as we open them right here where we are. So it's also about teaching about the now, not just about the where we were and where we want to go, but that all those things are here right now in the now moment, because time, linear time, is just an illusion created by the mechanics, the energy mechanics of the cosmos and our own bodies. So they're going to teach us some things about opening more and more into the reality of the now moment, into our true identity, our true eternal identity, and those kind of things. So I can feel the frequency behind this workshop, and it started to come in literally like 2, maybe even 2.5 weeks ago, bits and pieces of it. And there'll be like, 20-page scribbles on that one text, because they're coming through in text, or they have me go to sleep. Text downloads, I can see it in Anahazi or whatever in my head, and then get up and write it down until my hand's ready to fall off, and then another and another. But it's not written in a way yet that it can be like typed up or typeset. They're like doing shorthand and jumping all over the place to teach me certain things, so then they can fine-tune it for the workshop to show me what things. So eventually those texts may end up in the the 2012 book. I'm not sure. But this is what my last couple of weeks have been like, and it's been good. I love it. The fact that they actually gave me information before I had to show up at orientation. Because a lot of times it's like, hi, this is a disorientation. I have no idea whatsoever what we're teaching, but we'll know something by tomorrow. At least now we do have an idea of what. Did we ever get the Mylars for these? Okay, we can just put them up. Yeah, you can just put page 1 up. Yeah, just so you see that you can see some of the spellings of the words. Right. So I just shared with you pretty much all I know about what we're going to be learning, but at least we know something now. And we also have, we'll try to do our best, as usual, to keep with the time frames that are given as far as when my sessions, me and Asan sessions, actually occur. The other schedule pretty much stays to schedule. It's only our session that sometimes goes on guardian time and you never know what it's going to do. Hopefully it won't be one of those. There's at least a couple new diagrams that have to do with showing where certain energy centers are in the body, so we know what we're working with when we're working with them. And I've got parts of them in rough form. So there's a lot to do between once we leave here. The next time I will come in. It will be at 3 tomorrow. You have other things you can do, but we'll be in at 3. And I have to have at least the 4 techniques done, and at least enough graphology to help us all understand what those words are, that go with all of these techniques, because all of the techniques have words that, like the deity and the deity fields and the deity planes. So there's obviously going to be some kind of graph material that has to go with them. So it's going to be a long evening for me. So what's that?
Announcements about what's going on.
Okay. What are we doing? Oh, okay. That's not too bad, actually. So this is what we've learned so far about the information. I am excited about this information because finally it has bothered me for quite a while that we had to expose the whole Metatronic thing, because that exposed a whole bunch of philosophies and people in the New Age movement and those kind of things out there, as far as they decided they didn't want this information because it was picking on them. It wasn't picking on them, it was just showing where certain teachings were causing harm. I never liked having to be the whistleblower on that. That always really it was very hard to deal with. It still is, really. I'd like to focus on the positives and ignore the negatives as much as possible, but the Beloveds have told us for a long time, ignoring the negatives is the worst form of denial that there actually is, and you're not going to fix something as long as you continue to deny it exists. So that's why they showed us. But this time, as we're moving into understanding a bit more about the Qi and the Day, and like how the connection to Taoism and Buddhism and things, we're starting to see more and more where there are still compatibilities between some of the philosophies that are out there, just because the teachings of Thoth in whatever version they come out in are not, because they are directly teaching the Death Star Merkaba mechanics of the fall. There are still, and even pieces, all right, Taoism is using the yin-yang, but that can be healed and expanded to what it was supposed to be, which was the yan-yun, which is the butterfly flows and those kind of things. So by the time we get to understanding where the pieces, we've understood a bit about where Buddhism is compatible and where it's not, but where it is as well. We've understood bits about Christianity and where that's compatible, where it is, where it's not. Even way back, I think it was in Morocco, we started to understand where some of the things, like the name Allah and those things, they had to do with certain mechanics of the original core sparks and those kind of things. So we've been seeing little pieces of where all of these religions, once upon a time, were part of the same sacred understanding and sacred texts. By the time we go to India, we'll be dealing more with the stuff we're just going to begin learning that has to do with fragment consciousness and it rearranging itself into identities of various forms, and how this has to do with the more plural god systems, such as the one that Hinduism uses, and also the ones that were used in ancient Greece and some of those kind of things. So we're seeing little parts of where salvaging the sacred, where you can see where some of those things that are sacred to people who aren't on this path are also, it's really all the same path. And in truth, we're all attempting to serve the same God. The majority of people are not trying to serve an anti-Christian God. They are just trying to serve the right one, whatever that is. be it, whatever religion you're from. And the more we can bring that understanding into our hearts, it doesn't mean we have to agree with everything they say. They don't have to agree with everything we say. But the more we can recognize, and they're going to help us do this, to expand our minds into the adept mind, where you go beyond the right and wrong of things, even though there is, depending on what your objective is, it either takes you toward it or away from it. You can look at right and wrong that way. If ascension, real ascension is what you're looking for, there are certain things that work and certain things that take you away from that path. But it's more than the right and wrong. There's a place beyond that where it is all okay. And there's a way of moving with yourself and your own feelings inside, where you honor your own path, but you also can make peace with honoring the path of others and letting that be all right. So they're moving us toward these expansions of consciousness where you just feel it differently. You don't feel so much the trauma of the polarity, and you realize the polarity is a part of the way the universe is working. And you can say that it's organic in the sense that God Source allowed for the potential of it. It wasn't an original plan to have an anti-Christic stand against the will of God Source type of system. But in the original Christic eternal plan, the potentiality for exploring that was allowed. So when it gets to, if we're reaching for a greater state of God consciousness within ourselves, we get to a point where it's not about pointing fingers of who's right and who's wrong, or holding on to fear in relation to those things. So we will be progressively, sometimes in this workshop we'll probably touch on some of that, but we'll be being moved progressively toward those levels of peace, making peace with just ideas, and turning more, as they would in Tai Chi, turning more into the core feeling. They call it feeling, but we would call it direct cognition, that comes from your life force energy itself, and relying less on the mind, but not tuning the mind out completely, because a lot of those Asian philosophies just, it's of the mind, it's lower level, it's not good, don't worry about it, focus on the feeling, the emotion, yeah, right. That's why, you need your mind to integrate too. We've talked about that for ages, that we do need to integrate the D3 level of the consciousness as well. So we'll be moving through, the negative versus positive ego will be one of the things that we'll talk about, because it's very, very connected to the energy systems we're going to be exploring in this workshop when it comes into that core yin-yang polarity that is literally manifesting on a physical level in the body. It's not just physical, it creates levels of mind. It's because that we have a subconscious mind. We wouldn't have a subconscious mind if it weren't for that distortion. So that it's through that we have this negative ego that works through the subconscious, that actually tries to, this is where you get addiction behaviors and impulses that even your conscious mind goes, what is wrong with me? Or emotions that come up in just logical form, the biological elemental form. They also leave the openings upon which other things can attach, other things of common resonance. That's where you get the potentiality of possessions or of other of your own incarnates in even though it's simultaneous incarnation in different space-time locations, where they can latch in, where normally you wouldn't have to process the karma that was being processed in the other. So all of these things are connected, and we will be talking about various parts of them as we proceed through the workshop. And what it's all meant to do is get us, again, one step closer, each step closer, to that cognition and feeling of at one with God Source, and to reclaim our own organic powers as angelic humans, of the descendants of angelic humans. And we're going to talk about a little bit too. Yeah, they're saying the angelic human purpose for the creation of the angelic human was actually, the ones that were put on earth, the Tyrannium 2, was to actually assist the lost souls of Terra, to actually help bring them out of their embedding in the elemental field, so that they could reassemble in the deity planes and those kind of things. And that is the ability we're going to progressively turn back on in our physical bodies, so we can begin that transmutation for them, to help the planet, help ourselves, and help the other souls of our ancestors and the ancestors of animals and all of those things that have met demise and not become free when they were here before. So I think that's all I have to say tonight on this, other than the fact I'm still really hungry and going to really have to go to get a quick dinner somewhere and then get back to work. And there's a couple of things that Isan would like to mention here.
Well, just the announcements part that we usually have to incorporate. Okay, right after this, those people who are looking forward to level 1 and 2 ordinations tomorrow, so right after this, they need to attend the Emerald and Amethyst Awakening as we close this session. Then tomorrow morning, and there's a sharp note to remember to say at 11 sharp, level 1 and 2 ordinations will be conducted. And the reason for sharp is because there's a busy schedule tomorrow and a lot of things right behind it. So if you don't keep time, then you kind of been a little bit disrespectful to other people. Beginner's orientation for people who at workshop for the first time is being offered tomorrow at 10 a.m. That's before the ordinations, just outside this area, just outside there by the entrance. So that's all to say. Melissa Fassman, if you're here, I've got something very helpful for the research project you're doing on human trafficking that I need to share with you. Richard, your disk is here. And gentlemen, do you have the flash drive with the colored codes? Where is it? Who?
I got it back here.
Okay, you haven't sold it yet then? Cool. Good man, you hang on to it. I'll give you a high price, okay? Lovely to see you all, as always. We love you to bits. I hope you know that. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, anybody there? The usual introduction. Apologies for being a little late. But we're here. Now, we're going to get busy all of a sudden. I believe that Mac has let you know that I need to get through what I've been asked to get through as decently as conducive to time saving. And then have you come back in here before we load the buses. Are the buses due to leave at 7:15? Yeah. So if you can get as close to 7:15, I will try and get you out of here by or before 5:30. I don't know whether I can because what we're about to do together, all of us for the first time, is going to be interesting and possibly a little challenging. Before I get to that, oh, and there's one other thing too. We have to get into a Shadra tonight. And I don't know how many people were here at the April workshop, but we're going to use exactly the same model. I need the same helpers, which will be T help me, Lonnie help me, and Curry helped. Okay, guys? We're going to do exactly the same thing again, the same way we did it before, and we'll number off, just starting from the front, so we get the first 48 group to come to be my circle, one to go with T, one to go with Lonnie, and one to go with Curry, okay? And they will direct you in the setup because it'll be, the sun will be going down. We're not to make any amount of noise. That's been quite a deal for Darlene to get the permit for this during the turtle season, very sensitive. And flashing lights and flashlights and whatnot, that's not cool either, so it's going to be a bit challenging to get you guys set up, so at least I can get you numbered off now, and that will save us the time and the effort when we get to the beach, maybe with a little bit of light before we lose light completely. Okay, we will do that before we go to dinner. Now then, most of you did catch up this morning and a refresh. All right, if had I been here this morning, or I'd been able to be, I would have just shared a couple of things with you in relation to the kind of things that Asher and I have shared with each other when working with the Yumizun, Virtue 13 in particular. And I'll just do these real quick. There's an amusing story to finish with too, I guess. Okay, first of all, slow is best. And you'll find, particularly when you're working with it in the earlier stages, there'll be a tendency for the pace to want to quicken, okay? And just grow accustomed to regulating the way that you're actually utilizing the 4 points of connection and slow it down, right? You'll find it'll pick up, then just bring it back again, all right? No one's an expert until they've practiced a little bit, so just know that we've gone through these things and we've discovered them ourselves. Another is that when you begin to engage with the code, you may experience certain visual phenomenon. Both of us have actually experienced light halos occurring around the eye in the very center. But I think more commonly what I want to do is to reassure you that if you feel moved to utilize a duotone or a tritone as opposed to a monotone, or if you find yourself creating a melody as a result of the interaction, let it be, because that is appropriate. That's exactly how it needs to be for you in the moment. And you'll find that no two sessions will ever be the same. Okay? And just don't worry about it. Just respond. Just engage. And the code will help you. It'll encourage you in what you need to do. Now, what I found particularly helpful and interesting was that I was encouraged to think about going into full meditation immediately after the 12, 13, 14-minute period of the four-way interaction. And I was directed to concentrate very strongly on the breath and silent breathing in the meditation, on anchoring at the pineal and the azare. And that somehow seemed very significant, though I didn't understand. Well, that's possibly not true. But I didn't completely understand why I was being encouraged to do that. But two things occurred. In the second week, I started to get some narrative about what was actually occurring in terms of the karmic resolution, the miasmic component. And I was given focus, first of all, on 144. Forget about the rest, okay? Focus on the 144. And that was the form of the meditation that went on then for possibly a week's worth, all right? And then I started to get information about what percentage was clearing out of that 144, and that there'd be a point in which it would be fruitless to continue to work that group, and that when I was directed to switch my attention to 1728, I would know, and I did, and I went on into that and carried on, and for about 2 more weeks, that was the target area, working from the spruced 144 grouping, and no, I'm not going to tell you what percentage I finished out with, but I was satisfied, that's all I say, but not pure. And so we're currently in a longer process now of hitting the 20,000 some. 736, and I haven't been given any information about the percentage, and that's the one that really fascinates me. You know, anything over 50% will do. I'm joking with you. I expect something a little bit more than that. Now, another very interesting thing happened, and I'll tell you first that my interpretation was that when I started to see this happening, if you look, and we have a diagram that I got during a meditation about the chakra locations, and we're going to incorporate in a technique, I think. But if you look at it from the side, where you have the stem, and it comes out, and up over, and off, it's rather reminiscent of some of the pre-ancient or ancient military headwear, right? Well, that's not really the point I'm about to make, but which is, well, I just thought, how strange. Maybe there's some mumbo-jumbo connected with the Romans that goes, if you got feathers going across the top of your head like this, you got divine protection. I don't know. It's possible. For some of the research in the background of the book, I mean, I really do believe any of that's possible. But no, the point I want to make is that Ash and I was talking to her about a phenomenon that I'd noticed, and she said, sure. And it was that I was getting a rotational effect. In other words, there were 2 core codes flying around my head. And I went to something very literal, which I tend to do more than she does. She's a bit more inspired in explaining some of these things. I thought that I was seeing my luminary body, spinning it one way, and that me in the physical moment of awareness was spinning it the other way, but anyway it was happening because I could see it. And Asha said, no. She said, they actually split. And I said, what do you mean, kind of like replication? She said, yeah, more or less. So a point will come if you start to get an experience that you have 2 of these things flying around, right? Don't be alarmed and don't try and stop it. And the only reason why I've shared this with you is that if you do start to get that and we don't share with you that is a reality that you can experience, don't interfere with it. It seems a good thing. Okay. Oh, and then finally, before we get down to work. So I think it was the second session. There I was, busily bringing myself back to the breath, tension, everything right. Okay, anchoring, cool. And all of a sudden, and oh, by the way, I have a meditation couch thing, which is on the south-north axis, so my head's in the right place now, right up against the window at Machiavelli. And I'm underway, and I'm feeling myself going, and I'm going, and I'm like, yeah, this is really cool. And all of a sudden, zzzz, and it kind of goes, poof. And I collected myself, and I'm trying to bring everything back to where it needs to be. And I'm going, beloveds, if this really is what I believe it really is, then really, shouldn't it? Just keep on breathing, keep on breathing. So, fine, get in there. Going deep, going deep, going deep. Get it all back in. Right, I'm going, beloveds, that's really, I think it's working now, I think it's working now. I don't know what time it was and how far out I was or anything, but then, so having got used to it, I did it all over again, and nothing more. I completed the meditation, got up from the couch that I use. Where are you? I swear on the life of every one of my 3 children that there was not a hornet in that room anywhere. I covered every square centimeter of the glasswork in the windows, both sides. I checked the fireplace. I looked up the chimney. I went behind the sofa. It had to be somewhere, but it wasn't anywhere. And I thought, this could be a symbol, a physical representation of how you transmute shit that you don't want. And I was even allowed to share it seriously, and nobody laughed then. It seemed to be seriously possible. Okay, thank you for your patience in indulging me in that. Now then, we have 40-some, I think, or more steps to perform here. 43. And before I begin, I think it's probably wise just to say that, and Ash was expressly anxious that I would remember to do this. During the course of the 43 steps, we move through 15 different positions of the anatomy, almost all of which we refer to as chakras. They're all significant anatomical locations. Can I presume that everyone understands where all of the standard 7 chakra locations are? Okay, cool. And then we have the Azare. And then we have the Caronatus seal. Then we have the Ra center, which is a little bit below that. Then we have 2 new ones, which are squashed in between the Caronatus and the Ra, and our Umbi, which more or less we can describe it sometimes as where the hip bones are, draw a line across just below the navel. We have 2 new ones called the Dantian, which is immediately below the Iumbi. Yeah, so we go Caronatus, Iumbi, well down, below the navel, sorry. The Dantian, the day point, are under those. Sorry. No, actually, this is a contradiction here, I'm sorry. Right, navel, we've got the Ra. Okay, 1 inch below the navel, she's saying here in what I wrote down, is the Dantian. Then the Castile, that's the day center. And then we have the Iumbi. So basically, between the Caronatus and the Ra, and the Iumbi down here, we have the Dantian, and we have the day, the 2 new points, okay? So all these things are kind of coming up a little bit tightly together, but as long as you know the space in your body that you're looking into when we come to them, I just wanted to make that clear to you. Then the etheric duct, which as we all know is at the very tip of the tailbone. And for people who are with us for the first time, the orb reservoir, which was simply visualized down in Earth's core, all right? So now we should all be up together, and if I can start the technique, we'll go. Everybody okay? Yes, the note I wrote down as I was rushing out the door is the dantian is approximately 1 inch below the navel. The day is under that. In other words, below it. We're moving. Pardon? The yumbi is under the day, and the dantian is above the day.
And then there's the navel.
Yeah.
Wait, Ason,
Yes.
tell us where we're going. Tornadoes from
I will try. I will try. Look, I bothered to write it down quickly because you see, part of what, remember, look, the ink is still wet. And we've both seen this completely for the first time. So, I'll apologize if you want me to, but listen up. The thing is that what's confusing is that I'm looking at a list of the chakras that we're going to work with. This list of chakras follows the sequence of the technique. What I'm looking at that. On this piece of paper is where the locations of the two new positions are, and they don't follow the sequence of the technique, which is a different thing entirely, right? The technique moves us up and down and in and out of the body in certain ways at certain points. This little thing here that I wrote out quickly tells me navel plus approximately 1 inch, find below it dantian. Immediately below that, the castella, or the day, and under that is the yumbi. And that's the sequence, all right? So between those 2 points, you're going to have the two new positions. Okay, can I go on? Please. I'm sorry, I can't hear. Yes, yumbi after the day. Okay. This is not technique yet, this is introduction. Are you ready? This piece is entitled The Seat of Castille, the Day Force, Airbenders, and the Dantian. The Seat of Castille, also known as the Day Point, or simply as the Day, is an organic energy center within human anatomy that serves as a storehouse and generator station for the day elemental life force energies, which concern the D2 telluric, Da, and the D1 etheric, A. These serve as the innate intelligence and consciousness within all atomic and subatomic form and structure. Within the human body, the day force represents the elemental atomic molecular cellular consciousness, often referred to as the body consciousness, which governs all autonomic processes of the physical body form. In original Dea field angelic human silica-based anatomy, the day point was fully active and played a key role in the processes of biological hydrolase conversion and solar symbiosis by and through which the breatharian angelic human form functioned. The day point served as an internal energy station through which the eternal Deyati elemental life force currents and consciousness were synthesized, amplified, and stored, and through which the Deyati life force currents could be consciously utilized and directed within the co-creative processes of Christic elemental command. The day point and the life force energies inherent to this center were directly associated with the branch of Christic Mashahanic elemental command known as the Yasefa air command, or the airbenders. The angelic human airbenders of pre-ancient times were considered the quote-unquote headmasters of the elemental command ground force, and in parens, even though the 4 branches of the Mashahanic elemental command are all equal and possess equal powers. And this because of their direct association, that's to say the so-called headmaster role, because of their direct association, co-creative relationship with the day force, through which all of the other elemental life force energies must flow to achieve expression in physical, atomic, etheric, telluric form. The day point of the pre-ancient angelic human earth stewards was highly developed, as were their abilities to command, that's to say directly and consciously co-create with, all 5 of the elemental forces, earth, crystal, water, fire, ether, and air, through their mastery or skill in applications of the air command. Only the adepts of air command could fully direct the elemental life force energies of the 4 other forces in regard to physical atomic expression, due to their skills of co-creatively managing the Dea T-force through their embodied Day point energy center. In contemporary or mortified mortal earth-human carbon-based anatomy, the pre-ancient Day point still exists, but it remains primarily dormant, with only a small portion of its original energies and powers still manifest in active operation. In the contemporary human, the portion of the Day point that remains active is often referred to as the Dian Tian energy center, which is viewed as the center of life force energies within many of the ancient mystery schools. Its current state, the Dantian portion of the Day point, serves as the seat through which the smaller currents of the Qi elemental life force direct the autonomic functions of the physical body and consciousness, and with specialized training, the elemental Qi force can be consciously harnessed, amplified, and directed through the physical body for, quotes, lesser feats of more localized elemental command, such as demonstrated in ancient arts like Tai Chi and various other martial arts applications. The Dantian Center alone cannot fully run nor synthesize the full spectrum deity elemental life force once utilized by the pre-ancient Dea field angelic human anatomy, but the potentials of the contemporary Dantian power center can be progressively expanded through the sacred deification process by which the currently mortified human biology and consciousness can progressively achieve reverse mutation to reclaim the dormant potentials of the pre-ancient angelic human deity airbenders. All techniques featured within this May 2011 Sliders 10 workshop and within the MCO workshops to come, all of the techniques share the common purpose of progressively healing the human biology and consciousness to reclaim its pre-ancient angelic human heritage through the sacred deification process. All techniques featured in past MCO workshops, 1999 through 2011, have shared the common purpose of methodically and progressively healing and preparing the human body consciousness multidimensional anatomy to engage this sacred deification process. Techniques introduced in Sliders 10 Adept Mental Body Training Workshop serve the purpose of engaging level 1 of the physical atomic deification process. This process begins with bringing the pre-ancient seat of Castile Day point out of dormancy and reintegrating its potentialities as those held by the contemporary Dantian energy center, following which the potentials of the Dantian and Qi force can be progressively expanded to access, synthesize, and flow the powerful Deity eternal element light force. And there's a footnote here just confirming the Dantian Energy Center of Contemporary Human Biology is primarily, and this thing moves around, I understand, stationed in a position within the physical and etheric body that is approximately 1 inch below the physical navel. This position can vary from person to person, and the position of the Dantian Center can move or be moved during certain energy command applications. The center point of the dormant seat of Castile Day point is stationed slightly below the center point of the Dantian and above the embodied density flame point known as the Iumbi, the bit between the center point between the top of the hip bones. In this Sliders 10 workshop, we will be using both the Day point and the Dantian center along with numerous other embodied centers of multidimensional process that are directly connected to these two and to the beautifully intricate organic structures of eternal life, deity, biospiritual anatomy. So, that is our introduction. Okay. Okay, I think, can you just fire up? Thank you. Technique 1, Virtue 13, the Yume Zun, and awakening the seat of Castille, or aka the day point. The purpose of this technique is to bring the seat of Castille, the day point energy center, out of dormancy in preparation for level 1 deification of the physical atomic telluric etheric body. This can also be used following level 1 deification to amplify, strengthen, and balance the deity force within the Castille day point and the physical atomic body. Okay. Since you've all done catch-up, you've completed the necessary preliminary preparation. Now, the first step is, while breathing normally, please focus on Virtue Code 13. Call to mind its quality, which is enlightenment. Along with that, call to mind the 4 components that it represents, which are grace, eloquence, patience, and humility, and its name, Yume Zun. Rest the backs of your palms on your knees and place both hands in the Ithra Mudra position. 2 center fingers with your thumb on the back of your thighs. And just for a few moments, quietly speak the tone Ah on each exhale breath. Now we'll move into step 1 proper in just a second or two. Retain your focus on code 13. Take a slow, deep inhale breath, using the breath to draw the image of the code into your pineal gland. Hold the breath at the top. Take a top-up breath just to intensify the link for a moment. Sense the code 13 image condensing into a minute code spark now within the center of your pineal as you're holding the breath, and then exhale slowly, using the breath to enlarge and expand the root code symbol of code 13 outward around your head, as if an invisible sphere is holding the root code symbol inside. It expands around your head like a bubble sphere helmet, about twice the size of a basketball. Please notice and allow that the root symbol will pick its own left, right, front, back directional alignment once expanded around your head. Inhale now, using the breath to once again contract the root code and its bubble sphere helmet back into a tiny code spark within the pineal. And then use the exhale breath to once again expand the root code and bubble sphere helmet out around your head. Hold at the moment this time at the bottom of the exhale, and notice that the root code suddenly splits into 2 replicate images, with one root code image spinning around your head clockwise and the other spinning counterclockwise. Return to normal breathing for a moment and try to feel, sense, or see the spinning motion of the 2 root code replicates, picking up speed and momentum with each exhale breath. And continue to do that for just a little while. Continue that, but on the next step I'm seeing that we're going to inhale a half breath, so half fill your lungs when we go to this one. Okay, we're gone now. Take an inhale, but about half of the lung capacity. Using this half breath to contract the bubble sphere helmet with the counter spinning root code images back into a code spark in the pineal. Then continue to a full inhale using the second half of the breath to draw the code spark upward from the pineal and into the crown chakra, chakra 7, on the outside of the top of your head. Exhale at the crown chakra using the breath to again expand the root code sphere helmet outward at chakra 7, this time with the top half of its sphere extending above your head and the bottom half of the sphere extending downward partly through your head. Just breathe normally for a second. We're going to take another half breath at the crown chakra. And we use this breath again to contract the root code sphere into code spark. So take a half breath at the crown chakra. Contract the root code sphere into a code spark at the top of your head. Then continue the inhale using the second half to draw the code spark downward from the top of your head and into the central seed seal at the throat chakra. Then exhale at the throat chakra using the breath to expand the root code sphere outward at the throat chakra. Okay, we're going to repeat this precise sequence, it looks like to me, as we move through the chakra positions now. So take another half breath at the throat chakra using the inhale again to contract the root code sphere into a code spark at the center of the throat chakra. Then continue to the second half of the inhale to draw the code spark down from the throat chakra into the central seed seal at the heart chakra. Exhale at the heart chakra, using the breath again to expand the root code sphere outward at the heart chakra. Hold a moment at the bottom of the exhale and notice that the huge replica of the root code sphere suddenly pops out around your entire body, filling your default astral auric level and expanding further to fill your entire ephemeral vehicle sphere, which is the one that's about 20 feet or more in diameter. And the small root code sphere remains expanded at the heart chakra. So that was quite a mouthful. So we'll just redo those two. Inhale at the throat chakra. Use the inhale to contract the root code sphere into a code spark. Then continue the second half and exhale downward to the heart chakra. Exhaling at the heart chakra, the breath expands the root code sphere out, filling your default astral auric level and expanding further and further out, filling your entire ephemeral vehicle to a distance of at least 20 feet in diameter, in all directions. And the small root code remains firmly expanded at heart chakra 4. Now, still focused on heart chakra 4, inhale a half breath. Use the inhale to contract the small root code sphere into a code spark at the center of the heart chakra. Then continue the inhale using the second half to draw the code spark down from the heart chakra into the central seed of the solar plexus. The huge auric field root code sphere replica remains expanded in your ephemeral vehicle, its center point remaining anchored at heart chakra 4. Now exhale at the solar plexus using the breath to expand the small root code sphere outward at solar plexus chakra 3. Just take a gentle breath in and out, and then inhale a half breath at the solar plexus chakra using the breath again to contract the smaller root code sphere into a code spark at the center of the solar plexus. Then continue the inhale using the second half to draw the code spark down from the solar plexus chakra into the central seed seal of the sacral. Exhale at the sacral, using the exhale breath to try to again expand the small root code sphere outward at the sacral chakra number 2. And then inhale the half breath once more from the sacral, using the inhale to again contract the small root code sphere into a code spark. Then continue the inhale using the second half to draw the code spark downward from the sacral and into the central seed seal of the base chakra, right in front of the tailbone in the central vertical column. Now exhale at the base chakra. Use the breath again to expand the small root code outward at the base. Then breathing from the base, use the inhale to again contract the small root code sphere into a code spark. Then continue the second half to inhale, draw the code spark upward from the base chakra and into the center of the azare at the base of the thymus gland. Then exhale at the azare, using the breath to expand the small root code sphere outward at the azare. Just breathe easy for a second. Then at the azare, we'll take another half breath, using that to once more contract the small root code sphere into a code spark at the center of the azare. Then continue the inhale, using the second half to draw the code spark downward from the azare and into the center of the caronatus seal, behind the bottom of the breastbone in the central vertical current, right in the middle of your body. Exhale at the caronatus seal, using the breath to expand the small root code sphere outward at the caronatus. Again, just breathe normally before we take the next half breath, breathing that half at the caronatus seal, using the breath again to contract the small root code sphere into code spark at the center of the caronatus. Then continue the inhale, the second half drawing the code spark downward from the caronatus and into the center of the Ra center, which is about 1 inch just above the navel in the central vertical column. Then exhale a half breath at the Ra center. Do not expand the code spark outward. Then use the second half of the exhale to push the code spark downward and into the Iumbi, just below the navel in the central vertical column. Hold a moment at the bottom of this breath. And then inhale strongly at the Iumbi while physically contracting your lower abdominal muscles, using the inhale and contraction to compress the code spark within the Iumbi into a minute, shiny silver speck, and hold the breath and muscle contraction at the top of the inhale for a moment. Now, when we exhale, it will be strongly, using the breath to expand the minute, shiny silver speck in the Iumbi outward from forming a silver mirror ball sphere. So, exhale strongly, form a mirror ball sphere at the Iumbi, twice the size of a basketball. And if you feel inclined to reinforce it, just take a 2-stage inhale, repeat the process, and exhale strongly, expanding the minute silver speck in the Iumbi, forming a silver mirror ball sphere, twice the size of a basketball at the Iumbi. And then return to normal breathing. And imagine, sense, or feel that at each of the 9 stations at which you have just expanded the root code sphere outward, pineal, chakra 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, the azare, caronatus, and the Ra, an energetic replicate of the expanded root code sphere remained expanded outward from its station, even though you contracted and relocated the original root code sphere. So you presently then have a collection of 9 root code sphere replicas expanded and actively spinning at their corresponding stations. Continue breathing normally, and in a moment we will inhale slowly. Is that angelic music? We will next inhale slowly and deeply, using this inhale breath to simultaneously draw together, collect, and contract the 9 root code sphere replicas. And you'll be drawing them from their current stations and contracting them into the silver mirror ball sphere at the Iumbi. And when you've done that, you will hold the breath at the top of the inhale before we move on. So the next breath you take, please, a long, slow, deep inhale, using this breath to simultaneously draw together, collect, and contract all 9, drawing them, all 9 of the spheres, drawing them from their current stations into the silver mirror ball sphere at the Iumbi. Hold this inhale, please, allowing a moment for the 9 root code sphere replicas to draw together and load into the Iumbi silver mirror ball sphere. Now, a slow and deep exhale, using the breath to push the still expanded and loaded silver mirror ball sphere upward from its position at the Iumbi and into the azare. That's the purpose of the long, slow exhale, Hold at the bottom of the exhale for a moment and sense the feeling of the still expanded silver mirror ball sphere as it extends around you from the Azure. Inhale into the center of the Azure, where the center point of the silver mirror ball sphere attaches to the center of the Azure, and hold the inhale at the top. Now you're going to use this slow, deep exhale to push the silver mirror ball downward from the Azure and into the Coronatus seal. So exhale slowly and deeply, using the breath to gently push the silver mirror ball down from the Azure and into the Coronatus seal. Hold at the bottom of the exhale and sense the feeling of the still expanded silver mirror ball sphere as it still extends around you, but now from its lower position centered at the Coronatus. Inhale into the center point of the silver mirror ball sphere at the Coronatus seal, and then slowly exhale, using the exhale breath to gently push the silver mirror ball sphere downward from the Coronatus seal and into the mortal life force chi center, Dantian, about 1 inch down from the navel, just a shade lower. Hold at the bottom of the exhale and sense the feeling of the still expanded silver mirror ball sphere as it still extends around you, but now from the even lower position centered at the Dantian. Now breathe normally for just a little bit, focusing upon the Dantian and the silver mirror ball sphere. Just keep your focus there. And you may very well, and I hope you do, sense a feeling of growing warmth, heat, even heat and coolness, or heat and coolness and tingling, or any one of those, or all of them, within the core of the Dantian center. As the elemental chi life force energies stored within a Dantian begin to more fully awaken as they receive the encryption signals from the loaded and encoded silver mirror ball sphere. And continue to breathe normally just for a little while longer. Now the next will be a gentle inhale, and we'll be breathing into the center point of the silver mirror ball sphere where it connects into the center of the Dantian. So you can take a gentle inhale. You will hold this, please, for a moment at the top of the inhale. Then the exhale will be slow and gentle, breathing into this center point, using the exhale breath to gently push the silver mirror ball sphere yet again downward and into the center point of the pre-ancient, dormant seat of Castile, the day point, in the central vertical column below the Dantian at approximately the halfway point between the Dantian and the Iumbi. Hold for a moment at the bottom of this breath, please. Keep your attention focused upon the day point and the silver mirror ball sphere, and then, as your comfort allows, return to normal breathing. Sense the feeling of the still expanded silver mirror ball sphere as it still extends around you, but now from its low down position, centered at the day point. A feeling of growing warmth, heat, coolness, and or tingling, any or all of those, within the core of the day point. As the process of the elemental chi life force energies from the Dantian above, combined with the silver mirror ball encryption, begin to awaken the long dormant, powerful, deity elemental life force energies within the core of the day point. Now continue breathing normally, but keep your attention focused upon the sensations of the day point. I'm going to spend a few moments in this focus until you begin to sense a feeling of slow but steady pulsing, rather similar to a heartbeat, within the day point and corresponding abdominal region of the physical body. Just continue to breathe normally, attention focused on the sensations of the day point. experiencing the slow but steady pulsing within the day and the corresponding abdominal area around it. The pulsing sensation may begin instantly upon centering of the silver mirror ball at the day point, or it may take a little longer to initiate pulse, but not longer than a minute. And the footnote here reads that we have to allow for a full minute to ensure the pulsing has begun and reached a steady base speed. Okay, now we move on to a component within the technique which is entitled the first 12 breaths of day. Just before completing the full 1 minute of normal breathing and the day point pulse sensing, call to mind the name of the Virtue Code 13, the Yu Mi Zun, and the Virtue Code 13 tone R, and place the hands in the Ether Mudra position once more, backs of hands on backs of both palms on your knees, and place the two center fingers, the ring and middle finger, together touching the sun. Now inhale into the day point and hold. Then slowly exhale while speaking, toning the name, the Yu Mi Zun, followed by the tone as the mantra of Yu Mi Zun Ah, verbally spoken tone from start to finish of the exhale. Now repeat this 11 more times altogether. So inhale into the day point and exhale the mantra breath, Yu Mi Zun Ah. That's 2, 10 more. I think this is the last breath, and keep your hands in the mudra position when you complete it, please. And just breathe normally, but please keep your hands in the mudra position. Now we move on to what is called the condensing breath. And this requires us to inhale slowly and deeply and strongly, using the breath to contract the silver mirror ball sphere into a minute, shiny, pulsing silver seed orb within the center of the day point. And that breath climax is holding at the top and feeling the pulse of the silver seed orb begin to accelerate and intensify. So inhale slowly, deeply, and strongly, using this breath to contract the silver mirror ball sphere into a minute, shiny, pulsing silver seed orb within the center of the day point. Hold at the top for a moment. Feel the pulse of the silver seed orb begin to accelerate and intensify. And then exhale slowly, deeply, and strongly, using the breath to push the minute silver seed orb from the day point backward and downward into the etheric duct within the tip of the tailbone coccyx. And then breathe normally. Just breathe normally before we move into the next component, and this is the final part. This is the awakening of the flame of day, the silver seed activation number 1. So inhale slowly, deeply, and strongly into the center point of the silver seed orb in the tailbone etheric duct, and hold this breath at the top. The exhale is to be slow, deep, and strong, using the breath to push the replica image of the silver seed orb downward directly from the tailbone etheric duct and straight downward into the Arceus orb reservoir in Earth core. Do not first bring the silver seed orb back into the CVC within the body before sending it downward. Hold at the bottom of the exhale for a moment and observe that a glowing silver stream cord emerges back upward from the Arceus orb reservoir directly into the tailbone etheric duct and original silver seed orb, and then return to normal breathing. Sometimes difficult to deliver the steps in relationship to your breathing and the things that you're supposed to know and do. If everyone's comfortable with that, we'll go to the very final step. You want to repeat that? Okay. Okay. I know. I look, no harm done. No harm done at all. I'm going to read the entire thing and then we'll do it. This is only the second time I would have done so. So we're going to do the awakening the flame of day. So we inhale slowly and deeply into the silver seed orb in the tailbone. Then the exhale is slow, deep, and strong. And we use the breath to push a replica image of the seed orb down directly from the tailbone into the Arceus orb reservoir, Earth core. Right? The instruction is not to bring the silver seed orb back into the central vertical current within the body before sending it downward. That's all that was. Holding at the bottom of the exhale for a moment and observing that a glowing silver seed stream cord emerges back upward from the Arceus orb reservoir directly into the tailbone etheric duct and the original silver seed orb there. And then we return to normal breathing. So are we okay now? All right. I feel better about it too. Well, because it was just, So the very last stage of this, the very last step, is simply for me to read, I think. You have now opened the 3-point conduit current of the deity, the two Panna deity currents. That's new. Panna, P-A-N-N-A, deity currents. One running upward and downward in each leg, and one prima deity current running upward and downward between the silver seed orb in the tailbone, etheric duct, and the Arceus orb reservoir. This 3-point deity current is collectively referred to as the Amathrayadayati, or mother conduit current, through which the deity force flows can later run upon completion of level 1 deification of the physical atomic telluric etheric body. Your seat of Castelle Daypoint Pre-Ancient Energy Center has now been brought out of dormancy in preparation for level 1 deification of the physical atomic telluric etheric body and running the deity force flows. Ta'esha Intadoe. Good job. Good job. So, two things remain. We did manage to get done before 5:30. Right, I have a note to remind that those people involved in ordinations, or requiring them, I should say, regent level is being offered tomorrow, Sunday, at 5 p.m., underlined. Highlighted is the word sharp. I'm not sure what that means, but I think it means be on time, please. in this room, 5 o'clock tomorrow, regent ordinations. Now, before I can let you go, we need to deal with this question of numbers. 4 groups of 48. That's all I want to achieve. By definition, by doing it this way, there will be a group of people remaining, that is to say the 192 that we identify to correspond with the 4 cardinal positions, the 4 circles. Everyone that doesn't count off in this exercise will actually provide for us the outer and 5th ring that goes around the 4 that will be aligned according to the cardinal direction. The way we did this in daylight, and it worked reasonably well, but getting a group of people in a big circle, it's hard for people to communicate except for the people nearest to them. But getting the circle to be something like a circle is a bit of a challenge that none of us can solve, except running around and saying space out a bit and, you know, make it a little smoother and things like that. The 4 inner circles more or less touch, but not exactly. You'll be lying down with your heads pointing to the center of whatever circle you're involved in. And the other 3 guys know that the circles don't touch, but it leaves enough space for Mark, Asher, and myself to have working space right there in the middle, okay? I think perhaps if it is growing dark, it'd be much better if people have their headsets on, and I'll offer whatever support and direction as discreetly as I can through the microphone like that, rather than having us running around like headless chickens and yelling at people who are practicing being school children again, rather than aspirants, adepts in the making. So how shall we do this? I mean, it just is a case of getting it. Let's start over here. So we're going to do north, south, east, west. Okay, so the first group of 48 are the northern circle, who will be working with me to get the very first circle done. Can I please stress that when you get to the beach, I will put a backpack down on the floor, which will mark the center point. I'll want the northern group to come to me, and I will give them the starting position, the part of their circle closest to the center point. And then, like blowing and inflating a balloon, I would like that group, North 48, to then expand outwards away from us. And as soon as that is coming together, we'll have, who'll do T? T, will you do the South group? Yeah. Lonnie, you do the East group. And Curry, you do the West, please. And these guys will be standing next to me, and all of us will be keeping an eye on the general alignment, trying to help you get in position, you know, in as quick and as decent way as you can. So we will do a count off starting on the extreme side of the room, and all I want you people to do is to recognize 2 things. One, that you're part of North group, and that you're just following the count number from the first person. So you go 1, start, please. 1, 2.
6,
9, 10, 11, 12.
Wait. Let Fraz pick it up.
12.
And then the lady behind you, Fraz, and then go back along the row.
14, 15,
16,
17, 18, 19, 20,
21. 22.
23, 24,
25. 26. 27.
28,
29.
30, 31, 33, 34,
35.
36,
38, 39, 40,
41.
42, 43, 44, 45,
46.
47, 48.
So stop there. So you got 48, right?
we missed 37.
I'm 48.
We missed 37.
Do you mean you're a person short, or you,
Yes.
so? Well, who would be 49? And so 49, you're 37 essentially, right? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. So then, all right. So that's the end of it. That's North group. There are 48 of you. Okay. And when we get to the beach, you're the first group that will need to come to where I mark the center, and I would like people to stay out of their way when they're trying to form their circle. In general, keep out of everyone's way when they're trying to form, and we'll do it in sequence, one at a time. North, south, east, and west circles will be formed that way. So who is the next person following you? Now, you're north, and you're effectively 48, right? So where does south 1 begin? Right. So can we identify where south 1 begins, please? So south 1, if you carry on now, count off again, 1, 2, 3.
12.
Keep going until you get to 48. If the North 48 want to leave to go start on the dinner, do it. By all means, it will save us some time.
19.
It's not? Oh. Wait. Let,
27.
okay, if you can manage it now, that's south, 48 of you. Whoever is number 1 of east, will you start the count again? Wait. Are you shifting to the central group of people now? Yeah? Well, pick it up from where you were. The lady said 37. Carry on to 48. Okay, that's it. That 48 is east, and then finally count off for the west group, 48.
47, 48.
Okay, that's west 48. Now, everyone else, which is the 5th circle, will actually encircle everybody else. So you've got the job of forming the protective womb that embraces everybody. Okay, heavy job. So then, pardon me? Which what?
On the outer circle, it's doing heads inward.
Yes. Yeah, and you will come in a position when the 4 inner circles are all set and organized. And then all I'll ask of you is that you try and keep your eye on trying to space yourselves around the 4 without there being unnecessary gaps. I mean, it's a kind of geometry, yes. We can't organize it to a few inches this way or that, but just try and pay attention to how you distribute yourselves around the outside edge, okay? Alrighty, well, have a good dinner, and then be back here at 6:45, and I hope Asher can dovetail with what we're doing. Thanks for everything.
To get the activations through doing Technique 4. Now, Technique 4 isn't that hard. It's actually what's called the Prayer of the Deity, Declaration of the Ultimate Desire. And what I'd like to do while it's still light, because we're not supposed to have lights here because of the turtles once the sun goes down. So I want to get us through what this is with the, because it's all reading. I have to like read what this is, and it'll be like read and then repeat that after me. It's a tonal activation that's quite long, a long prayer. It's quite pretty too. But I'll read first to you what they describe this as, because they're throwing little bits of helping me to understand what some of the words are and things that they're talking about with the little preempts that they give, before the technique. So this has one of those too. Yes. What? Okay, 30 minutes before the light goes. All righty. So what we'll do while we're in this configuration, I'll read to you the preamp that's under the purpose for this technique, and it'll inform us a bit more of some of the things like the Aya and those kind of things of what they're talking about, and also what the purpose of this technique is. Then we will go into the technique itself. Then I'll be able to speak a little bit without having to look at notes or anything of the on some of the things about God's self and the ultimate desire. So I'll just kind of run that with the beloveds afterward, which that won't require light. Now later they're going to give us the cue of when the main event, beach event is going to take place. It's going to be after dark, and that's when we'll have a break first so we can use the bathrooms or whatever, and then come back into our positions where we'll go. That will be run, a live wave will be run for the journeys. So there'll be a break between this and the journey time, because we do need to wait till it's after dark for the journey period. They didn't say why, but they did ask for that specifically. So now, what this one is, it's Technique 4. It's called the Prayer of the Deity, Declaration of the Ultimate Desire, and it's actually part 3 of releasing the cloak of Aya from the silver seed crystal. And parts 1 and 2 would have been Techniques 2 and 3. So the technique that you did was extremely powerful. They actually added a part that they could have saved for the end in, so we would actually get stronger activations from the front end instead of waiting to do the slow build-up. So that is very powerful. What's interesting about Technique 1 is that we haven't even opened the deity flows or anything yet. We just started opening the conduits through which they can come. So that technique alone was extremely powerful. I can't imagine what it may feel like to run the last one, which will be Technique 8, and that will be a live one in the last end of the workshop. But for this one, for Technique 4, the purpose, they have listed as purpose, they said the tonal encryption of this declaration initiates part 1 and 2 of releasing the cloak of Aya from the silver seed crystal, if parts 1 and 2 have not been done prior to this part 3. So you'll get that activation as if you had done parts 2 and 3, or 1 and 2, because of this one, part 3. And it also amplifies and intensifies the quality of energy released in parts 1 and 2 if they had been individually run prior to part 3. The collective purpose of parts 1 through 5 of releasing the cloak of Aya from the silver seed crystal, which are the Sliders 10 techniques 2, 3, 4, 5A, and 5B, and we'll finish 5A and B on the live wave tonight with the grid event, all right, is to progressively transmute and release the inorganic electromagnetic cal force, which is calorine joule fragments. We've talked about those way back in other workshops. It's a cal force membrane, or the cal cloak, that surrounds the organic and presently dormant Aya silver seed crystal within the tailbone etheric duct of mortal human beings. This cal cloak membrane blocks off the organic Ayaye, eternal living dream stream, source force flows from entering the Aya silver seed crystal, forcing the Aya silver seed crystal, which is the silver seed, that they're always talking about the silver seed, there's a silver seed imprint and this kind of thing. This is the actual silver seed. It is a crystallization, right? So the cal cloak actually blocks off the source flows from entering the Aya silver seed crystal, forcing the Aya silver seed crystal into an inorganic state of dormancy within the mutated and mortified mortal physical atomic body. The organic living Aya silverseed crystal is a crystallized standing wave radiation quantum of eternally living Aya. And Aya, remember, it's Aya consciousness is the Aya field, the unutterable one, the whole shebang field, right? That they don't name, it's just to refer to that field, the unnameable one, right? So it's a wave of radiation of eternally living Aya consciousness that enters the physical embryonic body after conception and before fetal integration, which represents the personal little piece of God alive within all things. In organic angelic human bodies, the Aya silverseed crystal allows for open circulation of consciousness and deity life force between the Aya and the physical atomic body of deified biological incarnates. So that's basically a doorway through which the Aya currents can flow, and also the deity currents that these are elemental currents that we'll explore a bit more of what they are in relation to the dimensional elemental fields. So you have currents from the elemental fields and the base elemental fields down here and through the dimensional system. Then you have those Aya currents coming in. So there's supposed to be a mixture of the two, a natural organic mixture, and we don't have that because of these distortions that are in the system and affect the physical body directly. Okay, let's see now. Find my place. The Aya silverseed crystal is the core radiation structure by and through which the angelic human biophysical body remains eternal and is capable of genuine transfigurative ascension. In mortified, finite life, mortal human bodies, the calc cloak membrane prevents the Aya silverseed crystal from circulating eternal Ayaye life source and deity elemental life force currents through the biophysical body structure, thus forcing the organic potentials of eternal life and organic ascension into dormancy within the mortal biology. The calc cloak, or cloak of Aya, is the core biological product of the finite artificial life Metatronic/Antichristic creation code. Biospiritual technologies utilized to release the cloak of Aya progressively work to transmute the inorganic cal force membrane surrounding the Aya silverseed crystal, further preparing the biophysical anatomy to reawaken the eternal Ayaye life source and deity life force flows, progressively returning the eternal life potentialities of deification, which is demortification, getting not mortal anymore, like demortification. They like to play with words sometimes. And transfigured ascension, returning those potentialities to the physically embodied human. So we've worked on all sorts of aspects of our light body, our spirit bodies, all sorts of aspects for the last 10 years. We've been progressively building toward this point where we could go right into what is locking up the physical body structures. And this gets into, we'll talk more about the chi and the de, that little te part of things that are in the Asian teachings that have to do with Tai Chi and moving the energy. We'll talk more about those when we're in the more technical part of the workshop that'll be Sunday evening. But for now, in understanding what we are doing with releasing this cloak, now we know what that cloak is. It's an electromagnetic cal force membrane that is blocking, literally, our natural silver seed from running the currents from God's source through into our body so they can blend with the elemental field currents, and it locks our body up into a mortal form. So this is the beginning of going right into the physical level. There are several levels, they didn't say how many levels, to the deification, or bringing the dea currents in to become a deity, right? And it's not deity, it's dea, but it means something similar. The word deity is kind of like a twist on what these truths were really about in the old Atlantean texts and things like that. So they said this Sliders 10 technique for this prayer is it can be used to initiate and amplify parts 1 and 2 of the release of the Aya cloak, and can also be used at any time thereafter to amplify and accelerate transmutation of the cal cloak membrane, as well as for other purposes associated with elemental commands. So they will teach us how to use this, but this is going to become another standard one of those commands that, some of us memorize, some of us never get to memorize them, but we read them in order to evoke certain things and powers within our, with our own anatomies or within the grids. So tonight they want us to be able to do this. We would have liked to have time, but I literally just got this off the computer, so there was no time to make copies yet for everyone. You will have them, but not for this particular event. So the way to do this, so we all do get to at least one time have those tones come through the body. I'll read a line, the English line, what it means, and then you can repeat that, and then I'll read the slowly, because I'm just learning them too, how to pronounce them. I'll read the it's a hybrid Anahazi language. It's what the Mashayahanics use when they communicate with us, and I will read that, and then you can repeat that to get the tonal activation. So your three-dimensional mind will understand what the words are saying, but you will also be able to have the core resonant tones that are contained in that original Christic language move through the body, and that is what will actually create the activations in the energy systems. All right, let's see. So immediate preparation is simple on this one. Just putting your hands back into the ether mudra position, which is the middle and ring fingers together, and then touching the thumb. There we go, that one, right? And just with your palms resting on, on your, not your palms, back of your palms resting on the, on your knees. I'm going to cough for a second. I don't want to blow out your eardrums here. Sorry. There you go. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I think we still have time to do this. I would like to just read it through to you once, and then we can, so you hear the flow of it, and then I'll read it to you with the Anahazi words, but I want you to hear what it is saying in English. And I also have seen that there's more to this. I don't know if it'll come in this workshop, might be another workshop, but there are levels of depth that this goes to, and I know there are more parts to it. And it is called the Prayer of the Deity, Declaration of the Ultimate Desire. We'll talk a little bit about the ultimate desire when we're done with this, but basically you can get the idea of what the ultimate desire is through understanding what this is saying. Now, what the English words are is, my pure and only desire is to, and all right, there's, I'll read it, let's say this really quick here. You know how we use the Aya word to refer to God's source consciousness, field of eternal life, first creation, right? Which is a really big mouthful to say, so Aya is good. I will use that even in the English translation part, just so I don't have to keep saying that over and over. Okay, so it says, my pure and only desire is to consciously embody at one-ment with eternal Aya and its all-encompassing divine eternal truth and divine eternal splendor. There exists within divine eternal truth of first original eternal life creation but one Aya, all-encompassing and infinitely aware, of which all things are an inseparable part, and through which all things are indelibly united. My pure and only desire is conscious return to and embodiment of eternal at-one-ment and everlasting unity with Aya. Let this be known as my great one desire. And that is what they're referring to as the ultimate desire, to achieve that state of consciousness where you're still embodied, but you have the open, I am one with God, but I'm fully. When you can feel the difference between your smallness and feel the reality of the unutterable that is the God force consciousness source. Okay, now, let this be known as my great one desire. And you could also word that as my ultimate desire, because a lot of times you'll have one word in the Anahazi will mean 5 different layers to it. So it's kind of like that. Great, ultimate, the big desire, right? Through which all things of divine grace are brought forth or made possible. This part, when we get to the Anahazi word, sounds really pretty. It says, all things emerge from Aya, first eternal source, right? All things return to Aya. All things reside within Aya, now and at all times. Separation from God is but an illusion. Eternal unity is the only eternal divine truth existing. And to this divine eternal truth, I now choose to reawaken. And that is, it is a declaration to a commitment with yourself to whatever that God source is, whatever you might want to call it. You know, everybody has different concepts or ideas about what God is. We teach a certain thing that it's better to know that force and source is there without having to put labels or names on it. But you can use labels or names if you're comfortable with them. So it's achieving that state that's been glorified as the highest spiritual, awakened state and those kind of things. It is a commitment to that within yourself in relation to that power, not just outside of you, but within you as well. What it does when we use the Anahazi versions of it, or the hybrid Anahazi, Mashayahanic Anahazi versions, is it triggers the first layers of the tonal resonance within the deity currents. So they're not going into flow yet. We still have to do several things with the biology to do that. But it begins the quickening of the currents that have already been activated with Technique 1, and it also triggers what would have been activated with Technique 2 and 3. So I'll read these. I'll trip my way through these first because they're a bit... yeah, so you can hear what that says all at once, and then we'll have time to do it. Sun's just getting there. Okay. Oh man, I just looked at the sun. Whoa, big orange ball on the page. Sorry. Oh, whoa. Actually, I don't know if we're going to have enough time to do it twice. I think I will do this. We'll start this now, where I will read the English one, and then you can repeat that, and then I will read the Anahazi translation of that, and then you can repeat that. Then we'll go to the next line, and hopefully by the time we get down to it, we'll still be able to see. Okay, if I try to do just the Anahazi, so you hear that all at once, we're not going to have time to do it while visibility is still there. Okay, right, just do a couple of Christ star breaths. And also what I refer to as the Aya breath, where you go an inhale upward, Aya, but you bring it all the way up and bring an orb current up from the orb reservoirs. You go Aya in your mind, hold, and then Aya. And you bring down the purple rain currents that we'd activate it in the luminary bodies. And I'm just going to clear my throat for 2 seconds. I'll put this on mute. Okay. Now. Okay. My pure and only desire is Edutu on, to consciously embody at one moment with Aya. Ati Yun Aya. And its all-encompassing divine eternal truth and divine eternal splendor. Dien Tavo Eshta Enet Diave. Next paragraph. There exists within the divine eternal truth of first original eternal life creation Tuenta Esta Avetos, but one eternal Aya, all-encompassing and infinitely aware. Unse Aya, Tavo Eson, of which all things are an inseparable part. Drutava et Eblenkaho, and through which All things are indelibly united. Et en drutava et adamentejon. Next paragraph. My pure and only desire is edutuon. Conscious return to an embodiment of Ua Teyun. Eternal at one-ment and everlasting unity with Aya. Aveyun et Abreon Adamen Aya. Let this be known as my great one desire. Estadi un dea un adu, through which all things of divine grace are brought forth and made possible. Eten drutava ayave Iyasha. All things emerge from Aya. Tava and tu Aya. All things return to Aya. Tava atu Aya. All things reside within Aya, now and at all times. Tava, Akevo, Aya, Uet di Reva. And last paragraph. Separation from God is but an illusion. Aya danru epet. Mita. Eternal unity is the only eternal divine truth existing. Eternal divine truth existing. Ave Adamen. Estae Atuen. And to this divine eternal truth. I now choose to reawaken. Atede esta umeti bron abriadon ta eja intadore ta eja intadore ta eja intadore. Excellent. Perfect timing too. Sun's gone down now. Still a bit of light in the sky. All right. This is very powerful when used as a mantra, even if you're just reading the words and you get the flow to them. Now that you understand the meaning of them, you can work with the tones of them. And you can work with even small parts of the tones. Like they made a little note on the bottom of it, for example, where the last two words that we used were, Bron abriadon. And that meant now choose to reawaken. And the way this language works sometimes is you have the abria, right, equals to awaken. Don, D-H-U-N, equals do over or repeat. So when you get abriadon, it means to reawaken. This is how this language works sometimes. You can take pieces of it to just use as like little mantras, and to build the resonance with them where you don't have to go through this over and over and over again, the long version. For example, let's see. Let me find some examples of this one while the light's still here. Oh, I love this part, actually. Where we go, all things emerge from Aya, all things return to Aya. Those things, you can use that little piece as just a mantra, and all things reside within Aya, now and at all times. And you could just use the tava refers to all things. So if you were going to talk about all things, tava would be the word. Return to is atu. Emerge from is entu. All right? And then Aya, of course. Then the tava, all things. Reside within is akevo. So you can build sentences with some of these words, because when it's written down in a way, typed up in a way, when you get your copies of it, you'll be able to see which parts of the Anahazi words go with the English words underneath them. So you can kind of build some of your own little mantras yourself with them. There's a couple others that I really liked in here. Eshta, for example. The word Eshta refers to divine eternal truth. So you can make statements, well, I will give to you like a friend or something, Eshta. That kind of thing. And that means divine eternal truth. They haven't given divine eternal love yet, so I'm waiting for that one. The D-E-H-A-H-V-A, the Ave is divine eternal splendor. All right. Now, when you have like ets or en ets, it can mean like and or let's see, it was used. Sometimes it changes a little bit, where the same et en or whatever might mean and, or it might mean with. So it's one of those words that joins other ideas together in that language. Let me see if there's another one I thought was really neat. Oh, my pure and only desire, right? That's the du tu on. Du tu on, my pure and only desire. Let's see, all-encompassing, referring to all-encompassing, at one moment with Aya, is tavo. The word tuenta means there exists within, right? So you can use some of these words even as their own because of the meaning that they carry. Infinitely aware is the word eson, which is E-S-A-Y-N, and it's pronounced eson, like E-S-O-N. So, and you'll see where a lot of these repeat, like you have the tavo up here, the all-encompassing, and then it appears down here again. So you'll see, and sometimes there'll be derivatives of what, and you can see, if you really look at the language where it connects back in. So I was really happy when they gave this to me. I know there's going to be more to it coming. There's also a song that goes with it. There's a way to sing this. I haven't heard it yet, but they will get to that eventually. Before we do break time, before we get into the main technique 5A and B, which are going to take a while to do once it gets dark, and they're going to be live wave run. I just want to talk a little bit about what session 1 is about God's self and the ultimate desire, true identity, and the deity planes, and about releasing the cloak of Aya. We didn't have to talk too much about releasing the cloak of Aya because they gave the written dissertation in the purpose on that technique, so we have an idea of what we are doing with releasing the cloak of Aya and freeing it from that Cal force field or Cal membrane that is around it at the tailbone. Let's see, before it gets too dark, because it's a long title, Technique 5A is the Sanctuary Island and the Temple of Lightening, Journey to the Deity Plains. There's, it's funny, if this was going to be, we may eventually, but it's probably going to be 5 to 10 pages long. It's really, really, really long, the long version of it. So to typeset it would probably take me 3 or 4 days, which we don't have. So we're going to run this one live, but at some point they may actually commit it to writing where it's a full-on meditation, and it really would be great to listen to, because you can listen to it over and over again. It's something you can do over and over if you want to get up and out there. And I know the basics because they gave me the basics in writing, and that was like at least 5 pages of scribbled notes. Do this, then you go here, and then you go there. Right, so I know how many pages that might turn into in typeset. So we will do that as live wave run. That is the part 4 of releasing the cloak of Ea from the silver seed crystal. The activations, it does a lot more than that too, but the activations that will take place as we move our consciousness through these different areas will progressively create that level 4 of releasing that the Cal cloak. And technique 5B is receiving the spark of Aya, cracking the Vabatum carbon crystal. Now, we'll talk more about what is the Vabatum carbon crystal. It has to do with the Vibhati cell that we've spoken about before, that starts out in the fetal body, in the embryonic body actually, and or zygote, and manifests here. The Vibhati cell manifests at the Azure area, but it also has a counterpart that is called, it's like a sheath that crystallizes around it, and when the baby body starts to grow from being just a cluster of cells into differentiation, that ends up down in the area of where our silver seed is. And the Vabatum is part of what holds the what's referred to as recycled energies that are being pulled in from the earth, and because our bodies aren't working properly, we're actually getting stuck pieces of fragmented consciousness that has been stuck in the earth field for eons and eons. People who died that didn't get their body out, they go back to dust. It still hasn't, that dust, space dust that's, goes into the planetary atomic field, still has the imprint, partial imprint of who that being was. If they happen to be a mass murderer, you may have some of the atoms in your body that are made of something that holds the encryption of a mass murderer. If it was a saint, you may have the same thing. But the Vabatum, it's a carbon-based crystal. It's not a crystal that is supposed to form, but because of the way the mutation works, which we'll talk about a little bit more when we get into the fetal integration processes and those kind of thing, and where this crystallization occurs, it forms a crystal that is in the same place in the tailbone with the silver seed crystal, but it's a carbon base as opposed to a silica base. It's a twisted elemental form that is not supposed to manifest in that way, but it does because of the core twist in the mathematical programs. And that comes from what happens when egg and sperm come together and both of them carry a mutation. And over eons and eons, more eggs and sperms came together and they amplified and amplified and amplified the mutation. Just like you can breed into, like animals or plants, certain desired characteristics and breed out others. This was done on this planet on purpose to breed in these mutations into the angelic human line, so it would progressively shut them down. So when it came time for the big events that involve the stargates, like this one coming up, that we would not be able to function. But there are things we can do in the deification process of the body, and that is about bringing back online that which was not able to come online when we were conceived and when we did fetal integration. So let's see, that one is part 5. It's cracking the Vabatum carbon crystal. During this, and it's after I saw where it's going to happen. I don't know what it's going to look like because it'll run live, but I know where we are by the time we get there, to where we're going to be given something directly by some of the Mashayahanas that we're going to meet in this particular place. The place they're going to take us is in the deity plains of Amayasan. Now, this area is associated with the Aurora Earth place called Amayasan, and this goes all the way up to like where the Mayaka State Park is. It's a huge area. They've taken us there before, but they haven't taken us into the upstep fields. And there's a certain, and it's really funny because the lightning's starting in the clouds back there. Sorry. There's a certain lightening of your burden that you have to go through in order to do the upstep, to go into certain areas of Amayasan and what they're calling Sanctuary Island. There's a place where it's called Sanctuary Island. There's a lot of them actually, but the one they're going to take us to is directly associated with Amayasan itself, and there's other ones. But we have to go through this almost cleansing, lightening process. I hope the lightning's not going to totally join us. And we will be moving into a place called, what do they refer to it as? The Temple of Lightning, I believe. Yeah, Sanctuary Island and the Temple of Lightning. Yes. Now this has to do, when we do this journey, they will have us call to mind the painting, and that was put up, I think, for the Technique rerun, wasn't it? Of the Shores of Emmaus with the crystal.
Yeah.
They're going to have us do something with a portion of our luminary bodies that is hanging out with us now. But all right, there's ever since you did Technique 1, like earlier today, a part of your luminary body quantum actually already went there. And it's waiting for you there, but to get where you can integrate into it and then bring it back in with certain frequencies, you have to go through this lightening process. And they're going to have us envision the mural, the painting of Shores of Emmaus with the crystal. And then at the same time, imagine we're standing there and there's nobody else on the beach but us, right? Imagine that, like, we're in that lone harmonic, just us, and that we would be standing there, and also our luminary bodies standing where we're visualizing the Shores of Emmaus mural, and we're going to walk out into the water, and then our luminary bodies will actually walk on the water out toward where we feel that crystal. And then there's going to be a certain couple things. There's things inside of that crystal. The crystal is actually a cloaking field that cloaks one of the sanctuary islands. But to get into it, you have to move through the lightning temple. So there's going to be an interesting process that we'll go through. It should be a very pleasant journey. Once we get inside and rematerialize our forms, because at a certain point we don't have our forms with us, even our luminary bodies. We just turn ourselves into air and go in and find the rest of our luminary body that is there waiting for us. And it's at that point that we will be given something by the Mashayahanas that will meet us there. I don't know what that will look like. They haven't even given me a clue, but it will transmit something that it's like a direct spark of Aya, which is not just the step down Aya currents. It's like a serious spark of God thing, right? To put it really simply. And what that will do is actually crack, it won't shatter, but it will crack the Vibhatum carbon crystal. And that is the next phase in releasing the Cal cloak on the silver seed. And those things are necessary before we can go into the activating the deity flow activations that'll come with technique 6A and B and 7A and B, and then there's something big at the end with 8 that they haven't told me a lot about. So this is all a progressive process. By the end of it, we will have achieved what they're referring to as level 1 deification, which means the deity currents are turned on to level 1. This level 1 will affect the mental body relationship, which is actually referred to as the T, where you have deity. The day refers to the combination of D1, which is referred to as the A, and D2, which is referred to as the Da, D-H, small a. Put them together, D1 and D2 currents, with D2 being the main one, you get the day, and sometimes you'll hear it said day T currents. That means the D1, 2-1, and then the T refers to the D3 atmic currents of these elemental base fields. When you have the day Ya in the middle, that is when those currents get turned on with the Aya frequencies that are running through the silver seed. Then you get the deity, where you have those two sets of currents blending in the body. So we are going to progressively be moving toward this. We will get a portion of the activation that has to do with virtue codes and the air command codes. And air command, because that is the one that they described before, that is the one that is the main command as far as the physical materialization planes. All of the commands have equal power, but when it comes to certain environments, and we're dealing with the physical environment here, air command can run all of the rest, where all of the rest can't run air command alone. So it is considered like the head command when you're in dense systems like this, when you're in a density system. So we're going to start with air command, which is connected with the mental body. That's why they're introducing this in this Sliders 10, which is adept mental body training. And it will, bless you, it will involve virtue codes 3, 7, and 11, which are the air command codes, but that also means that it will affect DNA strands, 3, 7, and 11. It will affect chakras 3, 7, and 11, etc. first. So the next time, and when the next workshop, I believe they're going to do water command in the next one. So that goes with the physical emotional body thing, like the D2 level. They will do that set in the next one, and then in the last one they'll do I believe they're doing, I think they're doing earth, and fire is going to be the last one, and I'm not sure which ones are falling in relation to trips or not. They haven't told me exactly where is Sliders 12, the end one, right? But I know it's all going to happen before the December 2012 workshop, because that's when we have to be turned on to deal with the grid events that are happening at that time. So I think that gives a decent enough rundown. Let's see. I'm just going to talk about self and the ultimate desire. True eternal identity. Yeah. When I get to thinking about true identity, our eternal identity, and our relationship with whatever we might consider that higher power or the thing that makes things happen. Some people are comfortable with the word God, some aren't. Some people, grew up believing in God, some haven't. It doesn't matter if you did or not. If you just sit quietly with yourself and just listen to your breathing for a while and just feel the presence that you call you, and just quiet your mind, and every time a thought comes back, just kind of gently move it aside. There's a space you will find inside of yourself. There's just this consciousness, this knowing awareness. And that is knowing awareness you know as you. That comes from somewhere. And if you open yourself enough into that part of you, especially when we are working with currents to bring on more of the part of you that is actually shut out of your own bodies right now, you will begin to remember, and there is that feeling. It is that feeling of that presence, that unutterable one. It doesn't matter what you try to call it. You can never have a word big enough, small enough, or perfect enough to put that label. But there is that source. There is a benign God source consciousness field, whatever you want to call it. When we get tangled up in like religions and belief systems that are throwing labels and moral codes on you and all these kind of things, it can sometimes lead you to the fact that there is a God, but it can also block the door to actually experiencing the God. Some of the ancient religions that are coming out of Asia and those kind of things had a little bit more connection, actually, than like Christianity and Islam and things, because they actually took time to move into the life force energy itself and begin to experience that presence with you. And it's very, very sad when beings because of the mutations in the body, the consciousness is also mutated. They can't feel much of that presence anymore. The more mutation you carry, the less you can feel that living presence with you. And the more you feel alone when you are in manifestation. And that was really the beginning of what created the falls for the races that did go into fall. When we think of an ultimate desire, if you think of what is your ultimate desire, and you could ask like a million people on the street and you get a million different answers. I want this, that, or money, fame, fortune, enlightenment, whatever, that kind of thing. The ultimate desire that the beloveds are suggesting to make a commitment to yourself, to choosing to honor and to embody, is that at one-ment with Source. And that doesn't mean to give up your identity. It doesn't mean you have to kill your ego. It means you need to heal the negative part of the ego that's coming from the twisted chi curtain, the chi energies that are twisted. Some of them are twisted, some of them aren't. So chi is good, but it has a part of it that is twisted in the mutation. And when we begin to get those things out of the way, it comes down to, what if you knew you could manifest anything in the universe that you wanted to? Wow. The more you play with it for a while, probably, most people would, but then go, okay, yeah, I can do that. The more you actually are able to do something like that, the less you need to. Where you think, what do I desire now? Well, gee, I don't know. I pretty much have everything. And then it comes to like, well, maybe help somebody else or ease suffering or something like that. Where once you realize the strength of that power within you and the fact that, like that unutterable one, like the Aya force, that you can manifest as well, it makes you fine-tune what you really do desire to create in your life. If you put the ultimate desire is to achieve and keep that state of at one-ment with Source, whatever system you may find yourself in, all other smaller desires can be met through that ultimate desire. But without that ultimate desire, you have a very, very hard time fighting with polarity energies and everything in the lower systems like this. So the ultimate desire is really, literally saying to Source, I just desire to have that one-ment back. Nothing matters without that, because it really doesn't. When you think about it, you end up with a finite life that goes nowhere. It seems like it has no purpose. If you've chosen not to acknowledge that you were created for a reason, for a purpose, your life was blessed from the time you were thought of, and that's before you were conceived. And just because you came into a system that had body forms that were mutated, which made you forget once you got in, that doesn't mean that you were any less blessed when you came in. So we came in for a reason. We must be a very courageous lot, people on this planet, who actually did come into these bodies knowing before you got in them, you knew that mutation was there. You knew what it had the potential to do to your consciousness if you got ensnared in it and couldn't get back out. It must be a very courageous lot, this angelic human lot that every human actually started from, because they came in to reverse mutate the mutation, to bring the potentialities of that eternal life ascension biology back to the planet, but not just to this planet. There are other planets and other systems that have this type of problem and worse. If this race line and its potentialities can be regenerated, the essential potentials within it, we can bring that, and the beloveds will assist us to bring that healing to other systems as well. So when we're talking about the great ultimate desire, any desire that is less than that is just tiny and puny and doesn't get you very far. And you find if you get that, okay, I got that, are you totally happy in the whole world and nothing, like you don't ever feel a negative thing because you got that? And it's like, well, no, I like that thing I got, but like I'm kind of bored with it now. Maybe I'll get one a different color. That kind of stuff. Little desires tend to do that. You get them, you put your energy into, and sometimes you really, drive yourself really hard to get to a certain point where you make something happen. You finally got that car or that house or that whatever, and you're sitting in that car or that house, and you're really, really exhausted because you worked so hard for 20 years that you feel like you're 20 years older than you are. I should know that one, right? Because I work so hard with the beloveds. But without the ultimate desire, what does it mean? With the ultimate desire, you have the ability to run the frequencies through your body that will progressively help your body to heal. If it's past the point, or if your soul, on your soul level, you choose that you would just prefer to gently bardo, so you could incarnate into one of the already healed race lines. That's one of the options for the people on this planet. Some people will fully transmute their body here and transfigure it. Others will just choose the easier way, which it is easier, to do a nice clean bardo, know where you're going before you go, and before you get to the point where it's time, and simply move yourself up and out. And worst case scenario, if you can't pull your own Vibody cell and turn yourself into like Vibody dust so you can pull you out, then there's always crematories, because they will very quickly turn your body to dust, and that will release the Vibody cell, so you can release your consciousness once you know what to do with it. So we will have bardo training for people who are choosing the easier path, and the more difficult path is trying to fully reverse mutate the bodies enough where you can actually get the entire physical structure to be able to go through a gate or to become a gate. Because it's honestly more like, it's not that like we're here and somewhere over there and out there are these other places we want to go to. They're actually right here too. And to get there, you can have some of the symbolic experiences. If a portal opens and you're running for it and your body can handle it and you can dive through it, yes, you can end up on the other side. But there are other ways to do it too, where true full adepts, Christic adepts, would simply sit where they were here, fully become one with the place, just by the thought, the feeling, and their energies. Become one with the place, open their eyes, and they'd be there. They wouldn't even need to get up and run through a portal. So there are ways of making the here and now. The point of power is always in the present, here and now. The present opens up to all pasts and futures. So it is from getting into the now moment. A lot of times we're distracted, and one of the worst things you can experience, I think, is being here now and wanting to be somewhere else. Because then you're just miserable in your here and now. Because you don't want to be here and now. You want to be now elsewhere. If we can move into the beauty of the now moment and realize that now moment can expand right here, right now, to eventually where we can get to the point where we can be, and the here and now is where we want to be. We can start to see the beauty in the here and now that we're seeing before us, and realizing that that changes too. The more we stop running from the now and trying to go to the past, where you're all stuck in the past stuff and like regrets, or trying to run to the future, where we're all trying to run for ascension gates before our bodies are actually doing that. We're going to be taught more things, and I think some of them are coming through for tomorrow's earlier thing, as far as just centering here and now and expanding our perceptions of the here and now, till we begin to feel the reality of the other places right here and now with us. We can sit on this beach, and I just got a wave of it, which is really weird, like this expansion, where all of a sudden it felt like my eyes were out to here. It's like I was perceiving from like out here, like good arm's length away from me, while still looking out my physical eyes, but they kind of got fuzzy feeling. And I could feel this hugeness where the places we're going to be going on the journey, I could feel them as if they are literally, if I'm sitting here, I could feel myself sitting there as well, and it was like the same place. And eventually I think that is going to lead us to a very interesting kind of visitations where our bodies actually do get to go, but you don't have to run them anywhere. You just sit with them and shift them. So this is what they wanted to talk a little bit about with the session 1, God's self and the ultimate desire, and the true identity, the eternal identity. We have our little senses of self, our concept of self, and a lot of it's formed by a bunch of negative stuff we got from our parents, our teachers, our society, etc. when we were small. All of that programming gets wrapped up into the Vibhati cell and into the Vibhatam crystal, where it's like a record that keeps going in your head, and even if you're trying not to think about it, it's still running the emotional body and the chemical body. We're going to, when we're working with the techniques of the deity currents, we're going to progressively be moving some of that mess off of ourselves, the current life karma, you could call it, so we can start to feel the beauty of our own self, our real self, our true eternal self, here and now. When we begin the activation of the silver seed and we get our Aya spark, back where that live connection starts to come more fully into our bodies, we'll be able to feel that presence, that eternal presence more clearly. And the part of it that is the self that we'd say, hi, this is me, I'm not as big as that whole thing. But that part, that's the true eternal identity, the part that is you, that is not destroyable, regardless of even if you went back as space dust. That part, that consciousness is still there. And once you did get back even as space dust, it would reassemble. You would still have your wholeness back. You would just have a lot of memory of where you went when you were in the densities if you went back as space dust. So they were some of the things that the Beloveds wanted us just to touch on when we were talking about the session 1 things, the God self and the ultimate desire. And if we can really within ourselves say not just, yes, okay, I get it, the ultimate desire, that's my first desire. It's one thing to have your mind say it, but you also need to feel it with your energy, with, as the Asian philosophies might say, first with your chi, but eventually that chi is going to become with your deity, but to actually feel more and more what that means. And that, using this technique 4, the wording in that, will actually help to bring more of the feeling of that vibration consciously into your conscious awareness as your mind begins to, your 3D level of mind begins to link with the deity levels of the consciousness that are starting to open in the body. So I think what we can do now is we'll do the break probably, we have until 11 here, and it's not going to take 2 hours. You can go about maybe a 20-minute break for bathrooms or whatever people need to do. And so right now I've got about 9:15. So about 10 minutes to now? Okay. So maybe about 10 after 9, let's just do 9:15. Come back at 9:15 and get into our positions, and then we'll go into the technique 5A and B, where we go for the journey and go to the lightning temples to lighten ourselves. All right, thank you. Oh yeah, by the way, it's getting dark now, and we can't use flashes or we'll get kicked off the beach because of the turtles. They're very, very picky here about not disturbing the turtles' nesting season. And the deal was they would give us a permit only if there was no lights, no flashlights, no camera flashes, any of that, because all that upsets the turtles and it messes up their whole breeding season. So I just wanted to remind you of that.
I was thinking between respect and reverence is the revelation of awareness.
Yes. Do I hear thunder?
There's been plenty of lightning going on.
I know. The temples of lightning. Great.
It's hard to say whether
If you look over there, you should see the temples of lightning coming right at us.
really really
Yeah.
powerful.
I hope they stay over there while we're here, though. Okay. I think we've pretty much got most people settled down now. Okay, I will try that, yes. That would be cool. I think I can do that even better that way. Okay. All right, for this one, it's best to lie down with your heads pointed toward the center of your own circle. And if you're on the outer ring, just toward the center of the main circle. The beloveds are saying that there is a definite possibility that those clouds are going to come in and join us, which means lightning and rain. And that also means the beach patrol will come and make us move. Whoa. So they said there is a shorter version and a longer version of this tour. And what they'd like to do is they're actually going to make it, I think, just a separate thing unto itself as part of a journey package of some sort that doesn't just go with this workshop, that's like a separate thing, the long version, because this particular journey that we're going to go on can be very special and can be used repeatedly to really help shift state. So we'll do let's get there and get what needs to be done, and we'll hang out a bit if we get that far and we're still not getting rained on or anything. But we want to get to the sanctuary island. And they said the places that we'll go in these deity plains, they can be compared to what you might consider monasteries are here, like especially like Buddhist monasteries and Taoist monasteries, that kind of thing, and not so rigid as they are. The trainings are there, but they are inhabited by people who choose to live there, to live the full life of commitment to to the ultimate desire in those worlds, in the deity worlds. So we're going to be invited to experience this particular place. If we can call to begin with, just call to mind the image, the painting of the shores of Amayasan that simply looked like an ocean, except that one had a big crystal quite a bit off the shore, a big crystal cluster. We'll be aiming for that in the journey once we begin. So that image will be something to just have in your mind when it comes time to use it. They're first going to do an activation because the beloveds are coming in. They're doing a circle shield up above us. I could actually feel them coming. That's why they have a feeling that's going to trigger the clouds. So, yeah, because sometimes that happens. We always used to make it rain every time we did a stand in Arizona, which used to be really funny. Come for the rain. But here, hopefully we'll make it through this. So just do a few Christ star breaths and then a few of the Aya Aya breaths where you Aya upward and bring the orbs up around you, and then Aya, purple rain down and through. Okay, and they're saying now to, for a moment, focus your attention on your silver seed in the tailbone duct and on the current that comes directly out of that, running down into Earth's core, one of the three conduit currents, just to be aware of that. There's going to be an activation that will start our launch into the journey that is going to come, they're showing me here, I have to see what they're showing. It's going to come from there, but it's going to be the 3-point one. So we're going to feel almost a 4-point rush of energy at some point. Some people feel it more fully than others. It doesn't matter if you don't feel it very strongly, it's there. But they're going to activate something in the orb reservoir that will begin the process of beginning our lightening enough where we can move into experience with the deity planes within our luminary bodies, the portions of our luminary bodies that are still with us right now, because portions of them are still already there, and we're going to go meet them. So we're going to feel a 4-point rush, the 3 points of the conduit currents, which are one up each leg. They run up and down each leg through the feet and down into Earth core. And one in that one that comes directly out of the tailbone and goes down into Earth core. And then the other one will be the central vertical column that runs like right up the middle of your body, right up, through your privates and out the top of your head. So it'll be 4 points of, there'll be sparks. They're just going to look like heliotalic sparks. So they're waiting a moment or two just for the shield activations that they're starting underneath us down in the orb reservoir. Try not to do that in your ears. Okay. Okay. You're saying the activation is ready, and being aware of the 4 points that I just mentioned, the 4 cord conduits that go down into the orb reservoir. Try to follow with your consciousness just where they go down into, and they meet in a single point down in the orb reservoir. And they'd like us to inhale and hold for a moment, and then push our luminary bodies that are right with us with our bodies right now, slide them down those cords as if they're riding them down into the orb reservoir, and exhale. Try to sense your luminary body standing while you're laying down. It's standing way down in Earth's core, still connected to those 4 cords that are connected to your physical body. Now in your luminary bodies, and we can do it with our hands here too, they're saying if you're standing in your luminary body, so imagine you lifted your hands up over your head and palms up as if you're catching rain or something. You can do that here too, but you're just laying down doing it instead. So if you want to link the 2 movements more energetically, fully, that with your luminary body down in the orb reservoir and Earth's core, and also with your physical hands, raise your physical hands up as if you were catching rain. Yeah. And do the same with your luminary body down in Earth's core. They're saying they're asking us to do this because at the point where the activation occurs down there, our luminary bodies are going to come flying back up into our physical bodies, and there's going to be a burst of energy that comes out of the day center, so that area right down below the dantian and above your yumbi. There's going to be a little pop, and the ball of energy is going to come shooting out, and it's going to land in your hands that look like they're catching rain. There's like one big ball of energy, and they're going to have us do something with that. Okay. So now let's put our consciousness, inhale and exhale our consciousness again down into our luminary bodies in the reservoir at Earth's core. And just breathe normally for a moment. And then there's going to be a burst of lightning down there in the orb reservoir. And we're going to inhale in the moment. They'll let us know when it happens. We're going to inhale with our luminary bodies, and it's actually going to draw a ball of lightning from the air down in the reservoir into the hands of our luminary body. So, okay, 1, 2, and okay, it's sparking down there now. Like, inhale and draw that lightning ball in from the orb reservoir, from your luminary body. And when we exhale, we're going to push the luminary body back up the cords and back into our body, carrying the ball of lightning. And exhale. And in a second, there's going to be a little poof that comes out of the day center. And that ball of lightning jumps up into your hands, your extended upward hands. When you sense that has happened, it'll be like, it's starting now, it'll be a little bit different for everybody. When you start it, then bring your hands together where the palms, where they're still spread apart, as if you're holding a ball, a big ball between your hands. But try to feel the magnetic field, the electromagnetic field that's been generated in there. Almost as if your palms have orbs around each of them, and there's this huge squishy feeling. Some people feel it more strongly than others, but it's there. Try bringing the hands closer together and feel it get stronger, as if you're condensing a ball of energy. Bring them together and keep condensing. If you move them just back and forth a little, it actually amplifies it. So you get a little bit more of that feeling of magnetic push between them. And bring it down to where you actually form a very small condensed ball, where the bottoms and tops of your hands now touch, and you're cupping a small ball about the size of a tennis ball. Try to sense it tingling in your hands. And then bring that ball down over the day point. And inhale and hold for a moment. And when we exhale, we're going to push out both palms down our arm channels and push it into the day center. And exhale. And now we're going to inhale, but from the center point of the day center inside. Imagine you're down there and you're inhaling and contracting the day center, and you can actually pull, tighten your muscles in your abdomen too around it on the inhale, and go tighten and inhale into the day center, squishing it up into a tiny center. And then we release and exhale, but we're going to push a stream of energy down into the tailbone, into the silver seed, and exhale. Oh, felt that one. So that's where my base chakra is. I've always wondered. Okay. Whoa, okay. Now they're going to say, okay, now they're going to begin the journey, the journey where we go on a projection with our luminary bodies, partly, the quantum partly still with us here, laying down with us right now. They're asking us to just breathe normally, but normally as if you're breathing out of, from, instead of breathing from where you know your lungs are or breathing from where the Azray is, breathe as if you're breathing from the day center, the day point. So imagine that when you inhale, it goes all the way down through your lungs and into the day point and fills the day point up and puffs it out. And then when you exhale, it flattens it out a bit, and energy from the day point comes up and out with your breath. And just breathe normally, but try to sense that motion and let it puff up your very low abdomen, however much you can puff that up, as if the breath is going all the way down there on the inhale and all the way up and out, and flatten the abdomen on the exhale. Now we're going to ask us to inhale and hold for a moment right down into the day center. Puff up the belly. And on the exhale, we're going to pop our luminary bodies directly standing up as if they're standing right over us with their main vertical current right over our day center. And exhale. And right now, let your luminary body look just like you do right now. Wearing the clothes you're wearing, that kind of thing. And now that we're standing, we can walk our luminary bodies, just breathe normally, but trying to be aware of breathing from the day. And walk our luminary bodies down to the water's edge. As if we're standing, and let's do single file, as if we're standing with our feet in the water. And a really, really, really long line. And just facing the water, and just sensing the water here at the Gruel at Siesta Key. And at the same time, in our body minds here, and in our luminary body mind, visualize not only what the luminary body is seeing, of looking out at Siesta Key, but also visualize the daytime scene of the shores of Amayasan code painting. And try to hold the two pictures, one on the left and one on the right side of your mind. Put the Siesta Key picture on the left side, as if you're looking at a postcard there. And on the right side, put the Shores of Amayasan picture as if it were a postcard. And feel yourself having those two postcards in your mind's eye. And try to sense your luminary body also having those two postcards in its mind's eye. Pardon me a minute. Sorry. Okay. Now, we're going to do an inhale in both our physical body and our luminary body. And on the inhale, we're going to bring those two postcards together into one image right in front on our sixth chakra. And then on the top of that inhale, we're going to bring it all the way into the pineal. So let's get ready and do the inhale and bring the postcards together, all four. And all the way into the pineal. And hold there for a moment. And now we're going to push out on both the luminary body and this body a big orb containing that information in mathematical form. All around us. Just a big orb right into our ephemeral orb capsule that's around us. Now let's try to move more of our attention into our luminary body that is still standing now in its energized ephemeral body. Standing at the water's edge, feeling both the waters from Siesta Key on its feet and feeling the night, the beauty of the night here at Siesta Key, but also sensing simultaneously as if the sun from the daytime scene was also there at the same time. Feel the difference of the day water versus the night water on your feet. Feel the difference of the day air and the night air at the same time in your luminary body. And try to experience it here as well in your physical body. Now call to mind the 4 points of the 4 cords that we have our main vertical current and the 3 conduit cords going down into the orb reservoir. And hold in your mind's eye the image of your luminary body standing looking out at the ocean here, also with its version of those 4 cord points going down into the orb reservoir. There's going to be an inhale and a spark is going to come up from the orb reservoir into both our body and our luminaries. So let's inhale, and the spark comes up, comes all the way up and stops at the azure. And now just exhale and push that energy out both the luminary and our body into the ephemeral vehicle. And now try to notice with your luminary body, as you sense it standing over there looking out at the ocean here, try to sense that all of a sudden it's as if its etheric level of its body, the like little aura around it, just started to light up and sparkle in a kind of whitish with heliotallic flickers, pastel flickers, metallic flickers running through it, as if it just started to light up from inside, but you can only see the little band around the body form. Try to sense there's a buzz happening under the feet of the luminary body, and some of you might even feel it in your own physical feet. And with the luminary bodies, what we're going to do is walk out in our luminary bodies in fleet right now. We're going to first stand up on the water. We're going to start walking and still feeling the sand and the water over our feet with our luminary bodies. But as we breathe, remembering to breathe, inhale into the day point in our physical and our luminary bodies, and exhale from there. We're going to start to feel a lightening in the luminary body occur. Right. This lightening will allow the luminary body to go into a 0G state where it can walk on top of the water. So sense the warm waters coming over the feet of the luminary body, and all of a sudden they're not as deep over the feet as the luminary body, because the luminary body is rising up as if on a cushion of glowing light that's coming out of both feet. Try to sense what the luminary body is feeling as it's standing on the water. And now in this first level of lightening, the luminary body can clearly see the crystal cluster that's way out on the horizon there, out in the water. And we're going to start walking in our luminary bodies out there toward it. And then we're going to realize we don't have to really move the legs to walk, because we can just stand, and the light coming out of the bottoms of the luminary body feet will just form a disc, like where your Maharak shield is. Its Maharak shield will simply glow, and it can just float by just standing there as if it's riding a little disc on the surface of the water. And it's moving out. All of our luminary bodies are moving out toward the crystal cluster. See it getting closer, but we're still quite a ways away. And there's a funny effect that's occurring, as if we keep moving closer and then all of a sudden it seems far away again. As if it keeps moving out of reach. And that's because there's a force field around it that plays with space-time. And to go into the protected area of this crystal, what appears to be a crystal city, which is actually crystal generators that are actually protecting a reality field that is in part of it in Aurora Eris, that the Measan part, and part of the Measan levels that are actually in the deity planes, which are a bit higher frequency than the matter base of Aurora Earth. So to be able to get in, to find out what's in there and what's inside of that reality field that is transposed with these crystal generators, and imagine a big dome of invisible energy is actually protecting those crystal generators where you can't really go in to touch them unless you do something. Just imagine inside of that, if we did get in, that is where we would actually begin to discover what they call sanctuary islands that are part of Amayasan and part of the deity planes of Amayasan. And that is where we're going to go, and it is a place that we can learn to project to over and over, particularly once we've been there and got all of ourselves there. Our physical consciousness, our luminary body consciousness that's with our physical, and the piece of ourselves that went there automatically when we began the Technique 1 activation. So in order to get into the space that is behind and under the force field, where we could actually walk up to the crystal cluster, there's something that we're going to have to do. Is we're all kind of standing there, and you can imagine us, all of us, making kind of like an arc around the outside of this force field. That it still looks like a way big distance between where we're on the outside of the force field dome and where those crystals are that we were aiming for. Sorry. What we need to do now is in our luminary bodies, and imagine this crystal cluster and the force field is absolutely huge. We're like little ants compared to the size of it, even in our luminary bodies. So it's a massive area, space-time coordinate that is in this force field. So if you imagine all of us are standing in like a single line arc, following part of the edge of this massive dome energy field, and imagine that we do side-to-side portrait with each other, where the person, we don't have to do this physically, but in our luminary bodies, where we touch our palms to the person on each side of us. So we make like a side-to-side portrait all the way around with us, and there will be one person on each end of this line, it doesn't matter who they are, that will not have another person on their other hand, because there's not enough of us to actually go all the way around the force field. So there'll be one person with their left hand and one person with their right hand on each end of that arc that don't have a hand to touch with those hands. And those people will simply put their free hand on the force field itself. So they're linking for us, actually, the entire chain of us, our luminary bodies. And the beloveds are going to transmit a key, and then something is going to happen, and we're going to get through the first layer. And when we get through the first layer, we won't see the crystals anymore. We'll see something else. And this begins an interesting part of our journey to the deity planes. So the beloveds are going to send, it's like a luminescence that's coming up through the waters. So imagine we're all standing out there over in Siesta Key toward where that crystal is, and it interfaces with the Amayasan shores and its crystal. And imagine the water beneath us starts to get, and that we're standing on top of, gets all luminescent and bubbly. And you can see billions of little orbs of light floating around in it. And try to feel, it's almost like the ocean is starting to giggle. It's like, and you can hear them chattering with each other in a little orby type talk. Yeah, sorry. Okay, now we're going to inhale some of that luminescence up through our feet and through the cords, because they not only can, even though the cords are attached down into the orb reservoir, they can breathe. So they can actually pick up energy from anywhere on the length of them, from all the way down there to right where they attach into your body. So we're just going to breathe in through those cords some of this luminosity that is occurring, these little luminous orbs that are occurring in the water. We're going to breathe them into our luminary bodies. Just inhale. And hold at the top of the inhale and just feel them rush up into the luminary body and also into your physical body, like a direct transfer, where we ended up with a copy of them too. And just imagine all these little, almost giggling, chattering little orbs of elemental light consciousness that are just running through us and almost enlightening ourselves a little bit more, even in our luminary body. Now at this lightning level, we will be able to move through that force field that our luminary bodies are standing out. Do one more inhale of the orbs. If you're still holding, you can exhale. One more. To charge more of the luminous orbs into the bodies. And then exhale them. And just sense, and you can do this too if you want to. We can take our hands out of the Patra stance with our luminary bodies, and each of us put our hands directly on the outside of the force field with our luminary bodies. And you can do this too for feel, to link your feeling here, just by imagining that force field is in front of you, like even though you're laying down. So you could just put your hands up again, kind of like you're catching rain, and just sense that there's this barrier there. Just try to feel it. It's a little bit pushed, as if the sky is pushing down on your hands just a little bit. And you feel it tingle a little. And then just inhale when you feel that tingle. Inhale. And on the exhale, you're going to push through that little energy boundary. You can put your physical hands down now and just sense the feeling of the whole body, the luminary body, moving through. And it is now past the force field. And what we're standing in front of instead is what looks like a massive temple made of stone, of gray-colored stone, and light gray-colored stone that kind of twinkles as if it has crystal or something embedded in it. And it has this huge set of silver doors. They're referring to this as the Temple of Lightening, where you go to become lightened so that you can move through into experience in the deity planes that are made of a bit lighter matter. Okay, as we're all standing there, and even though there's a lot of us here, we again look like ants in front of these massive doors. It's a huge, huge place. And the silver doors are now opening inward, so it's not flattening us like little ants that got ran over by doors. They're opening inward as somebody's opening the doors. And imagine now we can walk through in this big arch door. It's big arch silver doors. So we're walking through this arch with our luminary bodies and looking at the massive size of this temple. And notice that we're all like in the foyer of this temple now, with the silver doors still open but behind us. And you can tell that there's all these big other arch doorways, but you can't see them because they're actually under cloak, and only when someone that has the key codes in their palms touches them or in their energy and like transmits to them will they actually open. There is one open that is waiting for us and has been prepared for us. Soon, okay, yep, there they come. There are 3 way shower guides that are just going to guide us through the beginning point of this journey through the Lightening Temple. And yeah, they again just look like light beings, and they're not massively huge. They're about the same size as our own luminary bodies. And they're direct cognating, telepathing something toward us. They have their hands in a Patra stance toward us, the 3 of them, toward our whole group. And they're transmitting a key code that's needed to go through this one passage. They're also transmitting the information that all of the other doorways that we sense there but that are closed, they all lead to different places. And there is one straight and narrow and clear doorway that leads directly to where we want to go, almost as if the other ones, if we'd stumbled upon the place and managed to get into this temple ourselves without having made the ultimate desire statement and having that energy in our body, the other doors would be opened and we might feel like following this one or that one, and they'd be kind of like a labyrinth that you could get lost in for a long time and have experiences, but it wouldn't take you to where we're aiming for, which are the deity planes. So this one passage they're explaining has 3 layers to it. It's like a long hallway that's arched shape, and there's different color lights in various parts of it as you're walking through, as if different colored lights were shining down from above. And they said there are 3 sections to it. There are certain things that happen in the first section, there are certain things that happen in the second section, and then there are certain things that happen in the third section. When you get through the third section, you actually come out on the shores of Amayasan, like the image in the painting, The Shores of Amayasan. So we're going to move through the lightning process, and this lightning process is quite, they said it's quite important, and there's a lot of energetic things that are actually happening when we use this particular journey. The journey is a mathematical code unto itself. It's like resonance alignment imagery. It's like a moving resonance alignment imagery. So we've been transmitted the information about the 3 sections to this tunnel passage. On the other end of it, it does come out on the beach and the shores of Amayasan, but not just on the shores as we've been there before. On the shores of Amayasan, in the deity plane frequencies, where we can see other things that we couldn't from the regular frequencies of the of entering Amayasan on the Aurora Earth level. Sorry about that again. All right, now okay, cool. The 3 way shower people just orbed. They just turned into 3 little orbs and all joined into 1 little orb and then went flying up it toward the very, very high ceiling in the temple and disappeared. So now we're kind of on our own. They're telling me this through the telepath in this one. One of the things they transmitted was that we can do this journey together, and even though there's 1 tunnel, they transmitted us each a code for a lone key harmonic, which means we don't have to cram through this set of passages, this one passage altogether. We'll be able to individually go through it, even though we're all going through it at the same time. It will be at our own encryption, specifically with this lone harmonic, where even though we're together, we'll only perceive our own selves going through. It also gives us privacy, because it is a private experience that we're meant to have as we pass through the three layers of this tunnel to get to the beaches of Amayasan in the deity planes. In the first one, we'll notice before we step into it, the color that's shining down from some invisible light in the ceiling of the tunnel appears to be like an indigo colored light, a bluey indigo colored light. It's pleasant light. When we walk into this space, there's a set of direct cognitions that will ask us to do certain things. The consciousness of the chamber itself, this tunnel itself, will ask certain things of us. So now let's just breathe normally, but remember trying to breathe in our luminary bodies and in our physical bodies all the way down to the day center and then all the way up from the day center with the inhale and exhale. When we go through the first part of the tunnel, the indigo lighted part, imagine now on your lone harmonic, you're stepping through and you're in the first part, and it's really just it doesn't open up or anything like side to side. It's just a tunnel that now it still feels really large to you, but you could actually reach out and with your luminary body and touch both sides of it. It adjusts to your size, so you can touch both sides with your palms, with your arms straight out to the sides. That's how big it is proportionately to the size of your luminary body, which is right now the size of your physical body. So imagine stepping in and just breathing in for a moment the indigo light down into the day center and then out of the day center. In this first part, we are going to be asked to lighten our burden a bit. And in lightening our burden, we'll notice over to the right side, we're standing facing forward in this tunnel and seeing the indigo light and sensing the other ones. We can't see the other segments of the tunnel yet. But over to our right, there's a silver box, about the size of a shoebox, but it looks like it's made of literally silver metal that's very intricately carved. This silver box is where we are going to leave certain things that we will be able to pick back up if we so choose on our way back out after we go to visit Amayasan. Now in this particular area, we're going to leave behind things. Now, and this is something where when we do like a home version of this, you can spend a lot of time really feeling these things out. Where, all right, the first things to leave behind, we're leaving behind things that are artificial, that are of the artificial world, including artificial ideas about our own identity. Ideas that all have an encryption that either lifts us up and lightens us or weighs us down and makes us heavier, both in consciousness and in frequency. So when we get into the first indigo lighted part of the tunnel, the first things we will think about, let us think of our name. And think of the name that you were given as, at birth, and if you liked that name, you can keep that. If it feels not like you or like something artificial to you, you can simply inhale and exhale, make a little ball with your luminary body's breath, and it turns into just a little pearl that you put in the box over on the right side of the tunnel. Just leave that there. You can get it back when you come back if you want it. So feel that about your name. Now, feel out in your physical body energy and your luminary body. Feel out things that don't feel quite right. Try to remember some things from your past, like places you lived or a bad experience you might have had or a number of bad experiences that didn't feel good. Those things are also encryptions that are being carried in your emotional and elemental body that are weighing you down. So inhale those, the first layer of them. Inhale them, pull them into a little pearl, and exhale them out the mouth of your luminary body into your hand and drop it in the box. Try to sense the difference already with just a little bit off you. And you're still standing there in your clothes and in your body in the shape it is, but you're removing some of the burden that is weighing your body and your consciousness down. Next, think about your job and your whole relationship with money. The parts that you're happy with, that feel good and comfortable to you, you can keep those because money is not an evil thing or anything that you're not allowed to take to Emmaus-san. You can take it if you want it. It probably wouldn't work there, but you could take it if you liked it. But if there's any feelings of I'm scared or insecure or angry or feel the world owes me because I can't seem to figure out how to make things work, any of those feelings, they do a huge thing for weighing you down and tying your power up in knots. So, and a lot of times they're situated around the solar plexus area and the third chakra area. So if you sense any of those anxieties, let's say, about money, about not having enough, about any of those fears, just inhale them into a ball and exhale them out into your palm, through the mouth of your luminary body, and put them in the box. Now, as you're standing there in the blue light, the indigo blue light, just do a quick scan of your luminary body. At the same time, you'll be scanning your physical body, trying to sense any levels of disharmony or things that just don't feel good, like nasty energy that you'd like to leave in the box. So start with the feet and inhale slowly upward, just scanning. Anything that feels negative, you're just going to lift it as if it's like dirt you're picking out with a vacuum cleaner as you go, scanning from the toes up to the top of you. And imagine there's this like dirt cloud that just hangs in the air in front of your body, of the stuff, whatever it is, that you pulled out. And now imagine just using your inhale breath and just squishing up that mess that's in front of you in your luminary body. And again, putting that in the box. Try to feel the lightening in your physical body cells as well as you take these layers of things off that don't belong there. Encryptions that are holding your energy down and your body down and your consciousness. The final one we'll do when in this light, in the light of the blue indigo light, we will sense our physical body itself and any feelings we have that we feel yucky about it. Is it too fat? Is it too skinny? Is it too short? Is it too scrawny? Is it whatever not good enough feeling? That, oh, I wish I looked like this, or I wish I had that, or I wish it didn't hurt. Even if it's physical ailments that, something's broken or I have a disease, anything like that, a yuck feeling that has to do with having your physical body itself. Try to sense that, and a lot of people have a lot of those. It's not just one. But try to sense all the yucky energy that you're feeling. Get in touch with it. Let yourself feel it, even though a lot of times the ego doesn't want to feel it at all. But try to sense. Think about your just like what your body feels like on you, and any feelings that do not feel pleasant and joyful and happy. Just inhale up and into the azure and make a ball up into the azure of all that unpleasant feeling, and then breathe it out
out of the mouth of the luminary body, and again, put it in the box. And again, try to feel the lightning. Now we're going to step forward in the tunnel, and when we step forward, we'll notice there's this zone where there's no colored light, just kind of like daylight color light shining down after you get out of the one color zone. So let's inhale, and on the exhale, we'll take a step forward and out of the blue light part and back into the daylight spectrum, still in the tunnel. And in this daylight part, there will be a crackle. You'll hear a crackle, like lightning crackle. And it will come down and fill that area for a moment. And this one will be indigo lightning, like the indigo light that you just moved through. And just breathe and imagine it's coming in, and you can hear it crackling around you. And every time you inhale there in your luminary body, it comes into your cells and vibrates and crackles through you. But it's not electrocuting you, it's just lightening you. Try to feel it coming into your physical body cells as well. Just lightening, as if it's burning off things that don't belong there. And charging and healing the molecular structure and the atomic structure. Feel it doing the same to your clothes, because your clothes are still on in your luminary bodies and your physical ones. Next, we're going to move to the next colored light area, and we'll find that this is the light is the color of ultraviolet, the ray of transmutation color. Now, it's going to get a little more personal when we step into this one. And remember, you're in this space for you to experience personally yourself. Okay. Now we're going to inhale, and when we exhale, we'll take a step forward into this sheath of violet light in front of us. Inhale and exhale. Okay, and now sense your luminary body is standing in this violet light space. And sense that there's this violet light coming around your physical body as well, here, directly through the luminary body. And as your luminary body stands there in the same clothes you're wearing, we're going to lighten ourselves a little bit more. First of all, in the little box, because there's a little box in that section too, in the little box we're going to place any piece of identification that we have. Feel in your pocket, or if you have your purse with you. If you're a girl and you have purses, you brought it with you as part of your wardrobe, just so you know. Even if you didn't remember carrying it, it came with you. So we're going to hand over, we can pick them up on our way out, any piece of ID, everything from a birth certificate to a driver's license to something that assigns numbers to who you are to give you an identity in the 3D world. So imagine now, you're going to inhale, and as you inhale, all of these things, these pieces of paper and plastic that tell you who you have to be in 3D, they all pop up in front of you and go into a ball right in front of your face, and you can pick that out of the air and put that as a ball into the little silver box in the violet area. Just try to feel what that feels like. Wow, I have no papers, no ID, no bank account numbers, no checkbook, none of that. The first thing you might feel is, oh, I'm in trouble. If you feel that, oh, I'm in trouble, just inhale and pull that feeling into a ball. And again, push it out in front of you, take it from the air, and put that back in there too, in the box. Here, it's okay not to have any of those papers, because here, it's your core resonance, and in a Meson, it's your core resonance, what your vibration is, what your encryption vibrates at, that tells everybody who you are and what you are. In those Christic places, there isn't anything to hide, and you really can't hide anything from Christic beings. They aren't nosy. They'll purposely screen themselves to not invade other people's privacy of thoughts and things like that. But you don't have to have the purse and the wallet when you're in the places you're going to. So feel this like, wow, oh, cool. This is like a free trip. This is really neat. I don't have to worry about any of that, and I can get back. It's going to be in the box. I can pick it back up, not losing anything. Now it's going to get a little bit more personal in the area of the violet light. Now, look down at your luminary body and see what clothes, what you have on, like what you have on your physical body. And remember, you're completely in a private space here. Nothing and no one is watching except you, and that's what's important, that you are aware of this process and the feelings it brings up in you and in your energy. Because it's the feelings that are creating a lower encryption vibration that is helping to hold your entire encryption vibration down into a lower range. So now, imagine that you're taking off, if you have your shoes on, imagine you're taking off your shoes as you stand in the light there and breathe. And you put the shoes in the box. Shoes, socks. Okay, now imagine you have any accessories, like hats, scarves, jewelry, any of that kind of stuff. Wedding rings count too. You can pick them up on the way out. It's not the ring that holds the commitment, it's the commitment itself. So all of these things are just tokens, right? All the tokens, even glasses. Your eyes will be fine when you get to Emmaus-san. You won't need your glasses there or your contacts. Imagine them kind of going boink and popping out if you have contacts in. And you can put all of those in the box. All the accessories. Now you can get down to if you have anything like belts on that are holding up your pants or something. You know, like belts that are accessories or just accessories. Belts that are holding up your pants have a different symbolic meaning. They're actually holding up your privacy. So now if you have a belt on that is holding up your pants or your privacy, take that belt off and put it in the box. Try to sense what you feel like right now. Your accessories, your outer forms of identification, all of that. They're not on you right now. Their vibration is not holding you down. You've been lightened from that burden for now. Feel what your toes are digging into the sand, because it's actually like white sand, just like it is here inside as we're walking through this this tunnel in the lightening temple. As we're in the violet light, the next thing we're going to do is take off our shirts, and usually guys will have less problem with that one than girls will. Remember, nobody is watching. What's important is to feel your luminary body taking off the shirt that you have on, that it has on. It doesn't matter if you have underwear on or not underneath, but just feel the feelings you are feeling as you take your shirt off and put the shirt in the box. Do you feel, just a nice air and light on your skin? It feels good. That'll be a feeling that a lot of men would have. But women may have a different feeling, especially if they went braless, because they'd feel a bit exposed. Do you find your luminary body wanting to follow the emotional imprint of your physical body and kind of exits hands across its chest to cover up your, breasts? Do you feel that feeling? If you do, inhale it and bring that feeling up, pull it out, and put it in the box. And imagine the arms of your luminary body are going down, and you're standing there with your skin exposed. It doesn't matter what your body looks like. If it's big, small, fat, skinny, it does not matter. Let it be okay. Let it be beautiful. It is a vessel that allows God's source to move around in this world and in the luminary body world. Let it be exactly the shape that it is here. Right now we're all standing with the top half naked, not looking at each other, of course. The next one is the scary one, is remove the bottom. And if you happen to have a dress on, you might have already got there because it went off with the top part. The next is to remove whatever bottom garment if you still have one on. If you had a dress and had undies under it, that's where the undies go. All right, take them off now too. Do the same thing. Imagine your luminary body. Feel you're taking them off, putting them in the box, and you're standing there literally stark naked now. with your luminary body, look down at yourself. Just kind of look down. There's no mirrors there. Just kind of look down, see what you see. You go, yep, that's my body. Okay. I'm glad we're chuckling. See, the lightning is working. Focus first on your toes as you're looking down in the violet light at your body. And see if they're straight or squiggly or funny looking or... And exactly. Chuckle. Say, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful vessel. Even if you don't believe it for a minute. Just talk to your toes for a moment and say, you are absolutely beautiful toes. Just love you, and you're great because you're on the ends of my feet there, and my feet work better, and I'd probably fall over without you. I'm so grateful that you're here with me. And try to sense for a minute how even your physical toes here, it's almost if like the cells perked up and went, oh, whoa, they're talking to me. Hi, really? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Toes are like, thank you so much back. Feel a little kind of giggly. The cells of the toes are going, oh, shit, they like us. Right? They noticed we're here, we're here. And like Horton hears a who. Next, kind of move your attention up from your feet, through your legs to your knees. Say, hi, knees, I see you. And the knees are like, huh? Oh, okay. Say, you're really beautiful. This may be silly to you, as for some people, but it is very, very powerful energetically for the body consciousness. Say, well, knees are great. Even if they're achy and sometimes things like that. And it's like knees are probably saying, I wouldn't be so achy if you thought about certain things. Okay, if the body starts wanting to complain at you, right? Say, okay, we're going to take that and put that in the box. We'll deal with that when we get back into other healing modes. But I hear you, knees, right? Take whatever feelings that are negative that you might have about your knees and whatever negative feelings your knees might have about you and put them in the box. And now it's going to get tougher because we're moving upward. And most people are pretty okay with what's down, knees and below, but it gets stranger and stranger as you go higher. Next, drift your attention of your luminary body up from the knees through the thighs. Start to feel how your luminary body itself is feeling about the thighs, like, oh God, here we go. Right? I'm going to get lost in there, or God, they're skinny, whichever. Just try to be aware of some of the thought forms that are flying through your head and your luminary body's head is, right now I'm going into lovey fuzzy mode with my thighs. Hi, thighs, love you. And the other part is going, yeah, right, I'm lying through my teeth and I know it. If you have any of those reactions, go, all right, I got it. In the box, right? And thighs are going, okay, I know you hate me too. Or like, will you just leave me alone? Or maybe you've left me alone so long I look like toothpicks, whatever. Right? Say, okay, obviously we need to have a conversation deeper than this. But right now, let's put both in the box. Truce? Yes. Truce with the thighs. Yeah. Yes, both of you agree. In the box, any negativity toward each other. The feet are still giggling down there, by the way. And it would be really good to bring some of the giggly, they care about us energy up from the feet and bring it all the way up into the thighs so the thighs can feel a little better too. And the knees all the way through. So inhale upward, some of that giggly light energy. Up through, from the feet, up through into the thighs. And just let it kind of, like little tickly butterflies floating around in between the atoms of your thighs and your cells all through your body. Try to sense that. There is a deeper level to this exercise that we would enter now, but since we're in a group situation, we probably won't, but it may be in the more formalized version that will probably be put out with a CD set somewhere that has to do with something else. We will leave our private parts right now relatively alone.
Can't we just kill the trouble magnet and
What are you forgiving it for? You're judging it. No. We don't need to forgive it.
put the trouble magnet in the dog?
It's not a trouble magnet. That's not a nice judgment. let's just move up and be aware, and we're looking at our private parts from the front down, right? Which isn't too private. We're not bending over and putting our head between our legs and looking up, you know?
You might help.
This is a simple first level lightning, okay? Just kind of look at as if you're looking down at yourself. Yeah, right. Okay, there's that stuff down there. Try to feel any feeling you might have about it, like, oh, the trouble magnet, or, yeah, oh, yuck, can we just pass that spot, please? Or, I like playing with that spot. Whatever the feeling. Like, just go, okay, let's just leave the feeling, the whole feelings about that right now. Let's put them in a box. We can pick them up later. Yeah, so inhale energy right around in that area, like a belt around the private area, and then inhale that in a ball, and push it into a ball, throw it forward, and put it in the box for later. Moving upward. Moving upward to the belly region. Here's another region that some people will be like, ooh, love my abs, I got an 8-pack. And others will be like, oh God, do I even have to look? You know, like, yes, you do. We need to look and say, yep, private parts, this goes for you too. But also, belly, I love you. I really, really love you. And it's going, you're really, really lying. Right? And you can go, I really, really know. I'm sorry, I'm judging you. And it's like, okay, I forgive you for judging me. Then inhale all that conversation out in front of your belly, into a ball, and in the box. Okay. Now bring some of that giggly light up again from your feet all the way up through your private parts and up through into the belly. Inhale and exhale the gigglies. And feel like little white butterflies flickering around all through, like little white butterflies of light. There are deep levels you can go with this technique when you're alone at home, that you can take it into very deep conversations between that area of your body and what it needs, and where you can work out the fact that you've been ignoring whatever and are afraid of whatever. If it has, like, say, a bad thing like a cancer or something in it, that you're really scared of it, you can start conversing with the consciousness that it's made of and start making definite improvements in the actual physical health by getting into those deep levels. So this is just a surface level of lightening that we're doing right now. And we're going to move up now from our giggling belly. Imagine it's almost going boing, like if you have a little bit of fat. If you have the 8-pack, forget it. It's just going to sit there and go and hum. But if you've got like a little extra pad in it, it'll be going right? That's what mine's doing. It's going right? So yeah, that's that extra 20, I know. Right? And the thighs are kicking and laughing now too, going, we can do that too. You got 3 point. Okay, good. I'm glad they're having a good time. Now, we're going to move up now to the breast area, and women will have one relationship with this, and men will have a different one, and men that wish they were a woman will have a different one, and women that wish they were men will have a different one. So there's all sorts of different relationships that people have with these parts and the ones below that go with them. So just imagine you're looking at them, and if you look at them and say, yuck, I wish they were this or that, or I wish they were bigger, I wish they were smaller, I wish they were girl breasts and I have boy ones, I wish they were boy breasts and I have girl ones, any of that, right? All that, not acceptance of that part of the body that is a part of you. That's weighing the body down. It's creating poisons in the cellular structure in the regions that those things are occurring. So we need to just remove and lighten those feelings. So inhale all of those thoughts and feelings into a ball in front of the breasts and push it out in front. Grab it with both hands, because that's usually a pretty big one, and stick it in a box. You can scan a little bit all the way from your fingertips up your arms to your shoulders. And this is where you get to talk to, if you happen to be a girl with a little extra body fat, like I am. This is where you'll get not only the belly and the thighs going, but you'll get the bat wings too going. Say, I love you, arms. Even if you're not sculpted and toned. If you do have sculpted and toned arms, you can say, nice job. Good job, buddy. Doing really good. It'll be like, yes, and thank you for working with me. Right? So whichever relationship you have with that part of your body, feel your arms, feel your shoulders, feel the muscle, feel the fat if there's extra fat on it. Let it be fine. Let it be okay. Let it be funny. Let it know you forgive it, and it forgives you. And inhale any of the negative feelings and just pull them out of both arms, squish them into a ball in front of you, and in the box with it. And now, we just have the head, face, brain thing. You can't really look yourself in the face without a mirror unless you project outside of yourself, turn around and look at yourself. We don't need to do that right now. But what we can do is bring our awareness in our luminary body and our physical one up into our heads. And exhale. Become aware for a moment of the tip of your nose. Feel it. Try to feel it. To actually say, oh, there it is. Try to feel the tip of your chin without touching with your hands. Feel your luminary body trying to do the same thing. Try to feel your cheekbones. Try to feel your eyelashes, if your eyes are closed, resting against the bottom of the eyelid toward the cheekbones. Try to feel the arch of your eyebrows. Now think for a moment about your face. When you know what your face looks like from the outside, because we're used to defining our bodies from the outside. When you look in the mirror on the outside, is it a face you like? Or do you say, oh, I wish I could change this, that, the other thing, the other thing, the other thing? Whichever the feelings are, for at least this moment, accept your face exactly as it is, as beautiful. Say to yourself, I have a beautiful face. Say that in your mind, I have a beautiful face. And in your luminary body. Imagine your luminary body is now reaching up a hand to touch your face. And to pet it, to stroke its cheek. To pet its eyebrow. To gently run a finger over the eyelashes on the closed eye. Imagine that this was the face of a child, a brand new beautiful baby. It was so innocent and pure. It just radiated beauty and gorgeous God energy. Be it the God source, that is what your face looks like. Now any feelings that you have about your face not being the way you wish it was right now. And if you've, say, ever had surgery on your face to change it or fix it, let that be okay. Accept it the way it is now that you've made the changes that you wanted to make. Take all the energy around worrying about your face and what other people see your face as, what you see your face as. In a ball, put it out in front of your face and in the box. Now, let's remember where we were before we got very involved in our own bodies. We're standing in the tunnel, in the violet light. And we're standing there right now with our bare feet in the white sand below our feet that glows kind of violet from the light above. And we are standing there stark naked in our bodies. Now, we're going to step out of the violet light and inhale and hold for a moment. And then exhale and step forward into the regular daylight color light that's on the other side of the violet. And here we're going to hear the crackling again, the crackling sounds of the lightning. This time it's going to be violet lightning. And it's going to, you can hear it crackling, and it's actually more intense than the indigo was. Crackling in the air around your luminary body. You can almost feel it making little hairs stand up on your luminary body skin and on your physical body skin. You can feel it in the air. And it's going to crackle, crackle, and it's going to move right through your skin and into your entire body as if it's juicing your entire body with purple lightning. Just feel it. It's almost like, it's almost like, actually it's almost orgasmic, sort of, on a cellular level. Not with just private parts, but like the cells are doing that thing. Just try to sense that and feel it. And just breathe with it gently. And then the crackle crackle dies down. You just are left with a nice pale violet glow around every cell, around every organ, around your skin. And there's one more place to step through before we go to the deity planes of Umeasan. One more lightening to go through. Before we do that, try to sense how light your luminary body and your physical body now feel after you've passed through the two lightenings. You're completely naked there in that space and you feel beautiful. You don't feel ashamed or embarrassed or worried about anybody looking at you. You're standing there pure, right in the presence of Aya, God Source. That is all. Let that feeling of peace, love, and acceptance of the perfection of you, just as you are, move through you. Try to feel it in your physical body. This is getting you closer to your true identity, your true self, your true eternal you. And the final place we're going to move through, the final lightening, we're going to move into what looks like a silvery light, silvery white light. And inhale, hold, take a step with the luminary body forward into the silvery light. This light is almost like a mist, where it's moist. And you can almost feel it like a lovely, comfortably moist mist, kind of swirling gently around you. Try to sense this on your physical body skin as well. Now in this mist, this is a lightning that there's not too much that you need to put in the box now. Except one thing. Your physical body. So now, imagine that you're going to experience something in both your physical body and your luminary body at the same time. Try to imagine the feeling of the silver mist. First, it's just kind of swirling in the air around you. Sorry. Now it's starting to actually swirl from, like, around your feet. Try to sense it in your physical body, too. It's swirling around your feet, as if it's moving through the atoms now of your feet. Try to feel it moving up to your legs, to your knees. And try to sense that, oh my goodness, where the flesh was is, and where my luminary body's flesh was is disappearing in the mist, as the mist. As if you're dematerializing from the feet up. Feel the mist moving up from the knees all the way up the thighs. Like, whoa, I'm only a bust figure now. Well, I've got a little more. This one's fun. Feel it intensely swirling through your torso. And just stop it at your belly button. Just feel it swirl for a while because it's more dense there. And it has a lot of other energies there that's really good too. Let them just turn to the mist. If you see at this point some weird black thing shooting off to the side, don't worry about it. They'll end up in the box, right? As the body purging some of its own stuff that we didn't get into when we kind of skipped over the private parts. So, okay. Whoop. Now, imagine that mist is swirling through you and around you, past your belly button. Now it's up to your breasts, right under your breasts. Try to feel what it feels like to just be mist down below, and you still have this like solid, heavy feeling part of yourself that's your solid form up above. Try to sense the difference in your physical body and in the luminary body. When you get really good at doing this technique, by the way, this part, you actually completely lose awareness and sensation in your entire body down below. It's really like everywhere. It's weird. The only place that's really hard to lose awareness of is your head. Your face, that's a little different. But right now, we're going to move that mist, and it's almost like that giggly feeling, but much more calm and more, almost like if you could hear a monk giggle, it wouldn't be like hee hee hee, it'd be kind of like hee hee, oh yes, that's very, very nice. That kind of, instead of the hee hee hyper giggle, it's the oh, yes, that kind of feel. And it's moving up to the breast, through the breast now, and up to your neck. And just your head's there now, and imagine it's almost like being in amazingly warm, soothing, swirling, misty water. And then there's losing sensation of the physical body at all. But imagine you can still move. You know you had arms once, and if you thought about moving an arm, it's not there anymore, but the mist moves. And if you thought about doing a jig, you don't have the legs there anymore, but the mist moves, right? And now, the final bit is you're going to turn your head to mist. Most people have a conscious ego level that thinks of this is me as the face and the head where the brain, where the mind is. So imagine that this is just going, here comes the mist. Oh boy. You're not going to be annihilated though. Not at all. Oh, feel first the skin going, right? Oh no, the skin on my face, it's like dematerializing, kind of like in a gentle horror movie where it's just going and disappearing, turning to mist, and now you're kind of, there's my skull bone, right? Okay. And feel the mist and the skull bone turn into one. And now there's just gooey stuff inside in your brain, and eyeballs and things. Feel the gooey stuff in your brain. I'm sorry. Turn into mist. And the eyeballs are rolling in the mist. And then they go too. Try to sense. We're definitely lightning. Try to sense the fact that you know you are still there, even though you have completely dematerialized your luminary body into this beautiful silver swirling mist. And it is swirling in this mist space, not even taking form of anything right now. Try to feel the reality of this in your physical body too. This is getting closer and closer to the eternal you, the real true you, identity. Just sense it and breathe it for a few moments. Notice we didn't even have to put it in the box. What we did was just merge it with the mist and become one with the mist. What we'll do next is, as this beautiful silvery sparkling mist, we'll take an inhale and condense ourselves into a cloud. It doesn't even have to be a tight orb, just a cloud. Just inhale. And condense the part of ourself, our energy, that turned to mist. We'll condense that into a little, like, mist cloud. And the rest of the mist that was just the mist of creation is still all around us and will stay in the tunnel. Be aware that there is a little version of your physical body, physical luminary body, in the little box, in the mist area, sleeping. So the body is still there, the image is still there, and you can pick it up on your way home, back through. But now, you are simply this amazing cloud of conscious, aware, silvery, sparkling mist. And we're going to go through the final lightning, where I don't know if you remember what the thunderclouds looked like, because some of you had your backs to them. But it was like these beautiful clouds that looked kind of dark, but then they lit up with colors inside of them, and the bolts were like running inside of them. We're going to become a cloud like that in a minute when we move our cloud forward and into that just daylight color area at the end of the last segment of the tunnel. So inhale and move forward into the light, daylight. And here's where the lightning is going to come again. And this is silver lightning. and you can feel it crackling all around. But now it's not all around your body because you don't have a body. You just have this amazing cloud of mist. And you're going to feel the lightning running through that amazing cloud of mist, as if the lightning is running through you and rumbling through. Feel it rumble through you as mist. Feel it rumble through your physical body and the physical, even though it is still here and it's not fully turned to mist. You can feel that rumble as if that cloud is you, and that vibration of the thunder and the lightning that is healing lightning goes through you, charging your cloud cells. And then it passes. Try to feel the lightness of yourself now after that third lightening. Try to hear the sounds of the waves, because we are very close now to emerging upon the shores of Amason. Listen quietly for a moment and just breathe quietly and hear the sound of the surf, the sound of the waves. For Amason there, Siesta Key here. Imagine, as our cloud, we actually move with them. We expand and float back and forth with the movement of the tide, and it feels really good. Try to feel that wave movement running right through your physical body here as your luminary body cloud sways with the sound of the shores of Amason. And now, we're going to become aware of the fact that all of each other, we have all been here together on our private harmonic. Now we're going to rejoin our group harmonic. And we are all clouds now, so we don't have to worry about being naked or anything like that. We've got all the stuff that weighed us down in the boxes. We're going to inhale and hold into our cloud. And as we exhale, we're going to push forward outward. And it's the last arc in the tunnel. You're going to push outward, exhale. And as a cloud, each of us pops out, and we are actually hanging right over the beach on the shores of Amason. And we all kind of go as we're all popping out and, going into the group harmonic again. So there's all these little beautiful silvery, sparkly clouds that are us there, our luminary bodies there. And now we're going to be met by a guide, a Mashayahanic guide, that's going to take us to a very special place. And we had to go through the lightning in order to reach the deity planes in which this place exists and has its manifest form. This place is referred to as the Sanctuary Islands. There are a number of them, even in just the location of Amason, but they are in the deity plane level, where they cannot be seen because they are not manifest in the regular frequency levels of even Amason, which is in Aurora Earth. So in order to get to these areas, we had to turn ourselves, we had to lighten ourselves to this level. And now we're going to have an enlightened guide, Mashayahanic guide, come and take us. And first, the image as clouds that we're being asked to hold is we are just clouds. And like we had been standing on the beach here looking out at the ocean, well, imagine we're clouds hanging there, still looking out at the ocean, except as clouds we can see 360 around us, up, down, back and forth all at the same time. But we're going to focus our attention on the ocean, and now on what looks like an island, not too far off the shore, but a bit far to swim. And on that island, it seems to have a mountain, or several mountains in the middle, and then beautiful white sand shores around it, and there's some kind of buildings and structures that are almost like hidden within the mountain structures. That is the one we are looking at is one of the sanctuaries that are similar to monasteries, where the Mashayahanic adepts and adepts in training go to. There's one particularly dedicated to elemental command and learning that type of thing. So it has to do with not just personal elemental command, but ones who are working on service commissions with grid work and those kind of things in various locations. Excuse me. To get there, we are simply going to imagine up above our clouds as we're hanging out, like maybe, well, we should be, some of us are really, really high, I'm noticing, because people think clouds are way up high. Let's bring our clouds down to where we're only about like 6 feet off the sand of the beach that we're standing on. And we are actually standing on the shores of Mayasan, looking at one of the sanctuary islands that is off the coast of Mayasan. And as clouds that we are, sense that there is this big presence coming in. And it's like a big silver fluffy cloud coming in over our heads. And that cloud is going to gently inhale us upward, and all our little clouds are going to go and kind of blend in with the bottom of the big cloud. Try to sense this happening with our luminary bodies when we do the breathing that goes with this. So first we'll inhale. And as we inhale, we can sense that big Mashayahanic cloud over us. And as we exhale, we're going to push ourselves up toward it and feel it draw us up toward it. And now it will fly us in shield over. And just breathe and just normally. And try to do breathing, though, from the sense of, in your physical body, where the day point is. Somewhere in your cloud, that point still exists as a mathematical electromagnetic reality. So you have a day point in your cloud as well, even though your body is not with you at the moment. So just try to breathe in and out from that point in your cloud and in your body. And feel yourself kind of floating with the big cloud over the ocean and coming in to land first on top of the tallest mountain on this sanctuary island. And we're going to inhale in our clouds in our physical bodies. And as we exhale, we're all going to exhale downward, and that will bring each of us down from the big cloud. Exhale down, and you can see the bunch of us kind of floating around and going downward. We're going downward in a downward spiral, down from the highest part of the mountain, down toward the shore. Down toward the shore. And then all of a sudden, there's this little vibration. Somebody's calling us to come. This is the place where our other part of our quantum, of our luminary bodies, had gone to when we first opened the day point in Technique 1. So we're going to go and find ourselves that are in our luminary body, the rest of our luminary bodies. So imagine now that you are, we've come down the mountain and we're each individual clouds again. And you're a cloud outside of this partial mountain structure that's not too many, only a few feet up off a beautiful white sandy beach. But in the bottom part of this rocky mountain that is almost like white crystal rock, there are these big arch doorways, and there seem to be lots of them, just arch doorways with no doors on them, just like arches. And you're a cloud looking at those arches from the outside, and we're going to move ourselves inside. And this is one of the main meditation retreat areas that we will be using. It connects to one that's very similar, but at a bit lower frequency, that's in a Mayasan. But this particular one is going to be a place where we can go back to repeatedly for healing and for various things, and we're going to be taught how to use these spaces even more. So for now, as our cloud selves, let's inhale into that point that is our day point inside our cloud. And then as we exhale ourselves, we'll push ourselves forward through one of the many arched doorways. Doesn't matter, they all open into the same plaza-like space. And when we pass through these doorways, our more cloud-like substance turned again to like a little bit less formed and more like a mist. So we're like a mist hanging in the air. And every one of us has our luminary body there, a piece of it, a part of it, quantum of it. But what's wonderful about the luminary bodies that are there, they are the perfect versions of us at whatever this body, the body that you carry now, would be at its perfect Christic deity expression at the age of 33. So if you're older or younger, doesn't matter. It would be your perfect, full Christic deity expression at the age of 33. And what's nice about this is it doesn't have to look exactly like you. You could have it have different color hair, or have it be thinner than your body is here. You can change it. The thing that would feel like most you, almost as if you could invent what that body is you want it to look like. You would have the base code that you're still carrying, the base gene code. So you could make it anything you wanted. You could make it any color you wanted. If you happen to be a white person and feel a stronger resonance with black-skinned races, you could make yourself a beautiful black person that you felt, yes, this is me. If you're a black person that felt the same thing and wanted to, felt more comfortable, if you had white skin, you can do the same thing. If you're a woman and you prefer to be a man, or a man and you prefer to be a woman, you can do the same thing. This is an essence of you, the core essence, and whatever feels most like the true and real you. Once all the baggages of should-have-beens and stuff people have told you and all that stuff we've left behind in the lightening temple, this you will reflect who you most feel you would like to be. This is beyond your avatar, like they use those little avatars on the internet where you can design your own self, sort of, in cartoon form. These aren't cartoons. These are your rishi forms, the form you would like to choose if you're going to walk around in a body. You can dematerialize it at will. You can even change it. Be one thing one day, one thing another. You can turn yourself into a bird, a cat. You can do anything you want to do here in this space. But right now, have your body look like the 33-year-old image of... Uh-oh, sound is going. Okay. Is everybody else hearing me all right? Okay. Oh dear. Okay. We're almost done.
Your batteries are okay.
Okay, we're doing okay. Yeah. Alrighty. So now, for this particular journey, even though you could pick any version of form that you want in this place and in this state, for now, keep it, your luminary body, keep it in a form that is like the perfected version of the body that you have right now, but at age 33. And know that you can change that whenever you want to. In the final part of this journey and the lightening that we've experienced, we are going to be gifted once we move our consciousness. Our clouds are still hanging there. And we're going to go to the luminary body that looks like us, right? And we're going to inhale and merge and exhale into the luminary body. So now our cloud consciousness is expressing itself inside of the 33-year-old illuminating body form. My lips are getting tired. And in that form, you can see each of us standing around, because it's a very huge plaza. We're now on the inside, so all those arched, like window doorway effects, they don't have doors on them, are looking out on the beautiful white sand beach and the beautiful shores of the sanctuary island, because right now we are on the sanctuary island off the coast of Amayason. And the final part of this journey will be when we are given a gift of a direct transmission that will come down through the ceiling of this particular temple. And the ceiling is very, very high, as if it were a mountain that were hollowed out almost all the way to its peak. So it's kind of like conical shaped. And there is a little opening of light at the top. And this is where direct presence of Aya comes through in a very special set of frequencies that can only be accessed in the deity planes. It is these frequencies that will have the power once we receive the frequencies in our luminary bodies. We will be able to bring that spark of Aya back with us to activate the silver seed in our physical bodies. It will also crack the Vabatum carbon crystal that keeps the mutation and the cal membrane locked around our silver seed crystal. So we're going to move toward the center. Imagine us as still quite small in our luminary bodies up there, but we're going to go and stand together, like in a big, big circle, underneath this conical shape, like hollow cone that goes upward to the point with a little tiny spot of light coming through the top. We're just going to stand there as a group in our luminary bodies and kind of just stand there and put our hands up as if we're going to receive rain in our palms. And there's going to be one very quick flash where the entire cone fills with the direct pulse of the consciousness of God source, of Aya. And it's just going to go and pulse through. And it'll pass right through, and it'll like reverberate through the waters of off the shores of Mayasan. And it will go all through our luminary bodies for a moment. So in a moment, they're going to release that pulse. If we inhale upward and hold for a moment. You can almost feel it starting to come. It's reverberating. It's not coming yet, but you can almost feel it, even in the physical. Whoa. And exhale now as it's coming down. Whoa, that also brought a big cone of swirling light down over us, down here in the physical. Cool. Okay. You can put our hands down now. Sorry, on our luminary bodies and our physical ones. In our luminary bodies, just stand there for a moment and just feel for a moment. Don't even think, just try to feel. Because for a moment, we're fully filled with the living presence of Aya, of God Source. In our luminary bodies, every cell, molecule, atom, subatomic particle is made of that conscious living force. Try to sense what it feels like to know yourself as an individual, but know yourself as absolutely at one with and not at all separated from that eternal consciousness of God Source. You can be at one with it while still having an individual identity. You don't have to blur yourself into it and lose that cognition. Both can exist together. And that is what the deity consciousness is like. That is the angelic human consciousness in its original form. Now that we have received this spark of Aya, we will bring our luminary bodies back through the Temple of Lightning, if you want to. If you don't want to right now, all of the things that you left in the silver boxes, they have this big storage area there in that temple for all the boxes that nobody ever came back to claim. And every time people do the technique and leave more. So they just infinitely will store them. It's kind of like they turn them into a zip file and just file them. If you ever want them back, they're there. Right? So we can choose to pick up our silver boxes or what's in them, or we can choose to sort through them. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take my driver's license, that and the other thing. Don't worry, you won't lose those things if you don't collect them, the physical ones. Like if I don't bring my, you kind of say, oh geez, if I don't bring my passport back out, does that mean it's going to disappear here? Right? No, it should not do that. But if you're worried, because I do say should, because I know the beloveds have a sense of humor sometimes. Anything that you felt you like your body, that is here. Like you didn't put the whole thing in there, so you don't have to take your body back out. Your clothes are still on you, so you don't have to take those. But just in case, anything that you feel absolutely vital, like papers that you get in trouble, like when you can't go on airplanes or anything with, just kind of call that out now while we're still in this sanctuary space, which is across the water from the Temple of Lightning. Just anything like that, just kind of call it back while we're still standing there with the Aya flowing through us. It's like, okay, and it'll come back in a ball and kind of hang in front of you. And you just kind of take the ball, squash it up, inhale it, it goes back with you, and it will just come back and go back into whatever pattern it belongs in here when we bring these bodies back. Because we're going to bring our luminary bodies back now, and we'll bring them back in a quicker way than we could. We could take the long journey and go exploring, and at other times we can do that because we can come back here to the deity plains and this particular sanctuary island off the shore of Amayasan. And this time we're simply going to stand, as we're still standing, underneath that cone, that conical interior of this mountain temple. And we're going to inhale ourselves into a tiny little spark of light. And then we are simply going to push that spark downward, and it's going to come right back into our day point here in the physical body. And now we're going to do one inhale and contract the day point with the abdominal muscles and hold. And on the exhale, we'll expand our full luminary body out into our physical body with all of the energy that it brought with it. Try to sense the lightening that has come with you, even back into your physical body. This technique is a very powerful one, and the more you do it, the lighter and lighter and lighter you feel, which means the lighter your energies are becoming in encryption. The lighter we become, the more we will be able to fit into and start experiencing more and more on the physical level. The opening of this field into where it almost blurs, turns misty, and then it would become the other field. Instead of running and jumping through portals, we would simply shift state. And that is the state that we are working toward with the deification of the physical body. So this will be the end to techniques 5A and B. I hope you've enjoyed the experience. It was really a lot of fun, guys. Thank you so much. Not too loud, the turtles. Thank you. Sorry, turtles. Thank you very much. I will do my best for us to be there for the 12 to 2 session. I have a lot of work to get done before that session, so I'll do my best with the timing. We are going to have a very heavy loaded packed session for the 10:30 plus one, whatever time that ends up. We are on Guardian time, but the content is very, very much worth it. I hope you have a good evening tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow, and get safely back to the buses so we can go home quietly. Yes, and quietly. Thank you very much. Night night.
Yeah, that's right. Alrighty. Anyway, well, they've done this a couple times before. Beloveds always, do the wacky guardian time, but sometimes it's wackier than others. Where when it goes this far, they do the consolidated program and they change the order of what we were going to use if it was longer and we had more time. It's really funny. They started about 2 weeks ago with bits and pieces of this. Nothing that could be typeset yet, because they'll give me like shorthand bits of techniques and that kind of thing, and they won't expand outward until I get on the computer myself. So it's not something else someone can typeset for me or anything. They run the full line once the shield is assembled and fill in the information. When we last spoke, I didn't understand a lot of what these activations were about yet. I understood the gist, but I didn't understand hardly any of it. So we've got more of the information on what they're about. And that is what was taking so long. As far as the techniques go, they had explained that when in doing the technique 4 and then the 5A and B, which was the beach event that we did, that it would trigger the activation of technique 2 anyway. And technique 3, I hope we'll be able to run live at the end. I like that one in particular because it's like very good for clearing in general when you don't feel well or feel grouchy or something's bothering you or that kind of thing. I found it really, really helpful. And they haven't given me a written version of that. They just explained it to me and have had me run it myself a couple times. The most important activations in this, most important techniques, ended up as the techniques 6A and 6B, 7A and 7B, and 8. And the 6A and 6B, they gave explanations of all of what these activations are about. And they would like me to start, instead of starting with the Session 2, Air Command, and the Adept Mind things, they wanted me to start with the information we're going to start Session 3 with, which is the Return of the Sacred Butterfly, the Ultimate Desire and the Greatest Suffering, Organic and Inorganic Conception and Fetal Integration, and the deification and mortification of the physical vessel. They want us to understand that information first and foremost, because if we understand that, we'll understand a bit more on the mental body level of what the significance of the activations we are going into with these techniques today. So what the diagram set that we'll start with will have to do with Section 3. And when we get to a certain point in that, then we will go into the 6A and 6B, and then we'll go into 7A and 7B. 6A and 6B, I'm not sure how long they're going to take. Most of these are being run like live, as far as, they'll run the wave, but they had to have big explanations in front of them so we understood what we were dealing with. And before we can understand, even reading those, when we read those to you, if we don't do the diagram set first and review some of the little bit of things that we know before, we're, especially with new people that might not have heard some of it, because some of it's from things we talked about way back, it won't make a whole lot of sense even with the reading. So by the time we get through the few diagrams that, from other programs that we've used, and up into the techniques, and then the diagrams that go with the techniques, because some of them had to have diagrams because they show certain energy flows that we need to do. By the time we get to the techniques, we should understand, the significance of what is occurring here, and it's quite phenomenal. This is what's called the level 1 deification process of the physical atomic body. There are 4 more levels, and each of them will be handled in one of the Sliders workshops, and that will end, I believe, the last one, I think, is in August of 2012. So that's building us up to the point where we are ready to deal with whatever is occurring on December 21st, 2012. So when you see this process, and if I'm able to explain it well, the significance of it is huge. It's what we've been working so hard for so many years to make our bodies capable of doing, and finally we are getting to the point where that is occurring. I realized something was happening a bit during the journey that we took, because I was, for once, I was actually able to lay down. Usually I have to sit up, and I journey much better when I'm laying horizontal for some reason. And I was laying horizontal while I was, narrating, and I had my eyes open, and I was looking up at the sky and saw like the clouds, and all of a sudden it started to shift, as if, and I'm watching, narrating the things that I'm watching as we're moving through, but I could also see the sky, and it started to get really grainy, like a grainy photograph, as if it were going to just change, and then the clouds would part, and we would be elsewhere. And I have a feeling that that was a bit of a shift. I was just starting to pick up on what the potentialities of these are. Now, this particular set of activations this is part of the adept level mind training. The next level will be the adept level on the physical emotional body, and that's the next Sliders workshop. And this one has to come first. This one connects to what's called the air command. And air command, as you heard when Nason read the first bit of the information, that is the one that in the physical planes is the one that actually modulates and controls the greatest amount of frequency. So the air command would actually be able, or learn to, run all of the other commands. Everybody runs ether, but they would be able to run the other ones. Now, in other plane sets that aren't as dense, some of the other commands would be the ones that held the most influence over the elemental realities there. But for a dense system like this, it is air command. So that is why the air command set of virtues are used first. And they just introduced, too, what the disciplines are. I was waiting for, disciplines, you write them down in moral code or something. There's something completely different. So we'll get to that at the end instead of at the forefront, because I was going to start with that and then move into the heavier stuff. But because we have a limited amount of time compared to what I was hoping we would have, it's going to be condensed, and the most important will have to come first, especially because some people will have to leave between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. There's a lot of people that have to go and catch planes, and it's not fair, if we push it too far and just go on and on, we're not going to have time to do the techniques. And the techniques and the activations, there will be an activation that comes in at the end of this that will be the final thing that sets in motion this process of level 1 deification of the physical form. And when we leave here, we will have that activation having occurred. So it would be great if the people that are having to take planes earlier don't have to leave, but if they do, they will still get the activation through the shield, even if they're not on the plane. So they're not going to miss that. So I think I'd like to get started on the diagram sequence. I'm just a little subdued because I slightly feel like a zombie. I'll perk up once the line starts running and the diagrams start flying. I don't think I've ever stared into a computer for almost 24 hours straight. It's a very strange feeling on the eyeballs. Okay. Oh, and I would like to thank Melissa Fathom very much for the module she did on the life, death, and beyond, because the diagrams, a wonderful job. She and I think Bob helped too with that, and maybe Fraz. I wouldn't have had the base diagrams. I would have been having to use my old scratchy-looking ones. So the nice, pretty ones you see like this are from that particular module program that Melissa put together. Hold on a second. I feel heat coming in. I have to take my sweater off. Just catching up with myself here. Alrighty. Now, the reason that I wanted to bring this information, oh, that is a long one. I wanted to bring this information to our attention in relation to understanding what the deification process is, because I wanted to just, especially if some people are new here, wanted them to see that this was just the core creation sequence for the human body, where, a number of years ago we were given pieces of information that built up to understanding these charts, and this chart shows where like the conception point is, and then during this period, it's like the Partakai cycle, and in this period is where we begin the process of the spirit body developing after the point of conception of the egg and sperm coming together. And before the soul, let's say, before what's called fetal integration occurs, a whole bunch of things occur where first the entire structure of the spirit body, the Ulumeridana spirit body, forms during the Cetus cycle here, and the one over on the Adore side forms first. And then when we get to this point here, this is where the Taran light seed births. And in the Taran light seed births, that starts the cycle of the light body, actually, the light body birthing and starting to form. While all this has happened, we've talked a lot about the structures of the spirit body and the light body and the harmonic key cycles that create the expansion of the light body and all of that. But we haven't talked a lot about what is happening with the physical body so much, what is happening with that little zygote that gets fertilized and then becomes an embryo and then becomes a fetus and then becomes a baby that gets born. There's a certain set of things we have talked about. We've talked about up here in the normal sense of things, after about 120 days, and this whole thing, I'll show you the chart that actually shows that it starts with the seconds and goes to the minutes and then goes to the hours and goes to the days and months, and that's the whole gestation cycle. And we've all been through one or we wouldn't be here. There's certain things that happen at certain points in this. This would be the birthing point, where the baby body actually comes out because the dyad of the light body is born. The light body keeps growing and expanding after that, once the birth of the body occurs, for a whole cycle until like the age of 8. So there's this whole process by which all of these body structures we've talked about progressively unfold from the point of distinction that was the egg and the sperm coming together. And I just wanted to bring our minds back to this fact. We're going to be looking at things that occur up and through here that have to do with what happens at the point of conception, where egg and sperm come together. In contemporary times, the time when fetal integration happens, which is when the incoming new spirit that is in the spirit body actually tethers itself to the physical form, is about 33 to 56 days. So up until that point, you have a biological form that is growing. It's going through cell division and all of those things. And it's going through that not because there is yet an independent spirit in there that's coming into incarnation, but it's going through that because of something called the Vibhati cell, which is what is formed when the egg and sperm come together. They form the Vibhati cell of donated quantum. It is quantum energy that is donated to form that new life. And the body cell fuels the process of cell division and things until the point of fetal integration, which is when the spirit decides, yes, it's going to keep that incarnation, and yes, it is going to come into the baby body. Once that point occurs, then the new spirit coming in is actually tethered to the physical body. And at that point, if it were to abort or if it were to die or something like that, it would have itself down in the densities, and it would have to go through other incarnational cycles to get back out of the densities. Now, there's something that we haven't talked about too much. We've talked a little bit about up in this period after, and this is the, let's see, 12 hours, I believe. Yep, that's the end of the 12th hour right there. That's when the Taran light seed births within the cell, around the cell groupings that are forming on the physical level. And in this period here, there is, I don't have the days written on this, I'll show you, but in this and on the other ones, but in this period, there are certain things that should happen and certain things that shouldn't happen and certain things that do because of the things that shouldn't happen. And all of that together makes a mess out of the biology we're in. And we'll look at these more closely. We'll look at what occurs on between the 33 and 56th day of fetal integration, how it's supposed to work. We'll also look at something that we've not talked about before. We've talked about before that on about day 100, that is where what we referred to as the 666 mutation or the Metatronic mutation or the yin-yang mutation, because they're all part of the same mathematical, biological realities of a false creation code that's an artificial life creation code that has been imbued into our race lines way back in the Atlantean period. So we are all suffering from the effects of that at this point. But there's something that we didn't know about before. There's something that's supposed to happen on the 6th day, the 6th day of creation. There's supposed to be something very special that happens there as far as the angelic human, Christic beings that used to live, who were fully conscious and they were immortal. They could just take their bodies out of here by condensing them, turning them into light, and they didn't have to bardo out. They would simply shift and transmigrate to other places because they were fully ascension able. We have lost that capacity progressively because of the mutation that is, in the gene code. And the information they've been giving us for this workshop has to do with those secrets of that 6th day and what is supposed to happen. That's where we start to hear about what are these words, the deity, and what do these refer to, and what is the Ea in the silver seed, and all of those kind of things. They're connected to what is taking place within the physical body of the growing embryo, and also within the rest of the light body, spirit body structure. So we'll look at those a little more closely. Next one, please. Sorry. This is just showing the same thing up closer, so you can see it a little bit bigger, so I'm not going to go through that. And again, it's over in this section. We're going to be looking at what occurs within the Taran tachyon cycle. That's the harmonic key cycle, where once the Taran is born, that is when the light body actually starts to generate its own quantum, and it starts to replicate the light body cells. And at the same time that's going on, what started over here as the physical fertilized egg has been going through changes as well. There's another chart that looks similar to this. It hasn't been typeset yet to my knowledge, that actually has the increments of time. And we're going to look at that one for a moment. It's still messy. Okay, this is what they start out looking like. This simply shows you where time frames are. Okay, this is the conception point. Then you have 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second. This is the 12th second after the conception point, and that is when Partakai 1 births. And then we go into minutes from here. We go 30 seconds. No, that's 1 minute. That's 12 seconds. I think that's cut off there. Yeah, that's 1 minute. And that's 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So we go from here, we jump into minutes. And this takes us through the cycles we've learned about before, as far as the Navena cycle and the Nuvena cycle of Partakai creation, Partakai first creation, which forms the light body and spirit's body structures and all of that. But at the same time, this scale of time is applying to what is happening with the cells in the baby body as well. So you have the embryo growing from the point, I think they call it a zygote at the first point, and then you have there's cell division occurring somewhere in here. So I want to look at, I think there's another one where I didn't have time to fancy these all up and put, okay, where exactly, how many cell clusters are, but I have some other diagrams that can plug that information in. And that just becomes important when we understand that this is not just, oh, there's a light body I don't see, and there's a spirit body I don't see, and I see my physical body, and I know it came from an egg and sperm, but how do they connect? They connect very directly, as these things, the structures you don't see, are forming around that fertilized egg. The fertilized egg is undergoing cell division to become larger. It goes through phases where it becomes something called the blastocyst, and that is about around in this period in here, the 6th day. So right here we have the 12th hour, and then we start to go into days on this one. And let me see, I think, and this here is showing where around the 100th day we actually have where the mutation kicks in the body. Next one, please. Okay. Can we move it? Yeah, so the type is out here too. Are my scribbly notes? Yes. Yeah, that's good, thank you. This is 24 hours to 9 months, right? So you had the 12th hour here, 24 hours, day 1, right? Day 7, day 15, day 30. This is showing the gestation period of the physical fetus, as well as the gestation period of from when the taran of the light body is born and starts phasing to where it begins to replicate, and it forms first the triad form, which the taran is the 3 in 1, and then the next thing it will do is form at the birth point the dyad in the light body, and then it will continue growing after the baby is born, which means the frequencies from the light body structure are coming in, as well as frequencies from the spirit body structure, and they're downloading into the physical form progressively. And for the first 8 years, that actually continues until the full light body structure is actually born. Now, what we're looking at here says the organic fetal integration process begins 120 days after fertilization and continues until the first birthday. Now, organic fetal integration refers to the Christic version, what the angelic humans experience. That's the way it should happen. It doesn't happen that way at this time. It says in contemporary times, the spirit usually tethers the body or begins fetal integration between month 1 and 2, 33 to 56 days after fertilization, with release of the Xeon birth quantum from the spirit body into the light body seed atom. That starts the tethering process. They say even some spirits wait up to 3 days after the birth of the physical body to engage fetal integration, after which point the parental donated energy quantum reaches critical depletion and can no longer sustain cellular process. So basically, if you don't get into the body within 3 days after it's born, you're not going. The body's going to die. You're not going to. The child is not going to be able to. The new spirit's not going to be able to tether into it. Some choose not to. And there's always a reason. And usually it's because they chose not to continue with that particular life incarnation. Now, in this period here, I didn't have a chance to put the day 6 thing fully, up here or anything, but the nice part is from Melissa's module, the stuff you can read. Here is what Melissa was pointing out is the fetal integration at 33 to 56 day period. And that is actually not an organic process. It is a process that happens prematurely because of something that happens on the 6th day, and that's what we're going to look at. Because by the end of the activations that take place during the rest of this workshop, what happened here to our fetal bodies on the 6th day, the level 1 of that is going to be reversed and cleared. And that is the first time we've been able to get into the atomic structure to that level. And we'll talk about a little bit what occurs in this, what's supposed to occur there and what doesn't in a little bit. So here is the contemporary fetal integration period, and here would be the natural period for a Christic being would come in about 120 days or like 4 months in that period. And then the physical body would still continue to grow and the light body would continue to grow, and then eventually the being would be born with the full Christic creation code functioning in its body. The reason that they're right here in that 100-day period, that's where I had that big kind of blob-looking thing on the handwritten one. That is where we've mentioned before that the Metatronic mutation really kicks in. It's at that point that what we refer to as the tube torus flows, or the yin-yang flows, that are actually graviton flows. We've talked about the graviton on the planetary level, but that actually starts within the fetal body at that point. And that happens because of something else that happens over here that creates a process by which something happens to what is called our silver seed crystal. And we'll talk a little bit about the silver seed crystal in a minute. Let me get to the next one, please. And I'll try to take talking about them slowly because I'm just learning the material myself. We've learned little bits and pieces about silver seed. But I was like, yeah, but what is it exactly? I've been asking them that for a long time. Okay, now I'm just going to look at this for a minute. This was, where Melissa was explaining that the Xeon is a quantum spark of conscious Ire spirit body energy that's entered into the light body seed atom during the fetal integration process after conception, which is 33 to 56 days after conception, but it's before the birth of the physical atomic body. The Xeon connects the eternal spirit body and Rasha body and the finite light body to the atomic body through an etheric duct, the azare, within the base of the thymus gland, and that's the azare point that we use, up here in our chest region. There's other ducts that we've talked about in other workshops. One particularly that's at the tip of the tailbone in the coccyx, and it's an etheric duct. It's part of the etheric duct system. That plays an important part in what happens to the fetal body on the 6th day. Next one, please. I'm just going to flip through this one. It's just to really show the words. Yeah, just to show, fetal integration point. That is the point when the Xeon enters when it enters into the light body seed atom, and that is when the spirit begins to tether. And from that point, I just want to bring our attention back to the Xeon draws the incoming individuated spirit identity from called the Jari. Now, the Jari is the portion of the spirit body energy that's in the center of the spirit body waiting to incarnate. It tethers in with the Xeon, and from that point, part of it starts to move into bond with the atoms, the atomic structure of the physical body. If its light body and its spirit body are functioning properly at that point, it would actually start to begin making some of its own atoms and molecules. We've talked about that before. The Christic Breatharian beings actually do manufacture their own atomic supply of whatever, like particles and subparticles they need. So the Jari is the natural part of the spirit body consciousness, the spirit consciousness, that would progressively bond with the atomic structure when it's coming in. There's other portions of the consciousness that stay in the various layers of the Ajay body that we've talked about before, the I am layers and those kind of things that give us that awake, hi, I'm here, this is me, state of consciousness. But the Jari would naturally, in a normal sense, make its own atoms and molecules, and it would bond those into the atoms and molecules of the donated quantum that has now become the expanding fetal body. So that would become the part of the consciousness. If things went normally, it would become the part of the consciousness that we would know as the body consciousness, the physical body consciousness. But if things went normally, it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, whatever, down there. Because when we're here in a separation of consciousness, where we don't experience our bodies fully consciously, there's a part of our consciousness that's attached to the Jari. But this part of ourselves feels cut off from that, where we have no control over our physical bodies, we don't have hardly any elemental command over what they're doing and that kind of thing. That is not a natural state or a natural condition. And it has to do with some things that have happened to the Jari, and to what that has done to the consciousness and to the ability of the physical body to no longer manufacture its own atoms, where it becomes dependent on what's called recycled energy that is actually drawn from the elemental base field in the dimensional structures. And when it takes in that energy to use to grow, instead of taking the internal energy that it was meant to as a Christic being, when that ability is blocked, and the Metatronic mutation is set in order, there's this recycled energy thing that happens that's not supposed to. Recycled energy means, if we think of the elements, the elemental base field, that would mean just the base consciousness and the subatomic particles that form elements of the dimensionalized system, the dimensionalized structures. There would be a normal level to those, and then there would be other pieces of things that get stuck in them. Say if something did not Bardo out properly, and it left its body, and it left its body, and that body went back to dust within the field that it died in, there would be fragments. There are billions and billions and uncountable billions of fragments of consciousness that used to be beings that walked this earth that did not fully leave the Earth system in Bardo or in Ascension, that ended up in pieces, in fragments, in literally among the elemental base. Part of the angelic human body was supposed to help fix that problem, where it actually, when it was working properly, had the ability to draw in, just through the breath, fragments of that consciousness, and through the process of going through the angelic human system, it would transmute out and separate them out into particles that that belong together instead of ones that were forced into twisted relationships like some of the recycled energy has here, and it would free them into what are called the deity planes, because the angelic human body had the ability to produce what were called the deity currents that have to do with these deity planes that are different than the density planes. The deity planes are parts of the cosmic reality structure that have to do with the combination of two sets of plane frequencies. One of the frequencies can be referred to as the elemental base consciousness. The elemental base consciousness is actually transharmonic, so there's a deeper level to it. The elemental base consciousness is not just like light body dimensionalized. It is a transharmonic Jaleesic radiation consciousness field that actually is the consciousness behind and within atoms and subatomic particles and all of those kind of things. And each dimensional level has its own base field, elemental base field of density. There's other type of currents that we've talked about, and we wouldn't have known the difference if we hadn't gone through all of learning about the maps, learning all the way up to the Cosmea level, and understanding what the structure of creation was. So we understood how massive some of these currents are. When we talk about the Aya, the God Source consciousness field, that all of these structures reside within, those currents, we have progressively turned on the abilities in the light body and spirit body structure, and progressively in the physical body structure, to actually bring in those currents. When we talked about the, what is it called, the Ayaya, I think, that is the stream of consciousness from the Aya fields. Well, when you bring that stream of consciousness directly into the physical body and mix it with the density currents that are referred to as the deity currents, you end up with the day and the Aya and the T. So the deity. That means the density currents blended with the God Source direct currents. That is supposed to be what occurs within the angelic human body as just its natural mode of function. It served a process by bringing in from the elemental fields in which it was put both normal energies that would be the deity energies, but also any of the fragment energies that were stuck there. And it would be able to transmute them because it would bring those currents in, mix them with the open God Source consciousness frequencies that were coming directly into the physical body, and it would create the deity consciousness and the deity physicality as well. That deity physicality, what allows for the process of ascension and transfiguration of the atomic structure. It also created an amazing type of consciousness where there was no separation whatsoever between these states of mind or consciousness. That type of being knew fully it was at one with God. There was no sense of separation whatsoever, but it still knew itself as an individual aspect of Source. And that level of cognition also had full understanding and command over the body processes, had full understanding and command of the forces of nature, and could reach out, touch, and become one with other life forms. They could even, the angelic humans could actually even do something that's called merge, which was they could do patra and then just literally blend into each other as an energy field. You know how we turned ourselves into the silvery cloud in the meditation we did on the beach? Well, they would be able to actually do that, to fully merge. It's like the most amazing form of making love you could ever imagine, where you literally forget being in each other's skin. You both like just lost your skin together and just full consciousness. So they were capable of doing that, not just with each other, but with other life forms too, for healing and all those things. So these are the potentials that are ours, that we lost because of certain things that happened, and potentials that we're now starting to get back. One of the reasons why we lost those abilities, the biggest reason why, is because the ability for the physical body to run those direct currents from God Source Consciousness field, from the Aya, that was blocked. It wasn't completely shut off, it was just harnessed, where that energy could not connect in with the elemental energies in the proper way. And it was because of that that the physical body mutated into a certain type of structure as opposed to going in the natural direction it would have from the 6th day forward. It was on the 6th day of after conception that intrusion occurred upon the body, and it has to do with the Metatronic code. And the reason why, which is the artificial life code, the reason how it happened was two things. The planetary environment had been severely mutated already as far as electromagnetic fields and what energies it was running. But another thing was a literal genetic mutation that was caused by the electromagnetic fields of the planet. And it was carried in the sperm of males, and not just humans. It was carried in the sperm of other animals that have male and female gender. And it was also carried in the seeds of plants and things like that. So this was something that affected everyone. It had to do with something as simple as in a sperm, for example, there are certain frequencies or certain things that are supposed to be there in the light spirit body structure of the sperm itself. And part of that energy in the sperm was called chi. Part of that chi actually got reversed. There's something called a chi ring inside of a sperm, and that's supposed to interact with the energies that are carried by the female egg, and when they get together, and everything goes nicely. And then the whole crystal encryption comes into the new, egg cell, and from there it expands outward. The problem with what has happened with our races since Atlantis, this progressive building of this distortion in the chi ring within the male sperm has progressively made more and more distortion, generation after generation, come into that first egg, to the fertilized egg, to the point where by the time the 6th day was reached, it was at a quantum deficit, to a severe enough quantum deficit as far as energy that it could hold, that certain things that were supposed to happen, as far as something called the Aya, which is the living spark of God, God consciousness that would come through the Ayaye dream stream. It would anchor as a little flame right inside the physical body, and it would stay lit. It's supposed to stay lit, and then a certain couple of things would happen right after that had anchored that would allow certain conduits called the 6-point pathways. They would open within the almost embryo, not quite embryo yet, and all of these things should have happened. They should have happened on the 6th day of creation. And the 6th day is kind of interesting because that's when it goes from being simple cell division, and in the diagrams that I found, it goes up to like about 16 cells, and then it jumps to the 6th day, and around the 6th day period, and something else forms called the blastocyst. And it's the blastocyst, actually, that it's supposed to. There's cells inside of this casing of cells that's inside of there, that is where all this action is supposed to take place, where this is where that spark of living God, the Aya, is supposed to come in, anchor into, it will actually form what's called the silver seed, because it condenses and crystallizes. And it is a living crystal that is supposed to be alive within it started out live within the blastocyst, and eventually, because it would have the program for cell differentiation and all of that, what's going to start changing into skin cells, what's going to be organ cells, what's going to be leg cells. When that starts to happen, that cell was supposed to end up at the tailbone, in the etheric duct at the tailbone, and it's a cell that is part of the the D2 frequencies and the D1 frequencies combined. So it's etheric telluric. And that is a key to the eternal life mechanisms that are organic to the angelic human form. Because of the mutation in the egg and sperm coming together, because of the GHI part of the chi ring inside of the sperm, that there was not enough quantum for that to fully occur, so something else occurred. And that's where we ended up with a mutation that progressively, by the time it hit the 100th day, that's when it just kind of exploded into the entire cellular structure, and cellular division started to go on the Metatronic program, because it actually starts out on the Christic spiral program. So I just wanted to bring this one to your attention to remind you of the word Jari. The word Jari has to do with that part of our spirit body consciousness that's coming in to fetal integration, that's going to bond with the cells, and that's the part that we have to get back out and release it from its bond with the cells. That's why we need to release the Vibhati when we do Bardo transition, or that part of our quantum gets stuck, and then we don't have enough quantum thrust to move fully out of the densities we're in, and that's where we end up getting stuck in reincarnational cycles that we shouldn't have to have. So I just wanted to remind you of the Jari, because in some of the readings that are going to come up, because I will read to you some of these things because they put it much better than I ever could, paraphrasing, but this information will bring around, when I use those words, you won't go, oh, what was that again? At least you heard it. You know, oh yeah, that, right, okay. So that's why I brought those things up again. Next one, please. This was just to bring back the point, and this again is from Melissa's module. Once tethered, the Jari conscious identity is biochemically and genetically phase-locked into the mortal body atomic structure and its inherent space-time birth coordinates. If the Jari is to retain the eternal life potential of its original spirit form, it must either transfigure the atomic body or in ascension, or make its way safely back to the spirit body, then recall the physical atomic and light body quantum back into the spirit body through genuine Bardo transition. So basically, once you've got the part of your spirit that's bonding in with the atoms, you are making a commitment to that body, and you have to get out either through transfiguring those atoms into eternal life atoms through the ascension process, transfiguration, or you would need to Bardo properly, where you release the imprint of the body cell, which was the parental donated quantum. Now, either way would be fine for a being. Now, beings that fully have their ascension abilities don't have to Bardo. They simply can kind of disappear and reappear wherever they want to. They can leave systems. They can try and transmigrate anywhere they want. Beings that can do that they reside actually in what are called the deity planes. And there's also deity planes that are twisted deity planes that have to do with the recycled energy that forms little conglomerations around identity cells and become some very interesting identities of fragments of different identities put together. So the deity planes are the planes in which the reality fields that beings who fully have that full-on consciousness of God Source embodied, a deity, they call it a deity, a being who actually has that full consciousness of God Source alive within itself in an embodied form. And the Mashayahana adepts would be considered deity for that reason. But it's not like, oh, I am a deity. That kind of stuff. It's not about, arrogance or anything. But that was the potentialities of the angelic human form, and especially for the Aquarian angelic human forms, the one who had the codings from Andromeda, because they held more of, they were able to maintain more of the codes without them getting totally convoluted, because angelic humans would have lost that potential completely by now if the beloveds hadn't brought back in certain seedings of bringing in the Andromeda strain, let's say, the Andromeda codes, that would bring the Aquari codes back in to regenerate the angelic human structure so we could all move back toward having the ability to do ascension. Right now, most of the people on the planet would be very fortunate if they could do a proper Bardo, which means they wouldn't get stuck having to reincarnate in these fields. And once this system goes into its solar Bardo completes and the system's no longer inhabitable, those beings who Bardo out will properly, it won't have to go into the false systems that part of this system is going into. Earth is not going to go into that system because it chose to do the path of Kali Rim, a step back, but that's not going to look very pretty on the outside, because basically it has to pass through what's referred to as the ring of fire at the center of the rishi, of its own rishi, and that kind of beats up the outside of it. It would not be habitable. So that's a long way off. We're not going to look at that, in like 2012 or anything like that. But either way, these are still potentials. This one is harder to achieve in the bodies we have. And the reason it's so hard is because of what happened on that 6th day, where it was bad enough we had the mutated encryption coming in from Regensburg coming together. And then, of course, there's part of it that gets passed on in the females where the distortion of encryption carries on because every female has a male and a female parent and that kind of thing. So it's still, females end up carriers as well, but the main distortion is carried in the prana ring, or the prana chi ring of the male sperm. And it is what makes it so when the 6th day comes and we're supposed to be able to have that Aya spark alive within us, and that would end up with still a blastocyst. We were still the size of a blastocyst at the time that's supposed to occur. That would awaken our silver seed, and that would crystallize and form the silver seed itself. That silver seed would be a direct communication station from God's source consciousness fields directly into the physical body. And the type of consciousness is wonderful. There's no subconscious in a being like that. There's nothing, it's all conscious and aware. And we have the ability with the deification process that we are now entering to begin receiving back what was lost on the 6th day. The activations we are going through that we've already begun the process of with the journey on the beach and those things, that has been to progressively bring back the it's not that spark is gone. It is there, but it is behind a barrier. And that barrier, we had said, was the cloak of Aya, which is literally electromagnetic block that is not allowing those frequencies to come into the rest of us. And this is all happening down in our etheric duct and our tailbone. That is where something called the Vabatam cell exists. The Vabatam cell is a distortion that occurs where we should have our silver seed being the full crystallization. Instead, because of the mutation and because the electromagnetic frequencies of the mutation from the mutated chi ring in the sperm, that creates a condition where actually a little part of the Aya flame spark is rotated off and separated and put on opposite spin, and it becomes something called the I, which is E-H big Y, is how they spelled it. And it's still a part of what would have been your God consciousness, that direct flame from God's source. But because it was dragged in and twisted in an unnatural energy configuration, it created an electromagnetic barrier toward the rest of itself where you couldn't integrate them. Sorry. The I accreted around itself various frequencies drawing from the elemental fields around it, and this is where it started because it was on reverse spin, started drawing in other things with like resonance from the recycled energy fields. So it began creating an unnatural energy structure around it that also crystallized and those things crystallized because there was a spasm that occurred within the core cell. That core cell is referred to as the day cell, and that's where all this action is happening, and that is the cell that when cell differentiation occurs, that cell ends up at the tip of the tailbone in the etheric duct. So in this day cell, all these things are supposed to happen on a good day, but on a bad day, you have a bit of the Aya flame actually being harnessed by the mutation, and that being used as a catalyst to drag the mutation directly into the physical body form. Because of that, what are referred to as the chambers of, not chambers, they look like the chambers, but they're smaller, the pathways, the 6-point pathways. They're supposed to be the 6-point pathways through which you can directly run the Ayaye currents, the dream stream currents. That never opens in the day cell within the blastocyst. And because of that, the evolution of the fetal body takes a completely different direction than it normally would. By the 100th day, it fully pops into a vorticet inside that is a tube torus vorticet, which is the yin-yang mess that creates the gravitron vortices of the that forms the poison apple seed, poison apple around, magnetic field around the bodies and that kind of thing. So it's all very connected. And the big thing is with what the activations are today and why they wanted to take so much time of trying to explain them is because that is the cusp of the ruin of the human race, is because that day, the 6th day, was like the day from hell, actually, because that is when lights were out. Before that, we were moving along, even with a mutation that we could have overridden with the AS spark. But because the AS spark was not quite as strong as it would have been because of the mutation carried in the DEA cell itself from the egg and sperm, having not quite strong enough encryption, that whole thing set in motion the Metatronicking of our physical bodies. What is nice to know is that we are in a place in space-time, in history, where the frequencies are available because of all the work that has been done down here and all the way up in the galaxy and everything up to Andromeda, from the Beloveds and the Christics and everyone who's been trying to help this, and for the people here who have actually cared enough to listen for the last 10 years, listen to what the Beloved said, and stay up till all sorts of godly hours in the morning for workshops to hear what this information was and to work with it progressively. If we hadn't done this, there wouldn't be people to anchor this information. There might be some bodies running around out there on the planet that still have that, but they don't know what it is and they don't know how to use it on a conscious level if they hadn't had the education of the mind as well as the frequencies in the body. So it is so wonderful that finally, we have the ability to reach this point in the reverse mutation. We've been working for 10 years, and we've been doing a pretty good job of it. As far as light body, getting that sorted out, getting the spirit body sorted out, getting the flows between light body and spirit body starting to come back into the physical body, all of that. But now is the big one. This is the freeing of the physical body itself. And once it's fully free, and it takes time, and we're doing this in segments where we'll deal with the air command levels now, which are the D3, D7, and D11 levels, and then we'll progress through the other dimensional levels of this. And it's not just snap your fingers or go, poof, we got an activation, it's all gone now. It's amazing that we've even come this far. But because we've come this far, and because by the time December 21st, 2012 rolls around, we will have achieved those levels. That doesn't mean we'll necessarily have them fully turned on yet, because if you turn them on too fast in the body, the cells that are still carrying the Metatronic code will end up fighting with those frequencies. So there has to be a careful step-by-step process. So getting the best thing in the world for you, you don't want it to suddenly kill you by accident. And that's why the Beloveds stage it all, and your body will stage it. So it's not, I know a lot of people say, oh, gee, I just wish you could bang them and we're there. We can go and see the other places and see the deity places. We can, but it's a progressive process of getting our bodies healed, where the cells progressively become ones that can turn on these deity currents. And then we will be able to move in to where we don't have to go anywhere. We can just be and open to those places as well. So this is what we're in the middle of, and this level of activation is going to be very interesting, because right now it's on what will affect the mental body levels more. The next one, when we deal with water command, that's where it deals with the telluric level, the D2 level, and I forget what numbers go with the 2, but as far as up there than other higher densities. But 2 implies that is where it's going right into the physical structure itself. So that's where I have a feeling they're going to teach us some things about what type of things are compatible with the Christic frequencies that your body's going to be turning on, and what types of things make it more difficult for the body to do that, or just make you feel sick if you put that in your body while the frequencies of the Christ are turning on. For this one, we don't have to worry about that, all right? Because this is just, it's not going into that level of the physicality yet. By the time, I look at the time frame too, it's the first time in ages that I've had a span of a couple of months, like this workshop, and then the next one is August. oh boy, I wonder how much information is going to be coming through in that period for that August workshop. And that's the one where we start with the physical body structure that is connected to water command. And for some reason, they even split up when we get to the earth command, which is the third one, I think, the earth crystal, they actually split that into 2 workshops, one an FOL and I think an April workshop in 2012. So that must be a real doozy. But they're starting to teach us what this process of deification is about. And it is so that we can become deities. A deity is a being that has its full conduits open to God's source, and knows itself as an individual, but that individual feels absolute at one with God's source, and that is the consciousness that a deity carries. They also carry frequencies that naturally breathe in, transmute, and breathe out, and sends healing energy. So this is progressively we'll be turning on in our own bodies. And the first thing we'll be healing is our own bodies to the degree that we can do that. All right, next one, please. We used this ages ago, but this is just showing in messy form the process of sperm and egg coming together and forming the zygote. These are the energy structures involved with sperm and egg coming together. I forget which workshop, it was a number of years ago where we brought this out, but it was quite fascinating because it was very, very explicit. The irifields, the eyes of this and that, the alons and the shalons. In the sperm, I believe that carries an alon ring. No, shalon ring. Shalon ring, right? And those shalons were those crystals when we got into the Partiki body and the Rasha body, we learned about all of those things. So in the sperm, you would have the shalon ring, and that was supposed to carry prana chi, which is a type of energy that we've talked about. Prana chi, prana ki, there's all sorts of pranas that come from the spirit body side. All right, so there's supposed to be, I believe, a ring of 12 units or shalons of prana chi in the male sperm, and then I think it's alons. Yep, alons are contained in the egg, and the alons hold the jewel force of prana ki. And when you get prana ki and prana chi together, that is when you get the first spark of life that sets the conception in motion. It's not a living entity that would get stuck down here. If it died at that point, there's no fetal attachment as far as fetal integration attachment to it. It's just a bit of life force energy that comes from the donated quantums of the parents. So it would just go back into space dust and back into the parent bodies, actually, who it belonged to. Even if it went into the air, they would end up breathing it in. We breathe in things that we're connected to encryption-wise. That's why some people could walk through, say, a room that had mold in it, and they could breathe it in, but if none of that mold had any connection to any of the recycled energy imprints that are in their body, it wouldn't bother them. But another person could walk through it and start coughing crazy because it brought something into their system because there was a co-resonance with it. And that's just a simple little example. Excuse me. But anyway, we dealt with this a long time ago. I'm not going to go through the whole process of conception, but this would be the conception point when these things come together. And it even gets into... Hello? Whose is that?
Somebody's thinking about it.
I don't know who's that. Yeah. So anyway, there's a workshop back there somewhere where we dealt with this, and I talked all about all of those things. That's been so long that I don't even want to try to remember talking about all those things. But we did want to bring it back to understanding the conception point and knowing for people who might be new, realizing we've covered a lot. There's huge detail on information like this in other workshops, so it's not just what you learn in this one. It all builds on itself. But if it's because of the mutation in the ring of prana chi, where part of the encryption of the 12 units of prana chi are actually reversed, and they create an unnatural energy called Gi, G-H-I, and it's the G in the chi ring that creates the vulnerability in the fertilized egg that allows for what happens later when there's not quite enough frequency resonance to fully open to receive the Aya. They receive the Aya, but a part of it gets twisted into that unnatural G ring formation that is carried in the encryption. So it's not like we're blaming it on the guys or anything. It just happens to carry that way. And everybody at this point had dads. We all had a dad, even if we never met them. We still had one. And, it means girls too. So you've got part of the mutation in your body as well. And that's why we're all stuck on the planet at the moment, and we're working to get over that. So anyway, next one. I just wanted to show you that and about the egg and sperm coming together and the rings of energy inside the eye, the energetic eye of those two units as they come together. They have their physical part, but they also have their energy part in terms of elemental energies that are etheric and telluric and atomic. So they have the dimensional structure too, and science only sees the physical part of them right now. Next one. This is just showing the stages from when fertilization first occurs. And what's really funny is there's like a ring of 12 sperm that go around an egg, and that has to do with the structures that we talked about in whatever workshop ages ago that was. But there will only be one that'll actually make it in, and it's one that has something special about it compared to what's inside the egg. I forget what the whole story was on that, but that's like back in some of the older workshops. But this I just wanted to bring up to show you when I'm talking about the blastocyst. It's this one, about 6 days. So you have the conception point. Here you have 1 day, 12 hours. And there's another chart that I was fascinated because I realized that every 12 hours there was a division that was occurring to get what science is saying does this, and it was actually following the crystal spiral, where it went in 36 hours, 1 day, 12 hours, it went from 1 to splitting into 2 cells. By the end of day 2, which is 48 hours, the 2 had gone 2 times 2 equals 4, right? Then the next time, now here it jumped in the pictures they were showing, right? But this is like 3 days, 72 hours. So it's actually every 12 hours. Every 12 hours, into 12 hours from here, it went from 4 times 2 equals 8, and then another 12 hours, which would bring you to there, did the 8 times 2 is 16. And this one has 16 cells at this point. So that was following the crystal spiral expansion to that point. I tried to find out, or we tried to research how many cells were in this thing that's called the blastocyst. And we got something like, 150 on the outside and a whole blob of them on the inside. That helps a lot. I can't tell if I would have to know exactly how many are there to see if the crystal spiral pattern was still being followed. But it is at this 6-day point that mutation kicks in to the point where this is where, this is the inside of it here, it's at this point that the Aya spark is supposed to come in and crystallize and form the silver seed. And that silver seed is supposed to activate and open a set of chambers or a set of pathways, the 6-point pathways within that would allow 6 points of energy that the Ayaye stream could circulate energy through. And the process would begin there of bringing in the day T currents from the elemental base down here and mixing them with the A currents, the Aya currents, so you would get the Dea T flows. It should be starting in there, but it didn't start in there because of the mutation. So, and then this is like right in here somewhere is where it starts to come down and go into an implantation by like 7 and 8 days. So by this time, we're not even implanted in the uterus yet, and we've already have the mutation taking effect, where it's creating an electromagnetic, we still have our silver seed, but it created an electromagnetic barrier between that and the rest of the growing self and the rest of the growing cells. So what these activations are doing is progressively using each command, we're doing one command at a time, we are bringing back the frequencies of the silver seed, activating the silver seed, which means we are taking down that cloak of Aya that's blocking the frequencies from coming through, and that will progressively clear the mutation that is holding it in there. It will clear the yin-yang flows of the Metatronic seed atom. It will also release something, because in this process that where on the 6th day that the spark of Ea tries to come in, and it does come in, but it hits that part of the encryption that came from from the sperm, that is the G encryption instead of the Chi encryption. And there's still Chi in there because part of the encryption was still the way it was supposed to be, but that G encryption dragged a part of that, a part of the original Ea flame off, and that part became the I, and around that it started to drag in more energies from various places that became what was called the T, or the day. It's actually pronounced day, but it's spelled the T-E, and that's what is used as in the martial arts training and stuff. They look at that as the piece of God individuated within you, and it actually truly is a part of the God source currents, and the I at the center of it is also a part of what was supposed to be your God source identity and currents that got caught up in a harness. So it isn't that the day or the Chi, any of that is bad. It's part of you. It's part of your energy, and it just is hung up in this unnatural convolution of energy that occurred at this point. So because the I formed in there, the silver seed was still there, but the I started the little quantum that became the I was starting to spin, and it created an electromagnetic barrier that did not allow the I frequencies to, it still crystallized because there was a spasm that compression made that frequency crystallize, light crystallized into a matter of silver seed, but a piece of the silver seed ended up as the I, and the I formed around itself another crystallization that was called the Vabatum, which is connected to the imprint of the Vati cell that is up here, that ends up in the thymus, that has the encryption of the donated quantum that came from each of your parents. So it starts with that, where the crystallization, the unnatural crystallization of the Vabaram starts to form around the little I that was quantum, that was stolen away from the I and the silver seed crystal. And it simply just blocked the silver seed crystal. So the trick is to get the silver seed crystal open again, activated again, and to do that, the cloak of Ea has to come down, and then there's several other things that will release those frequencies. We're at a point, at least now on the planet, that we have the frequencies available to even attempt this, because for years and years, because of what the grids were doing, you just couldn't, those frequencies could not come onto planet. But they are available now because we're getting closer and closer to what was the end of a Stargate opening cycle, and those frequencies always come in, even if they're messed up in reversed in the planetary grids. So we have the opportunity to turn back on the parts of our Ea consciousness and energy, and if we can bring the Ea back to life, it will naturally draw in the Deity elemental fields that combine to form the Deity fields, which are much less dense than here. They're still physical, we still have physicality, but it's a physicality where you have control over your physicality because you are embodied deity. You simply have the open consciousness, and you have full control over the elemental command in your body, and you have, there's levels of deity. Some, I think they have specializations. I think they're going to teach us more about these places since they're trying to move us toward getting there. Uh-oh. Is there a problem? No? Okay. Okay, I was hoping you were going to say, you've got to go out of the room. No, no. Okay, anyway. So this is the first time. All the work we've been doing is about getting to this point where we can begin the deification of the body, and that simply means turning back on. I would have drawn these things in here, but there was no time to play with the drawings, so I could just point to you to get the basic idea. But inside the blastocyst, there should have been the anchoring of the Ea spark of God source consciousness, and that did occur, that did anchor in there, and then it did crystallize, but a portion of it got twisted into the mutation, and that portion was the catalyst around which all sorts of other energies started to bend and twist in ways that they weren't supposed to. And that is what we're going to do our best to undo. I would have liked to have had time to draw the drawings of showing how the Yin flow got twisted and all of those things. The blastocyst never got a chance to open up the normal Yan flows because it got moved into the yin yang flows because of that piece of the piece of the silver seed that was broken off and turned into the eye, which later became the crystal of the Vibhatam and later accreted the energies referred to as the day. So all of these things are connected, and they're also connected with chi. Chi is life force energy. It's a certain part of life force energy, and chi is not necessarily bad, but it does have an evil twin that runs with it, and that's called the Gi, or the G, G-H-I. And that is the part of the chi that is still running an unnatural configuration, the Metatronic configuration, and they switch off. That's why there's a lot of philosophies out there that work to try to keep the chi balanced. Yes, because if not, it can be really psycho, or it can make you really sick, that kind of thing. So what's interesting about what occurs in the Metatronic mutation is and it's kind of nicely put in simple form. They look at the yin and the yang as equal and opposite forces, right, that have to be kept in balance, and through the interaction between them, it creates the chi. It doesn't really quite work that way. We've learned a long time ago that equal and opposite creates a static relationship. That is the core of what happens when you do the yin-yang flows that are built on the 666 metatrotic seed atom that creates the poison apple flows. They're all part of the same structure. So the chi really isn't bad. The chi is a part of our life force that actually got... once fetal integration began, before fetal integration happened, this happened, where we ended up with that eye in there that didn't belong in there. The energy belonged to us, belonged to our silver seed, but it became harnessed and twisted and started to grow its own, the twisted energies around it. By the time fetal integration occurred, when normally you're supposed to have all of that open, you're supposed to have the 6 pathways open for the flows to be happening, you're supposed to have the silver seed is activated. By the time the spirit starts coming in from the body to inhabit and to start bonding with the atoms of the body. But in fetal integration now, because none of those things opened in the blastocyst, we're coming in we're actually being dragged in early, where the Xeon is actually pulled in earlier than it normally would, and it starts the running of the part of the Jari, which stays with the Zion. Part of it stays, part of it starts turning itself into the atomic structure, except it can't turn itself into anymore. So when the Jari starts to integrate, it's just bonding to recycled energy cells, picking up fragments of karmic imprints from God knows what. It could have been like the egg your mom ate for breakfast kind of thing, something like that. So, because that you pick it up from the body that the baby is developing in, as well as from the environment around it. So, by fetal integration, the currents that normally would be our consciousness coming in to become our body consciousness, they became caught in this web of the yin-yang flows and became bound in with the chi and the reverse chi energies. So it's from this bonding in of our incoming spirit into these distorted elemental currents that were running in, starting in the blastocyst, that we ended up with a consciousness that was severed into several pieces, where the conscious mind is completely cut off from the body consciousness. But it's also excuse me, I'm getting nudged here. Does that mean it's coming in? There's an activation coming in tonight. They didn't say when or today. They didn't say what time or what. I just got interrupted. Oh. Is that bad? Okay, they're saying, get on with the techniques. Okay, anyway, there's a little bit more that has to be in. Well, they know I have to read stuff before we get there. Oh, can we put this one up, hon? 23. I just wanted to put this up briefly in case, if anybody's new. When we talk about the poison apple configuration of the energy fields that are generated from the core of the yin-yang, which forms a tube torus, which just keeps turning on itself and recycling energy by flipping back and forth and creating an AC current, alternating current, flipping back and forth. That's the yin-yang sign. And it's actually, we analyzed this a long time ago in some of the workshops, and it was quite intense. But it turns out that what it does in circulating energy the way that it does, it creates an energy field around a cell or your body, and both, and the planet, that is referred to as the poison apple, because that is an unnatural configuration of energy force flows that does not belong there. The natural configuration is called where this is referred to as the poison apple, or the yin-yang configuration that forms that net field. That's literally the net we talk about being around us and the planet and everything. And the other shape that it's actually supposed to be in, next one please. This one? 24? Yep. This is a natural configuration of the Christic energy flows, not only in the light body, but that is how the flow patterns are supposed to go in every cell, in every layer of our multidimensional anatomy, on the physical layer as well. These flows and I haven't analyzed them down here. I didn't put all the pieces in. We extensively showed what these flows were and how they worked in relation to Merkaba mechanics, in relation to light body structure. Well, the same applies to the atomic level, not just the light body level. And there are these levels of embedded, what are they called again? They're embedded life force currents. No, they haven't showed us which is supposed to be chi, which is supposed to be this, that, and the other thing as far as the deity flows go. But all of it would be running the dimensionalized frequencies of the deity flows if it were turned on properly. We have this is how the planet should behave. It should have its energy flows should be doing this, not that big energy magnetic field around it that's literally blocking its energy from solar symbiosis with the sun. All of these down here, these little things down here, they're a bit too small to see, but they show a Merkaba vortex and the Cathara grid that it's built on, and they show one of the flows of the Yan-Yun. Together, the Yan and the Yun are called the Yan-Yun-A. Now this one, I can't really see these really good because they're starting to fall apart, like the diagram, the ink is coming off the Mylars. Yeah, where's the one that starts at the bottom? Yeah, these aren't really good depictions because actually the magnetic one starts at the bottom, and I can't even see them on here. It starts at the bottom and it comes up counterclockwise, and it goes from the bottom. Let me see, counterclockwise is that way. Nope, that's clockwise. Comes up this way, flows this way, and goes over that way, still counterclockwise, this way, and then back down through the central seed atom, right? And then that's the Yun energies. And then the Yan energies come down from the top, and they go clockwise, and they come in and clockwise spin up this way, up this way, over that way, and then back down again. And those flows, when you put them together, form what is referred to as the sacred butterfly. It's referred to as the sacred butterfly, particularly in relation to the deity currents that have to do with the atomic elemental base currents. And these are the things that we're going to be progressively turning back on in not just the light body, as we've worked on before, but within the physical body structures themselves. There are going to be stages to turning these on, and then there are exercises that we can use to keep them actually moving. Certain flows, certain movements of the body facilitate the movements of the flows. So we'll learn a little bit about that when they introduce the disciplines that they're just starting to introduce in this workshop. Next one, please. This one's just showing that in relation to the human body. And this was from when we were back in K2-3 and doing the lotus points and things. They're all interconnected with these flows. And we would have what we are turning back on progressively are not only the flows that are around us, but the ones that are literally inside of our atoms. And so the little molecules of them, little atoms and molecules all through our body would look like little butterflies, like flurries of them. And that's what the butterfly healing or butterfly cleansing was about. There's a certain way, now we'll probably run that live right at the end, because it's quite quick, and it's quite pleasant, because you actually use those energies, you bring them together in a certain way in your body and transmute stuff that doesn't feel good, like just by the feel of it. You can find spots in your body that don't feel good. You bring these certain currents together, and then it looks like it just transmuted and they all just fly off like little butterflies. And it's when the flows are restored to the units, even the subatomic units, that atoms are composed of. So next one, please. This is just to remind everyone of the 6 points when we talk about the six-pointed pathway. Same thing as the 6-pointed chambers that we've talked about having around us. We have the big vertical one up and down. We have the back and forth one with the Bardo chamber in the back of us. And then we have the left and right ones, too. You can only see 2 of them there, but there's another one that comes out this way and goes in that way. This is showing them around our bodies. Next one, please. Now, in relation to inside of our bodies and in relation to our silver seed, we have, this is a different diagram that was talking about, I believe, in the formations of the spirit body. I think these are part of that structure, but the names of things for that. But the same form is happening inside of the silver seed atom, or the silver seed crystal in our tailbone. Excuse me. We would have the silver seed at the core, and then if things had gone naturally on day 6, we would have had 6 chambers open in there that would have literally allowed 6 different currents to come in at the same time from the deity elemental fields and mix with that central current to become deified. And that is what didn't open inside of our silver seed, and what we are beginning the opening of now. Finally, it's like we get our sixth day back. Next one, please. And they're referred to in terms of the silver seed as the 6-point pathways of Ayaye. And they are literally the breathing tubes that the silver seed conscious crystal would use to bring the elemental currents together into our bodies, to merge with the God consciousness in our bodies, to progressively have our bodies serve as a healing vehicle on the planet, where we would actually transmute and raise to the deity planes, clearing things of their distorted imprints and bringing them back into the fields of elementals where they could be free and reaccrete themselves and continue their evolution. And we are beginning this process now. It's going to be interesting to see when we move this process in with learning some. I don't know a lot of things about martial arts or about even Tai Chi. And Tai Chi is what they had me research just a little bit. They wanted me to understand the basics. And it's really funny because I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't have known what they were talking about when it came to the Dantian and the Day and that kind of thing. The Dantian is an energy center that holds the Qi as it is right now, which means it's also holding the other part of the Qi that circulates around, which is the Gi force. The Gi force is implied by the yin-yang, equal and opposite force, is what that whole vortex system and whole energy circulation, enclosed energy circulation system is built on, and one implies the other. So you have the good side of the currents running, then you have the twisted sides of them running. The twisted sides of them bring in and attach to more and more twisted encryptions in the elemental field, bringing together pieces of consciousness from all over the place in the elemental field that carry a similar distortion and literally forming a pseudo-identity of its own, this subconscious identity that you don't know anything about and your good Chi doesn't know anything about, but it's actually there, and as almost like an evil twin that lives inside your body that's in there sometimes. And your conscious mind may not know it's there, but the twisted Chi is what will, the twisted Chi called the Gi will actually draw to you from the environment around you. It will draw to you matching experiences. So you might be the nicest person in the world, and you're really good to everybody in the whole bit, but that other part of your energies, because they're still your energies, even though you don't know they're there and you're not governing them, that is drawing in all sorts of other stuff. That's one of the reasons why bad things happen to good people. Even if you're being good, that other part of your chi is out of control because it's been reversed. So the chi needs to be freed. And to free the chi, you need to free the day first, which is that little spark, the I that dragged in more frequency, formed a little carbon-based Vabatom crystal, and around which more of the life force currents that were supposed to be parts of your jari and your spirit body self coming in, formed that piece of day that is supposed to be integrated with your Aya. And when they integrate, the day becomes what the philosophies that talk about the day, what they refer to it as that little piece of God within you, the individuated piece of it within you. The day becomes what it was meant to be once it integrates back into the A consciousness that it was supposed to be a part of, the A consciousness that was in your silver seed. So the day needs to be freed, and then the chi can be freed, and then the me can be freed, the self that's in there, right? So, yeah, we don't have to put these up. We can put them up, we might as well. And this is stuff I'm going to read instead of point at. I'm not even going to attempt to read it up there. I'll be standing on my head upside down. Sorry.